to you. Championship Sunday, the last day of Rocket League action before the title of World Champion is back on the line. I'm Wei Funk. I couldn't be more excited to be here in Boston. Couldn't be more excited to be here. Look at this crowd. Look at these people. Oh my goodness. We're about to do it for real. We've got four teams left here, folks, and each one with a story worth telling. We've got Karmine Corps, the reigning, defending major champions with the greatest player alive, looking to go back to back, and they're going up against the reigning world champions in BDS, trying to build momentum before they defend their title one more time, folks. We've got Vitality, the hottest team alive, with now a land-vetted rookie trying to do the impossible, the first ever perfect split. And then we've got Rule 1, folks. We've got the underdogs in the house. No one thought they'd be here, and they're still here, top 4, looking to make it top 2, looking to make it top 1, but only one of those 4 stories is gonna come true here in Boston, folks. Boston, can you get up? Can you get loud? It's game day. Let's do first touch, folks, to kick it off on Championship Sunday. Dazzling, take it away.
Woo! Well, it is Championship Sunday here in Boston, And my goodness, do we have a good show for you today. Listen, talk is cheap at this stage. You either put up or you shut up, Bates, as we're gonna have a lot of action to cover over the course of the day. But of course, you know what it is. First Touch pre-show right here, right now.
First Touch pre-show right here, right now. Again, as Arena, make some noise! They're locked and loaded, they're ready to go. NA might be out, but we do got MENA. Middle East, North America, that's what we're gonna call it today. We're gonna see what can be done. 3 EU teams, 1 Middle East, North Africa team tomorrow. That's all that's left on Championship Sunday.
That's all that's left. In case you didn't hear them, we got a graphic here for you. Let's take a look at those contenders. Of course, it has been a very tough road for the rest of the world, but Europe has been standing strong, and so have the boys in MENA in Rule 1. Of course, how do we get there? That's why we have the bracket for you as well, because again, double elimination bracket. We started out things earlier in the week, and of course, we got to where we are today. Those first round matches hit hard, and then again, things kept going at that pace for the rest of the week, Bates.
And sure they go keep pace the rest of the weekend. As you can see, on the upper side, Vitality, the tourney favorites, drop down to BDS and an upset of the ages, but then they bounce back against Gen G in the crowd with a 106 decibels. It wasn't enough to end up taking out Zen and the boys. They move on, and now we basically have 3 French teams and 1 MENA team. It's gonna be really, really good Rocket League today. I'm excited to get into it.
Exactly. Let's again take a look at the pricing graphic just to see exactly what these guys are all playing for. Of course, first place, $100,000, and of course, those points that we've been talking about all season long, trying to get that best placement possible for the World Championship here as well. But not only are they playing for that, they are also playing for that beautiful Spring Major trophy and medals that were created in partnership with Swarovski. It's glistening. It's looking beautiful, Bates, and one of these teams gets to take it home.
One of these teams does get to take it home alongside a couple medals. I do know that they wipe off that trophy every single 10 minutes or so, it feels like. So yeah. I know it's a big, important deal. So one of these teams has to bring it. But tomorrow, we got 2 empty seats here.
I know, we need to fill these up.
We do, we need to fill them up.
You know what? I think it's time to bring in our couple guest analysts for the day. Let's bring out Arsenal and Reynolds to join on the desk. Make some noise for Arsenal and Reynolds.
Look at the boys coming in. Object Gaming, SSG, you know the storied history. They're both here right now. Boys, what the business is.
What's good, baby?
What's good, baby? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me turn the chair for you. You know the vibes.
Thank you for turning that for me.
You're welcome.
Oh, behind me, right?
In front of me, bro.
Don't miss it, though. My name is Scooch over, though. You got a little close.
Ooh.
Yeah. We're going to be buddies today. We're right next to each other.
All right.
Well, well, well. Arsenal Reynolds, welcome here. Of course, it's good to have you. How you feeling today?
Bro, I'm feeling good, bro. It's a little cold in the arena, but I'm ready for the games.
I'm telling you, the game's going to be great. There's a lot of fan action going on as well. And we'll wait for Reynolds to kind of figure out his headset. He got a little tangled up there real quick.
Oh, it became unplugged?
Unplugged? Oh, good.
Oh, no.
This man's an engineer, though. He's got it all together. Test that real quick. Say something.
Yo.
The wrap around
There we go.
Yo.
We can
I
hear
think
you.
I'm
We can
too
hear you.
tall, bro. My
Someone
leg
set me up.
don't even
Someone
feel
set
me.
me up.
All right, you're all good.
It's all right.
Gentlemen,
Now. Oh, man.
they struggled to get here on the desk just like North America struggled this tournament. Let's talk about NA because it wasn't pretty. Just like what we saw just now. Obviously, you know, some loss today, yesterday, the Rule 1 complexity. I mean, how y'all feeling about North America, man?
I'm not gonna lie, bro. North America gonna go out of the greatest bounce back in history, bro. We down right now.
Yeah.
But when we up,
I'm with that. I'm with
I
that.
don't want to see no bandwagons,
I'm
bro.
with that.
When NA is back, we gonna make noise, bro. Let's get loud, y'all. Let's get it,
Come on
man.
now. Come
NA
on
on
now.
top.
Come on now.
That's
It's
all I
looking
need.
grim. It's looking grim. But, you know, it's a major. You know, LA had, what, 4 NA, 1 SAM, 1 EU in the top 6. So it happens. It's, you know, I don't think it's as big of a deal as everyone's saying. I do think EU probably has the 3 best teams in the world right now. I do think BDS, Vitality, Carmine are probably, you know, I don't mind that take. But there's definitely, you know, some sleeping giants in NA right now that didn't make the major. You know, you have the big 3 of First Killer, Daniel, Beast Mode that aren't here, and I'm excited to see what they can do at Worlds.
Yeah, I'm excited as well too. I mean, but let's take a look at that recap here. Of course, we want to talk about what Europe has been doing so well because, of course, we had this matchup, Rule 1 Complexity. I mean, general thoughts on Rule 1, especially in this series because they, Complexity came out hot, but Rule 1 had a pretty good bounce back, Reynolds.
Impressed, definitely impressed. I didn't have much faith in this team coming in. They exceeded every expectation I had, and you got to respect it. That's 3 young dudes that, at first major, first LAN, I think, in the U.S. and top 4, first one champ Sunday. Got to just tip your hat.
Yeah, it's very, very impressive what Rule 1's been able to do. Ended up taking out Complexity, which was a big upset in my eyes. I think Complexity was playing really good Rocket League the whole entire weekend, but then they carried that momentum in and they took out Moist as well, which I think Rule 1's probably a better team than Moist at the current moment in the current meta.
Well, one North American team did eliminate a European team. It was Gen G. That went to 5-game series, of course. Team Liquid. They did look pretty strong over the course of this tournament, but of course, when it came down to it, when the ice factor was necessary, my boys in Gen G, they showed up and they showed out.
Yeah. We know they showed up and they showed out. T-Shock, man, if y'all ended up getting that W against Gen G, would you still be playing today?
I'm not gonna lie, bro. Of course, bro. I would have been locked in off that one dub, bro. They can't guard, bro.
They can't guard?
They can't guard.
Yeah, they had a close series against Liquid. This Liquid squad they had to pop off in order to win. You hear the crowd and everything. Chronic was locked in. He's ready to go. But it wasn't enough. And then we got to these boys right here. BDS, Vitality. Slater, did you think BDS was going to win this?
I actually did call this dub. BDS slammed us in scrims. This was the team I was most impressed with coming into the tournament. They look great. Monkey Moon Rise, 2 certified LAN boys, Seiko world champ. You just can't. It's hard to root against this team. And, obviously the French are just superior at the moment. And that's okay, but, it's just, it is what it is. That was just a tight matchup.
Tight matchup indeed. BDS ended up throwing that game, but then they would ultimately, inevitably win in the back end. It'll be interesting to see how they play today, going up against arguably the best player in the world in Vatira and the boys from Carmine Corp. But you got Rise in the middle. Could potentially be the MVP so far. Monkey Moon talking. Oh, wow. I didn't see Monkey Moon talking trash either. And Gen G Vitality. Did y'all think that Gen G had a chance in this series?
I did. I really did. I thought Gen G was going to win it. Hapjack is one of, I think, the most impressive players in the world. I thought this was going to be like a legacy series for him, and unfortunately, it didn't go that way, but I'm very confident in this team going into Worlds.
Very confident in this team going to Worlds. T-Shock, Gen G at World Championship, what are you expecting?
From Gen G, I think they're going to have one of the craziest bounce backs. Like, you saw little snippets of them performing as a team, playing as a team. They were all on point, bro, and it was scary, especially playing against that, bro. I'm like, oh my God, they're composed 50 and out mid, shooting insane. It's hard to guard, bro. When they're on point, it's very hard to guard, and I think they're going to do the same thing at the World Championship.
Yes, sir.
All right, but we got to give you guys perspective on these EU teams because they've been, obviously, they came in and they, secured that top 4 and everything. They got that break. What is it about them that's been working so well?
Honestly, for me, bro, Europe, they just give no space, bro. Like, no matter where the ball is, no matter what's going on, someone is jumping at that ball. They could be jumping from their backboard to your backboard. Like, I'm not gonna lie, they give no space. They don't let you do what you want to do, and they just pass very well. They work very well as a team.
It's very scrappy, and I respect it a lot. I mean, not as many demos, but someone's always on that ball. Even playing 2s with them, you can notice it, you can feel it, and it's tough. Monkey Moon, I think, the fastest player in the world. You watch a Monkey Moon replay, you're just like, what? Wow, he doesn't flip into the ball ever. He just double jumps every single time, and he just flies. So I'm very, very impressed with the speed that they're able to play at, because I think some of us can play at that speed, but not with the precision they do, and it's impressive to see.
I mean, like, talk to me about like how the game changed though from when y'all first started playing, because that was a long time ago.
You were a baby.
I know.
Both of you were.
I know.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like, when I first started playing, bro, it was like one player can kind of do it all, or they can take over a series. But now you could be the best player in the world, and you're still going to need help from your teammates. You're still going to need to work together, have that little system, and just perform as a team. One player can never do it all.
Yeah, it feels like that too from time to time. A lot of people talk about putting superstars all together on a team just to make it like, oh, if these three people teamed up, it's going to be unbeatable. But it doesn't necessarily work in that manner. You always have to have somebody who facilitates and somebody who may not even have that spotlight, but they're just as important as a superstar on the team. What do you think, Bates?
Yeah, I think that's very accurate. I think you need all three components. Two, not enough. One, not enough. You need everybody to be in synergy and locked in. That's the only way you're going to be the best of the best teams. I think EU, they're proving that. They're showing that. That's why they keep making all these roster changes.
Speaking of roster changes, what can we expect from North America in the offseason?
Boy.
Don't hurt the fans out here, man.
Anyways,
You might not want me to speak then, man. I think NA is...
NA's exploding.
It is.
I think
It is.
we're in a good spot right now, pretty sure. Pretty confident Optic Gaming is in a great spot right now. I'm confident in this roster. I don't, unless the team doesn't feel the same way, but I'm very, very confident in the two I'm with and the two coaches I have. But for the rest of NA, it's going to be, you're going to see a lot of new rosters next year. I can guarantee you that. Chuck, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good, bro. Everyone was thinking we was going to be a bubble team. They was counting us out. We lost Daniel. They was like, oh, they done. They about to be top 16. And then we come in as number 1 seed.
Now, who said that?
Everyone, bro. Everywhere, bro. They said SSG's done. They not even going to make the major. They got to get lucky. We number 1. So shout out to everybody who supported us, who stayed true to SSG, to the fans.
Wait.
Everybody, all my RC babies out there, you feel me, in the crowd. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all support.
Wait, so tell me this. So Optic versus Liquid, if that was in front of the crowd, what would have happened, Slater?
It was, we had our staple start the series slow and lose the first 2. Make that a best of 7.
And with the crowd behind it, too?
Dude, come on now. Come on. What are we doing here?
I think all days need to be crowd days, bro.
At least Friday.
At least Friday, but at least.
At least Friday. Listen, I think it would have been a little bit different, too, when you had a Gannon's Arena all behind you cheering as Redos get a big demos, T-Shot get a big demo, big reset or something like that. The arena would have been erupting. I think it would have been a little bit different today. But it is what it is, and now we're here.
We're here.
We are here. We have to work with what we got left. So I think it's time to roll into our MVP conversation. Who is the MVP of the tournament so far? Listen, those of you who are watching at home for the first time, chat will get to help us determine our offensive and defensive MVPs. Ahead of the grand finals, we'll have 5 nominees for each category for you guys to cast your vote on in chat. Final MVP will be revealed at the end of the show, of course, and then chat will be able to vote on who they believe is MVP so far. That being said, again, it's Arena. You guys will also get to have a say on some of this as well. You've seen the decibel meter that we've been using in the Jumbotron all day yesterday, and of course, we're going to use it today to measure your noise in terms of who you guys think is in the MVP conversation. First things first, it's Monkey Moon on the table. If you think Monkey Moon is the MVP of the tournament, we need to hear your noise right now.
I'm with Monkey. I'm with Monkey.
They said no.
This is my vote. I'd be loud right now.
They said no.
I'd be loud right now.
They got 90 for Monkey Moon.
90? That must be my voice, because they ain't make no noise.
All right, let's try this here. What about Vatira? If you have Vatira as the MVP, make some noise.
Where the blue wall? Where the blue wall, man?
Of course they doing that.
You know they support it, man.
Even if that dude had a 0.6 Octane rating, they're screaming. They're screaming.
All right, we'll get this next one set up here. It's going to be for Rise. If you think Rise is the MVP, make some noise.
The man who took out the trash from the arena. Big Rise, baby.
This makes sense.
He basically NA. He basically NA.
That's facts. We got one more, though.
We do got one more.
I need y'all loud.
Funny. If you think Chronic is the MVP, make some noise.
Come on, NA, please. We got to win something today. Come on, please.
No, we gotta win something. We gotta.
No, man.
They said Rise is MVP so far. That's a good shout.
At least it's not biased. We don't have a biased
Who y'all
crowd.
think is the MVP?
Monkey.
Monkey right now for you?
I'm gonna go Rise.
Rise?
Don't miss shots.
Rise, don't miss shots. I hear you on that. It's gonna be interesting to see what happens throughout the day.
Yeah, it will be really interesting. I mean, out of all the 4 teams left, which one has been the most impressive? Is it BDS for you, Slater?
Absolutely. Not close.
Definitely BDS, bro.
They're gross.
We got Rule 1 in that lower bracket. What do you think of that run? Can they do it? I mean, they got Vitality today. Like, it's going to be really tough, especially because you saw that bounce back from Vitality in that lower bracket against Gen G. It seemed like they had just clicked. So, I mean, what do you think of Rule 1?
Honestly, Rule 1, they remind me a lot of Falcons. Like, they're so composed on defense is locked down. They're saving everything. And on offense, they're real creative, bro. They're able to, like, take people out, like one's players for Wash. You know, he using that one's ability, boom, slide it middle for a shot. Like, they're real technical on offense. On defense, it's clamped, locked down. I think they could go far if they stay composed.
I don't believe it. I love the Rule 1. I love the Rule 1 boys, Sunless Fears, in Civic. Those are the guys. But I think they had Complexity Moist, which are two teams that, as a less structured team like Rule 1 is, they can handle them. You know, you can just out-mechanic, out-pace teams that are also very reliant on mechanics and pace. With Vitality, great system, 3 very good players, a great coach Farah behind them. I do think their run ends here. I hope it doesn't, because I really do want to see this team, the Cinderella story, but I think it ends here for them.
Ain't nothing wrong about saying that. Who y'all think winning before we let y'all go?
BDS. I got BDS. I had them coming into the tournament. They looked most impressive to me last 2 weeks, and I'm going to stick with them.
I think it's going to be close, bro. It's between definitely BDS and Carmine, but BDS looks so good, bro. Like, they're just clicking on all cylinders on offense. They're making passing plays. Rise is shooting every shot with such precision, bro. So I'm going to have to go BDS on this one.
On BDS.
I like that. I like that out of y'all. BDS have been looking really good, and I think that they may also have a chance here as well. That being said, of course, gentlemen, thank you both for being able to join us here on the desk. Can we get some noise here for Arsenal and Reynolds, please?
Let's go!
Appreciate y'all, always.
Love y'all, bro.
Always.
Hey, man, he's some of the best fans in the esports, the best fans in the esports, actually. The amount of love and support, I know we already have. And I hope y'all enjoy the rest of your weekend, man.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
you coming
Y'all
on,
too.
bro. You already know the love. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Appreciate you.
All right. I mean, Reynolds have obviously one of the things we're going to bring up next here is you know, we've spoken to you a lot over this year. We even in the last major threw a pie in your face. That was fun.
That did happen.
Guess what? T-Bates also got pie recently in a video. Let's check it out.
Yeah, we do. Couple.
I forgot the lyrics, bro. I want it over with, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, Professor DeBab back here again. Listen, we had first class summer school. We had Principal Bates and Rise. They ended up losing. We have Acronic here. Acronic is going to do the pieing day. He's got both pies. Arsenal, he had to do some other things, so we've got Acronic doing double here. Acronic, congratulations on the win. How do you feel about the opportunity to be able to pie these two gentlemen?
I think it's gonna be really good. 1, 2, 3.
Oh!
It's still Oh no, bro, that looks so horrible.
Bates is next. Hopefully it's not as bad as it was for Rise. We get him up, cleaned up quickly.
Oh no.
Bates, are you ready?
No.
Acronic, are you ready?
Yes. 1, 2. Oh hell no, bro.
Oh, it's stuck! Oh my goodness. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is what happens when you lose first class. Hopefully our next contestants make sure to do some studying.
Wait, you need to keep your head still, bro.
I'm closing things out here. We're done. 1, 2, toodaloo. And now we're back.
Don't ever do that. I suggest nobody ever get pie. Don't put birthday cake in front of people. You can't breathe. You can't see. You can't think. My eye was burned afterward, bro.
Did you need any like cotton swabs to get the things out of your nose, or
My waves were
that
messed
looked pretty
up, bro.
involved?
Yeah, and it didn't fall off my face. I just don't suggest that to nobody.
Well, don't lose.
Yeah, don't make dumb bets.
Oh. Let's welcome James and Snoopy to the desk. James and Snoopy, it's good to have you guys here. Obviously, the pieing was not ideal, but yeah, that is why you make sure you don't lose first class there.
Know your math.
So that being said, we gotta switch up the tone. Ladies and gentlemen, here in the Guinness Arena, you got loud from me yesterday. I want to see it again. Are you guys ready for the top 10? Sounds like they're ready.
I think so.
Let's send it down to stats for the top 10.
Rocket League fans, I would like to introduce to you a man who is as sharp as a marble. A man whose train of thought is still boarding at the station. A man who heard air roll left and wondered where it went. Rocket League fans, I would like to introduce to you my good friend, because someone added that to the script. Get that out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sean Spaceman Rogers.
It's kind of weird, that came from the heart. I don't really know who put that in there, but the fun thing is all of it's true. I'm not very bright, but you know what is? The top 10's coming up, and it's the last day here at Boston. Sunday, and Championship Sunday at that, means we have one more day to go at the end of this major before Worlds. And folks, we got one more top 10. I know most of you don't care, but I do. Let's get into the top 10. Spaceman's top 10, let's get right into it. All right, Joyo starting this one off. Things are getting dicey. Very, very interesting.
Ooh.
Moving downfield, ice letting it go. Getting another one out in front of the box, and that is a perfect setup to get this one going. What are you doing down there? There's a little gator under the bed. What's he doing down there? Look at him get upfield, just fighting through it. Like the bully getting pushed against the locker. Give me your lunch money. Number 9, Clears. This is where this team gets absolutely ridiculous. This was a phenomenal push downfield, and I love what I'm seeing from Rule 1. The bump at the end, I mean, he's a saucy little weirdo. Look at him get up with this ball, the catch, the dribble, around one, juicy, absolutely destroyed on the goal line, and here comes number 8. It's an alpha save. It was all of vitality, relying on that defense to get them through this series. Frame perfect. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Alpha? This is why he's on this team. It's an unholy stop. It's disgusting. Objection sustained, overruled, go to jail. Number 7, here we go. From the side wall, it's Cash, and he was running into the backboard. That is gross. That goes on target, and Cash from the ceiling. He's done this like 1,000 times with the Dominus. Can we just get out of here? That's not how Rocket League works. Number 6, we got Roas. He's on your board. He's on your screen. Fennec in hand. What? Yeah, where's that going? It's on the backboard. Oh, it's so gross. It's so gross. What is happening? It is tighter than a 12-parsec Kessel run. I mean, how do you even get back there? You can't block it if you tried. And now we got it to Spaceman's top 5. It's Chronic. Genji came so close to perfection. They were so close, but this was kind of get them back in the game. Momentum was swinging, and this is how they needed to get back into it. So much bang for the 1-point buck, and my goodness, did it help. But in the end, they do fall short, but Joyo doesn't. He's very, very tall. He's like a skyscraper. Get up there, big boy. Get up there, and my God, this play is exciting. It keeps going. Joyo circling through the midfield. Burns a lot of boost on the catch. Follow up.
That was a 10 out of 10.
Put it away, you big tall man. Number 3, here we go. This is just a hard lesson. You have to remember, complexity or not out of it with 0 seconds. Watch this catch. Are you kidding? The first game of the day, this is how we started on Saturday. As James Bott once said, that is a hard lesson to learn. And AJG will teach it to you. Here comes Rise for number 2. Oh no, I've appeared. I have slipped and stumbled and installed a mod that lets me do kickflips on an entire organization. What a day I am having. Rise is so good, but it's not number 1. It's Mawson. This was one of the best plays of the entire tournament. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. I don't want you anywhere near this goal. I want to delete you from the field. My goodness, they needed help. And here comes Mrs. Clippy. She shows up and absolutely puts a banger on that one. And my goodness, do Rule 1 look good. This is what it's all about, ladies and gentlemen. These are the top 10s. This is what it's supposed to be. This is what the top 10s do. Can we get some, for all the gamer boys, girls, and MPs in the chat, can we get some rut-rows for some reason? Can we get some love for all the players currently here? Can we get some hoorahs for the boys overseas? I don't know, just get it crazy in the chat. This is the top 10, the last one of the Boston Major. And my goodness, does it look good. Rule 1 play Vitality, I'll see you there. Go back to the desk, it's over. Goodbye.
You gotta clap it up for that. That was
Thank you, Sean Rogers.
I don't know how he had enough air for all of that. I mean,
I feel like
did he breathe?
Right.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He ran out of oxygen.
Well, it's always good to see everybody in the Guinness Arena also get like loud and show that support for Spaceman and his top 10s that he do. And you know, we've had support from the community over the course, not only this year, but even on the broadcast and off. To show more about that, we have a nice little video for you. Let's check it out.
How's it going, Rocket League family? I'm Wave Punk, and I'm here with Matt from Project Octane, and I'm very excited about this map because this is a real-life Octane you and your team are building. The moment they told me that you guys were coming, I was so excited about this. Tell me about how this project came to be. When did this idea incept in your mind?
A couple years out of college, I'm sitting there, I'm playing Rocket League, and I'm like, you know what? There's a lot of great content out there, but I want to do something special.
It's drivable, right?
Yes.
This is a functional Octane. Give me a basic tour here. What parts have you ramshackled together? What parts have you made custom?
So the suspension and some of the drivetrain components we salvaged off of vehicles at a scrapyard, kind of went in, you know, pulled everything off, reverse engineered it, and then put it into our models. It actually hasn't been a production shop where we've just paid someone to make this for us. It's all been, you know, people with basic experience and basic skills that have together done this. But we're really ready to get on to working on the body and expanding it to be the accurate in-game model.
Yeah, you can be like, that looks like an Octane, but the shell will really be what draws it all together. You mentioned the community. How big is your team? How many people have gone into this project?
It's been a lot. I mean, we've had over 120 people actually help donate to the project, help make it a reality. As far as the development side of things, about a dozen people have actually been hands-on doing different parts, either machining parts for us remotely or, you know, coming down and welding this inside of my garage.
That's amazing. Rocket League is such a great community, online and offline. I want to take a time, though, we haven't gotten to see much of the shell, but you do have one cosmetic on the vehicle here. There's so many real-life wheels in Rocket League. I love that you picked a Rocket League specific wheel here. Tell me about the process of making that, and then I'm also curious what other cosmetics you're planning on putting on this car.
The Christian I thought was a great starting point. It's the, you know, most recognizable wheel from Rocket League in my opinion.
Yeah.
But as far as some of the other cosmetics, when the full body is on there, you want to put it back to the community again and say, hey, you know, what do we want to wrap this with?
Yeah,
you know?
I'm so excited to see where this goes. For people that are interested in maybe being involved in some way or just following the project, where can they find you? How can they be involved?
Yeah, I post updates about once a month, you know, as the build progress goes. You can just search Project Octane on YouTube. You'll find us there. And hopefully, by the time the next North American major comes around, we'll have something that's a lot more finalized and ready to be shown off with everyone that attends.
That's fantastic, Matt. I can't wait to see it. Thanks so much for giving us the tour.
No, thank you very much.
Yeah, there you go. Let's go! Woo! Oh, that's so cool. That's so sick.
That is actually pretty sick. Also, the fact that Wave could fit in there.
That's what I was going to say.
Most impressive thing.
I don't think
that's why they couldn't put the roof on it.
Yeah, probably. I mean, well, it seemed like he was kind of snug in there.
Oh, no, yeah, it looked like he fit.
He didn't look like he fit.
And I mean, I guess that solves whether, you know, there's a driver's seat and a passenger seat behind those windshields. I could never see through them, so
that's
glad we know.
Yeah, now we do know.
Now we're getting into the lore. How big are Rocket League cars actually? Are they miniature? Are they full size?
That's too big
I don't
of a
have time
question.
for this.
Let's chill out.
Dial back in, okay? We're here at the Spring Major Championship Sunday, okay? Let's talk about some of the teams here because there are no more mistakes here at this point. You got to be able to win your matches. I want to kind of start talking with Vitality here, of course, James, because they honestly, you know, they're in this lower bracket. I think they expect it to kind of go all the way in the top half. They got to fight. They got to fight Rule 1. The winner or the loser of BDS Moyes, you know, they have a run here. I mean, how do you feel about their standings?
You know, I feel like we still have yet to see the very best of Vitality. And we saw them get a slow start. But, you know, even just for me, going into this whole event, I looked at this as the Vitality practice run. Like, they don't really, I know that they're focused on Worlds. And it did look, though, the LAN was affecting that team. Radosin was making a lot of mistakes. Zen, there was one play specifically where Rise got a flip reset at the midfield, and Zen is just driving up to it, and Rise taps it around him. Somebody told me that Rise stood up and said, you know, where are you going, Zen? And that was kind of the whole overall encompassing thought for me on Vitality during their upper bracket run is where were they going? But after we saw what they did against Gen G, I think it's fair to not count them out at this point. We still have yet to see the best of them, but I know they can bring it.
Yeah, exactly. I remember talking to Turtle, or Turtle was on the desk here at some point. He was talking about how, you know, Vitality, when they lost, they were in like a break room, and he said you could feel the tension in the air. And I know a lot of us always wonder, what do teams talk about when they are down and they have like lost or something like that? Actually, we have a little bit of insight for you because we have a video with Moist during a timeout.
I'll take a timeout. I'm thinking,
yeah, we have to take time out.
I'm thinking, yeah, we can. Because we're all over them, and then we just make one dumb mistake at the back.
We just keep turtling up. We keep going all the way back.
We just keep not calling and everything.
When we play third, we literally go into the back of our net. We literally just go all the way back to the corner or sit in net, and that's all we do. We don't take pads.
You have to turn, bro. If you've got the ball, you have to support your teammates. That's it. There's no point defending your teammates' touch. Like, what are you going to gain from that? What are you going to gain from that? If somebody's behind you, you should be worried about what is behind you. In fact, that should be the safe place. You should want the ball to go there, but you should want it to be a free ball.
We're playing perfect in offense. We're making so many great chances. We're playing really well. We're confident. As soon as they get the ball and pressure, we don't support each other. We play for ourselves. We just need to just go. 3 of the goals just shouldn't have happened. They just shouldn't have happened at all.
That's why the comms are so important.
We just need to apply what we're doing in offense and keep that same confidence when it's in our half. It's harder and there's more pressure on the situations, but it's fine. We're better than these guys.
Come on, let's go.
That was a very insightful.
I love that. I love getting to get inside players' minds, teams' minds, see what's going on behind the scenes and trying to figure out their opponents. It's just so cool that, it's not just us coming out, getting into a pretend car, hitting a ball. Like, there's so much more than that.
And really, what I was impressed with on that timeout comms video was the comms from Joyo. You could really tell that he was the leader on that team. I felt like he was really taking charge, and the confidence that he displayed. And I think it just shows, his demeanor is so kind, friendly, humble on the outside, but he really is a great competitor. And I thought in that instance was saying all the right things as a leader. That is the mentality that you want to have. You want to be confident. You want to be overconfident. Emphasize, bring up the team. It's a little heartbreaking that Moist is no longer here. It does hurt, but I think that just shows you how well Rule 1 was playing. And I mean, it doesn't matter if you go all the way back into net, if you try to push up, whatever. Rule 1's going to find a way to demo you, but the comms were great. I love that video.
Yeah, and it's really impressive too. This is why these guys are so great competitors. You talk about them going down. You're losing, instead of just kind of getting in your own head or even thinking that it's one person's fault or another, they all talk together as a team, and then they all try to come up with a game plan together. Everybody was getting involved. All the mouths were moving here. You brought up Rule 1, though, because they did end up taking the win in the series. I mean, Subi, Rule 1, the run that they have here, attempting to kind of like match the level of greatness that Falcons have established, they have to show up today.
They've got to show up today, but they've showed up the entire tournament. They've been playing so well since they've fallen to the lower bracket. They realize, obviously, last life left, and we've got to give it our all. We don't know if we're going to be here again. MENA is such a hard-fought region. You've got the Falcons. You've got Tainted Minds or Twisted. What did you say?
I said Tainted Minds.
That's right.
It's because CJ was casting with me, one of the greatest of all times on Tainted Minds. But yeah, Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds, there you go. But it's so cool seeing this team come out and overperform and exceed expectations, in my opinion. I feel like this is a team that I didn't expect a lot of. I didn't expect to see them in front of a live crowd. And the fact that they're here on Championship Sunday playing against Vitality, come on now.
Well, it's a funny dynamic because I had a chance to actually talk with Fear, who does the Rule 1 streams, does a lot of show matches. So he watched a lot of Rule 1 this season. He says, it's a little bit weird for me getting to see them play on this international stage because back in MENA, they're just dunking on everybody. They're like going to town. There's no stopping them offensively. They own the pitch over there. But then over here, we've seen a really different dynamic because of how defensive they are. So Rule 1, they have a big bag of tricks.
Yeah, you're right about that. We've done a whole bunch of yapping, but now I think it's time to get into the game.
That's right.
Again, it's Arena. Are you ready to watch some Rocket League? Let's get into it, the Bab.
It's kickoff time. Let's take a look at the bracket again to see where we are right now. Championship Sunday of the Spring Major is upon us. And, of course, you have Vitality and Rule 1 in the lower semifinal. The winner of that will play the loser of the upper final, Team BDS and Karmine Corp. And, of course, if a lower team beats a team waiting in the grand final, there is that bracket reset, which we will also have. But, of course, let's take a look at the schedule. We will, of course, end with the grand final crowning a champion, but Rule 1 will take on Vitality a little bit later. First matchup of the day, Karmine Corp taking on Team BDS. This one has so many implications. You got to talk about BDS, reigning, defending world champions against Karmine Corp, a team that won the last Major City.
Yeah, this is so exciting for me. You've got the defending Winter Major champs. You've got the defending world champs going head-to-head in the finals.
All right, it's time to kick this show off. Let's send it to Stacks at center stage.
Hello, Boston! It's been a long time coming, but we're finally here. Welcome to Championship Sunday. Let's kick it off with our winners bracket final.
We just won like 4-1 against you, 4-1 and 3-1, so I think we're the better team. We're better.
I think whoever plays well on the day will probably win.
Nous, on a Vatira.
Vatira likes to sit back a lot, a playstyle that just capitalizes on mistakes. Just gotta be solid.
Ça va juste jouer entre qui est le plus constant, et parce que c'est deux équipes équilibrées, mais ce sera juste qui sera le meilleur le jour J.
May the better team win.
Que la meilleure équipe gagne et bonne chance.
Bonne chance pour moi.
Introducing first your Winter Major champions, the Blue Wall, Carmine Corr.
And Vatira leading his team out of the tunnel. This team had a rough fall major, a fall from grace, if you will, but then Winter Major, they came out roaring, and they're looking to take another one down. Exotic giving 2 thumbs up to the camera. This team looking like they're feeling good on Championship Sunday.
Oh, certainly. And you know that Vatira and Carmine want revenge specifically against Rise, who was on that Moist team that took them down in that epic in Rotterdam. But Carmine Corp have been so good. We saw Direct tweet about it, how most teams after a major win, they go on and struggle, but that has not been the case for Carmine Corp.
Oh, well, there's also been the case that there's never been a team that has won a major and then came back and defended their major crown. Carmine trying to be the first team to do that. Vatira, the best in the world in my estimation. He hasn't had his usual LAN performance. Exotic has stepped it up, has been the best player on his K-Corp team. But to beat BDS, this BDS that is in form, Vatira, he's got to be the man.
And their opponents. And introducing on the orange side, your reigning Rocket League champions of the world, Team BDS!
Team BDS have shown up and taken over the Spring Major. You see Seiko there getting set up. He's been locked in as well. It feels like on the side of BDS, there has been no shortcomings.
There's no shortcomings indeed. Seiko, the Rookie of the Year last year, World Championship MVP. Also got a World Championship to his name as well. He's been balling out, but it's all been about the young man in the middle.
I am waiting for this camera to pan because in my opinion, this is the difference maker for Team BDS. There have always been questions surrounding this team in a live environment, but when you put Rise on the roster, the all-time overtime goal leader for a LAN, it just unlocks this team to a new potential.
Oh yeah, and clearly the crowd favorite as well. You could even hear it on the decibel meter. Everyone thinking that Rise is the MVP for Team BDS, but you cannot forget about the legend, Monkey Moon. He continues to put up insane numbers. his average score out of this world. And look at that.
He said, I could do that too.
Well, Monkey Moon not only doing heavy lifting on the pitch, off the pitch as well, you can tell.
Yeah, he's been in the weight room, and he's a big man on the pitch as well. You talked about the numbers, James. Monkey Moon's averaging 481 points per game. It's just what he does every single tournament, always getting numbers, always making it this far in the tourney. And the first time since he's been back on North American soil, he won the last land. He's trying to do it again.
This guy is looking to cement himself as one of the greatest Rocket League players of all time. He surely made a case, but winning this spring major would do a ton for him to cement that legacy.
First things first, Team BDS have to get past Karmine Corp here on the other side. Karmine Corp, not a lot of people have been talking about them. They've been kind of just sneaking in under the radar, but this is going to be a tough matchup, James. Talk to me about what we can expect here playstyle-wise.
You know, it's hard to believe, you know, Karmine Corp under the radar, but in a sense, you're right because of the Vitality shadow that eclipsed Karmine Corp. Right. But guess what? This is when it matters. The online stuff, yeah, that's important. It helps you get here, but you do that to get here. This is where you need to play and be at your best. And Exotic, T-Bates already mentioned it, Exotic has been brilliant for Karmine Corp. And even in that head-to-head with Rise, he says, may the better team win. And we saw that depth from Karmine Corp. Exotic stepping up, and we know the peak that Itachi and Vatira can both reach, and it's going to be who is bringing the complete team game to this matchup.
Monkey Moon and Rise both trying to join an elite conversation. Only Turbo Potion and K-Dot have won 3 RLCS lands. They're trying to join them. They also win 3 RLCS lands.
A lot of people on the side of BDS, but we want to know what you at home think using the fan vote. Of course, if you're a Karmine Corp fan, use the hashtag KC. If you are a BDS fan, use the hashtag BDS, not Team BDS, just BDS. As we get things going here, oh boy. First matchup of the day, Championship Sunday. We'll start with Subi here on this.
Yeah, Subi, what are you thinking, man?
No, I don't know. This is a tough one because I feel like Team BDS has been the better team here at the major. I feel like they've been playing up to their true potential. They've only dropped 2 games throughout this tournament. They've had stronger opponents. But I've got to go with K-Corp. I've got to back the blue wall. You got to go with the defending Winter Major champions. I just feel like they're going to be too strong for too long.
Is it my turn?
It is your turn.
All right, well, you know what, Stu? I was confused because you were very convincing in that first part,
you.
and it seems like you're just afraid to be wrong.
I am.
You need to be brave.
I don't want to.
I'll do it for you. I got Team BDS. Rise has been the difference maker. He is standing up and shouting down and calling out the opponents. He has been that missing puzzle for Team BDS this season, and it looks like Team BDS is the complete picture now.
Before you go, Bates, Gibbs has sent me his pick. He's going with the blue wall. Ooh. Gibbs has picked Karmine Corp. So, with that knowledge, where you at with the pick?
I think that Karmine has the best in Vatira, but of course, he used to play with this young man called Rise. I think Rise bested him in Rotterdam. I think he's gonna best him again over here in Boston. I'm rolling with the reigning world champions. Give me BDS. They're gonna take out the blue wall today.
You got my back? You got my back, or am I on the island? Am I alone?
He's all alone. Give me Team BDS. Come on, man.
Hey, at least you got Gibbs on that island.
All right, great.
That's not somebody to good with.
Let's see what the fan vote is. 53% in
the
favor
K-Corp
of
Army.
BDS. My goodness gracious. Everything's set up here. The stage is set. Again, it's Arena. Are you ready to start Championship Sunday?
Survive and advance. The mantra of every team when faced with a bracket as tough as what the teams have faced this weekend. 4 teams have done exactly that. And now, we've finally reached the home stretch. It's time to put a team into the grand finals. Our story today begins with the blue wall looking to go back-to-back. In their way, the reigning world champions looking to claim another major. Only one team can go straight to the grand finals. This is Championship Sunday. This is Rocket League.
powerful major. No one has doubled up.
And only 2 players in Rocket League history have put 3 RLCS titles on their names. But here at Monkey Moon trying to become the 3rd to do that. Of course, joining the illustrious K-Dop and Turbo Pulsar. The winner of this match is going to be heavily favored to take the whole thing. It's so difficult to win twice in a row. Through the lower bracket already, BDS. Testing Karmine Corp's goalkeeping. Karmine Corp do prevent the early goal.
All of our regions, they run the same format. Run 3 different events. Only one time has a team managed to come ahead, win the bracket reset, and crown themselves regional champions. This match is so important to both teams. Best of 7, timeouts available for both squads. Vatira looking for the backboard. He's out of boost, however. Rise to try and clear away. The replacement coming in at the last moment. He took himself down in overall RLCS points when he moved away from Oxygen. Said that this was a squad for a world championship. Right now, it'd be hard to say otherwise. BDS have been impervious. Vatira, beat to the ball. You're gonna have to get ahead of him every time you can.
Yeah, Vatira's looking very, very quick at the start of this match. For me, he's been the player who's been the fastest to the ball so far. Looking like the most dangerous, and BDS haven't really been too vulnerable, but I think the confidence is very clear. Vatira has been here before. He's been here more recently than BDS. The last time that they were in this position, they succeeded.
It's the first time that we've seen BDS at a major since they won the World Championship. A lot of us wondering where they went. Well, they are peaking at the right time of the season. As for KC, yesterday when we got to broadcast them against Moist Esports, it was actually Itachi and Exotic that were really the standout players. Nothing they did in offense was ever going wrong, although this certainly has. And Exotic had to get the half flip perfect, otherwise that was going in.
Both teams prioritizing rotations at the moment. We haven't seen too much lingering upfield for any kind of demos. That was a bit of a chance there for BDS, but multiple Karmine Corp defenders in position. Now Itachi actually fakes the redirect. Monkey Man and Seiko just had to wait for that one to reach them. Opportunities both ways. End-to-end stuff in game 1. Rise accidentally doubles that back to the corner. Seiko is ready in the middle.
Love that we saw from earlier on from Itachi, just giving that look. You can just jump up, you don't have to make contact, you just have to make the defense second guess. Now on target, what a save!
That pass in field has been Karmine Corp's main weapon. Many events, many series this season. Oh, big chance, Seiko puts it in! That's the mistake from KC. They couldn't keep the ball in their back corner. Itachi looking to chaperone it into a safe position, gets dunked on.
Just nowhere to go for Itachi. So much great work done though from Monkey Moon. Had 2 players surrounding him. Did not worry. In fact, he looked like the more dangerous player in that spot. Dared anybody to head towards him. Now it's Itachi's turn. Goes backboard, leaves it. Exotic was moving on in, but that backboard from BDS is a no-fly zone. Now Rise, looking for the mistake. Here comes Monkey Moon, pops back out to Seiko. Backboard, who follows? It is going to be KC, preventing the 2-0.
Karmine Corp at the Winter Major took the entire tournament without ever going to Game 5, never going to Game 7. They didn't make an ace match at any point in the tournament. Didn't need it. BDS are currently the team attempting to repeat that. Karmine Corp take it to Game 5 in their very first match. They've warmed up now, but BDS from the get-go have been the in-form team this weekend. We heard it on the pre-show. Rettles and Arsenal think that this is the team to beat. They do look like they've got the advantage for now, not just in the scoreline. Oh, great fake by Exotic though. That's going to be a big chance for Karmine Corp. What can Vatira do here?
Oh, what a shot! Crossbar off the post! Well, that one deserved to go in. We stay at 1-0. KC, will the frustration start to bubble up? There's nobody on that far side. They'd all start to surround. In goes Vatira. Has to get the block. Itachi and Exotic takes their time. Go low. That's now playable for Itachi. Decides to try and snap a teammate. Instead, off the post. Follow Vatira. He's not won it. Has to get there in time because Rise takes the shot.
Yeah, Rise missed the top corner there. He had to be quick with the shot, but another shot comes in. That one's not going to miss. It's Seiko again for BDS.
The BDS special. Never allow the clean hit. 2-0 to BDS.
And KC starting to feel like it's all going against them.
That was Vatira being, completely caught out of position there. He had the ball on top of his car, got dunked on big time. You'd expect Vatira to see that kind of thing coming. Vatira didn't really have the boost to get on the end of that center ball. Exotic opting for the back pass. It's going to be a back pass to himself. Quick look behind him there to see where the BDS player was. You notice there, had a look back, saw the pre-jump, took the ball back down low. Great awareness by Exotic, but with a little time left, that is really not a lot to be writing home about.
KC need a goal of at least a second on the clock. And as you can hear from the crowd, that time is ticking away. Rise infield, the time has gone. BDS have got game number 1. And KC walk away from it with nothing.
BDS are just that team this weekend. Can anybody stop them? They've already destroyed Vitality. They've sent Rule 1 to the lower bracket. That's 2 of the teams in the top 4 sent to the lower bracket by BDS. Carmine Corp also in the upper bracket right now, but all the teams they sent to the lower bracket are eliminated, indicating that BDS came from the stronger side of the bracket and they dominated it. All the signs are there. I mean, it wasn't too difficult for them. Just a very simple opening goal with Itachi being pounced on. Monkey Moon just centering it towards Seiko. The second goal as well. Seiko completely crushes Vatira, who's looking to catch that ball and get a 1v1 dribble started. No time. BDS are not going to sit back. They lunge in. They've made their intentions known. They absolutely deserve the opening game.
It's just the same old, isn't it, from BDS? We are so used to them playing this style of just, hey, do what you want, but we're going to do the fundamentals. We're going to do it well. What I have found quite impressive, by the way, is throughout this series, it does feel like the crowd is more on BDS's side.
Oh, part of it. Not this corner.
No, that bit over there.
Not this corner, no. We've got a very, very Carmi Kart favorite corner. I mean, the noise that area is making, I think, probably the loudest quadrant, or probably the loudest section. I think the rest of the crowd's got to step it up if they're going to match the Carmi Corp area. But, like you said, BDS have really deserved, I think. They've earned the respect of the Boston locals. They've earned the respect of the audience here. I think they are, like you said, the favorites here. Not just in terms of who's likely to win, but who I think Boston wants to see winning at this point.
Quick reminder as well for anyone joining us, this is the upper bracket, which means that whoever does lose this, not out of the tournament just yet. They'll drop down to the lower bracket where they will take on either Rule 1 or Team Vitality. Both those teams have a lot of work to do this weekend, and Rise has a bit of work to do here. He's been put in a rough spot, and now his car is gone for. KC probing for their first goal of the day.
You would have noticed a little clue as to how BDS dominate their opponents there. Monkey Moon accidentally getting too far forward. That's the big chance. Oh, great bump. Vatira makes it very easy for Exotic here. Flip reset. Air dribble over the top of Rise, pump onto Monkey Man. That's the sick 1v2 play. Before I can even explain BDS high defensive line, Vatira gives us a prime example of how to exploit it.
BDS do some things very well. KC have got the best player in the world. And he has got quite the cast around him. Well, here we go, Rise straight in. Seiko looking for the chase down, does well. And actually, that might be an opportunity. Exotic has to dive back. So important now for KC to get this follow-up game. And my goodness, Rise was needed.
Exotic's got to be careful here. Does not double tap this. That means he's wide open for the shot, but he does save. So Exotic making up for his own slight error there. Yeah, look out for BDS. We saw it yesterday against Vitality. We saw it in this game as well. Pushing up to that midfield line and looking to intercept clears early. Now, of course, if clears go high over their heads, that does mean it's very easy to redirect the ball back towards your own goal. Monkey Moon has already done it once this game. I think Monkey Moon and Seiko both did it yesterday against Vitality. Hard clears for Carmi Corp will be crucial to prevent BDS from getting comfortable, just advancing for free. Another big chance, but that's well blocked by BDS, and they've managed their boost brilliantly here. They're going to break free with Seiko's air dribble.
Oh, Seiko, that's on target! And who else but Vatira? Was the chance creator on the opposite side of the field scurried on back. My goodness, was he required. Still 1-0. KC, one of the toughest teams to break down. Once they've got that lead, it's the exact same for BDS. Just squeeze the life of their opponents, force them to get desperate. And the moment you do, that's when you're caught.
BDS not just playing for tournament favorites right now. If they can win this series, they clinch a World Championship spot. No wild card needed. That would also push Moist into the wild card, who currently sit in a direct qualification spot for Worlds. So Moist fans are Karmikort fans right now. They might be Vitality or Rule 1 fans later on today if BDS do make a run through the lower bracket. All BDS need is top 2 in this tournament to clinch a direct qualification to Worlds.
During the season they've had, that felt like a long shot.
Where's the goal steal?
That, however, was a long shot.
I think Exotic's got to try and steal this. Vatira's got so many points already. I reckon Exotic just maybe put a tiny little touch on that. Maybe not. I think that might annoy Vatira.
Put the shoe on the other foot. Vatira could have stolen that.
Oh, Vatira would have stolen that goal. He would try and delay the goal as long as possible to let the assist time out. Of course, we're joking. Karmikort happy to get a goal, no matter how it happens, and they might get a third one here. It is a hard clear straight down the middle. BDS advancing, as they like to do. This time, they're caught out on the interception.
The infill passes work so well for KC against Moist. If BDS are going to hand them over to as well, then they will be more than happy to take them. What an answer. I mean, you look at the rosters of both these teams, how quickly the experience has risen. When we came out of the pandemic, these are the players that we have seen everywhere, gaining that experience, knowing how to play on a stage. If a crowd is booing, if a crowd is cheering, if the crowd is silent, no matter where these teams are, they know how to play.
Big 50-50 by Exotic, and again, BDS are caught too far forward. This is their own wrongdoing. Look how long left we have in the game. Did they really need to take those risks? Advancing all the way up the field with their third man, conceding 2 pretty careless goals. I mean, now it's completely too far gone, you would think. That's, you know, it is what BDS like to do, though. They have played Karmikort many times this split, and in none of those series have they sat back. They like to be the aggressive team. They like to really try and fight for the midfield. I think that's partly due to their preference, partly due to what they know about Karmikort. They know if they back off against KC, they're not going to have a good time.
Both the games we've had, the team that was trailing ended up not scoring a single goal. BDS would like to change that now. At least get that little bit of consolation. This game is very likely to be on the ball. Oh, Vatira, that would have been on the highlight reels for some time.
A beautiful double reset by Vatira. Trying to really destroy the BDS mental. The double tap, mate, it's 5-0. What a statement by Karmikort.
Just watch. Enjoy it. It's brilliant. Whenever Vatira takes to the field, 5-0, and BDS, who looks so great in game number 1, start not just from the beginning, but maybe even a couple of steps back.
How about 6 goals?
Oh, this is not a team that ever takes any time off. KC will ramp up that scoreline. There'll be all smiles before they get into the match, but they will embarrass you given the opportunity.
This is exactly what they did at the Winter Major as well. I think they 7-1 Team Liquid. They put so many goals past pretty much every team they played, at least once in every series. They just don't stop. They don't sit back and let teams come back at them. They keep on pressing forward. They keep on playing for risky interceptions. But when you read the game like Karmikort do, is it really that risky to play for the interception? I don't even know if it is. Exotic, absolutely phenomenal this game. Vatira completely destroyed BDS. And Itachi did not put a foot wrong. Just a really perfect game by Karmikort.
Let's have a quick chat as well about Vatira and the run that he has been on, because he wasn't really around in the top echelon when we got completely back, when we got to Stockholm. He was kind of like on the outskirts looking in. Since then, it would have been Winter Major Final, London Major Champion, Winter Major Champion, and if he can win this event, another Spring Major Championship. All of that within the 5 tournaments that he got an opportunity. Rise is not far off,
Yeah.
And Rise has got to do some work to deny him.
I mean, they're just by far the most consistent LAN players in the open era. I mean, Monkey Moon as well, when he's made it, he's been very consistent. It had one blip, of course, at Spring last season. This season, he's trying to have a good Spring Major to make up for that. Really, I think it's a little bit personal between Vatira and Rise. Vatira wants to get his revenge for that loss that Rise handed to him in the fall when he played for Moist. Rise, of course, wants to one-up Vatira, wants to show that joining BDS wasn't just a good idea to make the World Championship, but to win events. Rise wants to win, that's why he joined BDS. Second place, not good enough. Third place, definitely not good enough. Losing an upper final to KC, no, not on Rise's mind.
It feels so similar to Season 8, doesn't it? Where we had that Dignitas roster, it split up, we had K-Dot over on Vitality, who are still in this tournament, we had Turbo on NRG, we still had Dignitas with Violent Panda, and you get little glimpses of that in this tournament. When those rosters, those fan-favorite rosters break up, it's not, oh, it's great to see you, it's, I'm going to prove I was the reason that roster was so big.
Just the entire reason that they're playing is to prove that they weren't the problem. Not our fault we lost to Fury up.
Oh, that one still feels raw.
Yeah, they were all smiles as they came onto the stage earlier on, but serious faces when game one started.
They know they're going to beat the other player. It's like, hey, you had your chance, mate.
Nice interception there by Seiko, denying the opening goal from Karmine Corp. Vatira also stopped by Seiko. That's two great interceptions by Seiko, who's had an unbelievable return to form at the end of this season.
Yeah, so many questioning whether or not it should have been him or Extra that was moved on. To bring in Rise, while Seiko has proven that, at least when it comes to live events, he's one that can be trusted. Exotic caught himself in a little bit of a difficult situation. Now off the backboard, Monkey Moon. Oh, he's always going to hit those, and look at how close to the ceiling it gets. That's why you get Monkey Moon on your squad, because he sets all of this up. That's from one half volley.
I mean, look at this by Exotic as well. Just so composed, so calm as he takes the ball from his goal line all the way around the pitch to BDS goal. I mean, he just didn't really do anything too crazy to make it happen. We mentioned it yesterday. If there's somebody you're going to try and copy to get good results in your own Rocket League games, make it Exotic. He is one of the absolute best in the world, if not the best player in the world, at the fundamentals. Hitting the ball hard, getting good 50-50s, being in a safe position. And look at this again. It's not like he's just directly hitting the ball at BDS goal and hoping for the best. He's sniping passes, he's aiming his 50-50s. Really an underrated player, and I think he has been for his entire career.
Well, BDS have at least managed to stave off what was a poor end to the last game. Now they want to try and get a goal. In comes Monkey Moon. Vatira having none of it, but there's a demo on the goal line. Here comes Rice, delays. And Exotic goes high on the challenge. That was the correct decision. Danger goes.
And great call by Karmine Corp. If you know Rise, you know that he loves to mind game on LAN. He loves to watch his opponents flopping past in a panic. Karmine Corp kept their cool, played the ball. Rise denied the outplay.
Pop up. Monkey Moon actually be quite happy with what he's just been. Thank you, Itachi! I'll take that!
Not the assist Itachi was looking for. That's supposed to be a back pass to Vatira, who's right underneath the ball there. Had to just half flip and try and retreat. Monkey Moon, no nonsense, just puts it into the goal, safely underneath the crossbar, safely inside the post, with no chance for Vatira to catch it.
So we're going to see now whether or not the storyline continues. Can the team that concedes first fight back? It was dominant in game one. It was even more so in game two. Good catch there from Rise, but he does need some support. Monkey Moon with Seiko to aim for, and he has found him. Always try and keep an eye on those passing lanes. That's the difficult part about being a defender, is you've got to make the right decisions. Rise decisions to get it back over to Seiko. Seiko goes ceiling, Vatira's waiting, he's challenging. XD would love to keep this pressure on. They have got the quicker follow-ups. Exotic wanted the drop-down pass. That's not going to happen. Instead, Vatira delays, flips, and Monkey Moon through the smoke screen's got the ball.
It looks like Exotic's hit it the wrong way, but he's not trying to pass to the second man. He's bringing the third man into the play. 1 minute and change to go. Karmine Corp looking for the comeback. What's Monkey Moon got in mind? Oh, he wanted Vatira to jump there, but it's fine. Exotic's got the clear covered. only that, he finds Itachi, who finds Vatira, who wants to go for the ceiling double. It's briefly blocked, but here comes Exotic. Seiko again. He has stopped so many Karmine Corp attacks. One more to add to the list.
That was so chaotic, but he got it right. 1 minute left here. Off the backboard, can BDS double up? Seiko sort of mistimed his run forwards. Now it's Vatira, Exotic, the passing option. Exotic went a little bit late. Bit of a miscommunication there by KC. They are running out of time.
And Rise this time, the one who's just playing the ball on his rotation back. He doesn't leave his teammates out to dry. Just make sure to stay active in the play. He's more than active in this play. Monkey Moon taken out of the picture though. Now Exotic with a blocker in front. Looks for the pass to the back post. Monkey Moon blocks it, but it's still in front of the net. Seiko, of course, there to stop it.
Seiko didn't just win that challenge, he destroyed it. 10 seconds on the clock. Itachi, flick, he's got nobody to aim for. Off the backboard, pops up. KC can't let this ball hit the floor anymore, but it has not been their choice. BDS adds the back in a big way.
And the teams are trading shutouts. 2-0, 5-0, and now 1-0. Phenomenal stuff by BDS in that game. They answered every Karmine Corp attack. The Karmine Corp, they tried the back passes, they tried the infield passes, they tried run-ahead demos. Really just completely nullified by Rise activity in the midfield, Seiko's stellar defense, and most importantly, I think, the speed of Monkey Moon. Everybody talks about it, how quick this guy is. He's got ferocious controls with the ability to get up in the air extremely quickly. Sometimes it's better not to air roll too much. Monkey Moon knows all about that. Timeout KC, early in the match. Only down 2-1. They need a break here. They need to slow this one down, try and stop the BDS momentum, although it didn't really look like they had that much momentum. One goal, and a lot of Karmine Corp shots to after that goal as well, but KC want a moment here to talk, discuss what they can do differently.
Just get it done before you're potentially on triple match point against you.
Yeah.
Team BDS, I mean, both these teams look great. I'm terrified for whichever team has got to go on to play against them. Whoever wins this gets to the grand finals. They will have to be beaten twice in that grand final, something that I'm very close to seeing in London, as I'm just keeping an eye over in that corner.
Yeah, can you guess who that is?
Yeah. No real prizes for getting that one correct.
Trying to energize the Karmine Corp players.
I do appreciate there's a couple of like lingering ones popping up as well. I appreciate everyone trying to get involved.
Definitely in the line of sight of KC as well. You'll notice that they've positioned themselves very well on the stage to see their supporters. Some of the most passionate fans in the esport, full of passionate fans. Great balance there. Look at the technique. Phenomenal stuff. Elevated squats. I think that's a new height that we've reached.
BDS. It has been their part of the season to take over. For KC, it is about staying on top in what is a marathon. Started off so well. They were dominating Europe. It looked like it was just going to be all KC all season as they marched their way towards a world championship. But one Rise move over to this BDS squad, one Zen entering the RLCS picture, and suddenly Europe got so much more difficult for them. As we are seeing on the field, we go to the Coliseum. KC took the timeout. Let's see what they figured out. As Exotic takes the first time shot and Seiko has to be equal to it.
And Karmine Corp, like we mentioned yesterday, have some of the absolute best results after calling a timeout. So you'd expect them to do well here, but they're already in trouble. Very awkward positioning in defense, left Monkey Moon uncontested. And that is a recipe for disaster.
Exotic had an argument with the post. Unfortunately, the game's been out for years. The post is undefeated. BDS 1-0 up. Hurtling their way towards that grand finals.
Only dropping one game against Gen.G. One game against Vitality. And on track to only leaving one for Karmine Corp as well. This is ridiculous domination by BDS. Vatira time to turn in the midfield. Just strikes it first time. That will force boost to be used from BDS, even though it's not likely to end up in the back of the net. BDS have cleared it well though, and now it's their turn to attack. It's infield, stopped by Vatira, and he's still going with this one all the way himself.
Over to the wall, Itachi. Drop down challenge. Exotic can play that, but Rise still recovered. Vatira just trying to find anything, and in fact, he's got his teammate. Vatira was too far ahead of the ball. Now he breaks the opposite side of the field. Vatira tries to cut across. Seiko to himself. On the reset, top corner, and Vatira not only saves, he gets a pinch away. He's got some breathing room for his team, but for how much longer can you hold off?
Monkey Moon from point blank range. Rise forces the mistake. Itachi trying to stay with the ball, could not get back to it. Boost was at 0 there for Itachi, so as soon as he played the heavy touch, he knew his mistake would go punished. Just over a minute in, BDS are up to 2 goals ahead.
Oh, and Rise has won the challenge to make it 3!
Too easy.
Rocket League World, your overlords have returned. BDS are dominating.
Itachi again, that time he did have boost, but he did not get his car goal side of the ball. He was trying to just kill it dead and watch Rise bounce off of it, but Rise rolled with the ball there. An easy finish for him, and it's been 3 very easy goals for BDS here, as Karmine Corp struggled to defend.
It just won't go right for them. Vatira on target. Yet again, the team that has been trailing has not scored a single time. 2-0, 5-0, 1-0, now 3-0. I don't think we've got a name for that kind of sweep when it's on both sides.
Oh, big touch. Seiko again, he's just been really on point today. Anytime Karmine Corp have half a chance to create it, even just a shot and goal, Seiko's there, and again, who needs boost when you've got Seiko ready to clear the ball to the halfway line? This is really just showing the levels that Seiko has to his game. He came into the scene at the start of 2021. Oh, hold that thought. We've got a demo, we've got a goal. The assist from Exotic made this one just as easy for Vatira as all of BDS goals were.
Monkey Moon jumped, Monkey Moon hoped, and Monkey Moon was wiped off the face of the field. Time to work with here for KC. They've broken that little curse that we had on this series. Now it's left for Itachi, straight into the path of Seiko.
Again, Seiko just reading the play so well there. That was a convincing fake, and Seiko now with a crossbar pitch save. Brickwall defense, and you know, I was trying to say earlier before I was rudely interrupted by a Karmine Corp goal that Seiko started off his career as the star player on an endpoint roster where he had a breakout performance, one of the best rookie performances we've ever seen, if not the best. Since then, he's become such a utility player for BDS, showing that he doesn't need the spotlight. I think that's really what's impressed me most about these French rosters this split. No one's trying to be the guy. Oh, Rise is just crossbarred what is essentially an open net there. I mean, it was not completely open, but it may as well have been. And how much is he going to regret that?
Pops out, Itachi has got the passing option. He's gone for it, but Monkey Moon on the pre-jump. Now he breaks the opposite side of the field to try and put this game away.
That's the kind of crossbar that you want from Rise, where he's just going to beat his man, and he's got Monkey Moon there to finish it. Hat trick for Monkey Moon. Big Evan is here to play. Karmine Corp are in massive trouble. They've already called their timeout. They just called it, and they're losing 4-1. This does not happen often. Timeouts are usually a buff for most teams. Karmine Corp especially. BDS are a special roster this event.
If they're going to make anything of this, they need a goal soon. BDS, you would not expect to ever drop a 3-goal lead at this kind of level. It'll have to be forced. It'll have to be something incredible from KC. Right now, they haven't even got a hold of the ball. Vatira tries to get over to Itachi. You can see Monkey Moon just shadowing the entire way, but he has got past. End up having the defensive presence of a shadow. Exotic to the wall. That's a nice challenge. Up goes Itachi. Seiko will meet him. 40 seconds burnt off. 1 minute left on the clock. Maybe an opportunity, but just look at the layers of defensive pressure that come out from BDS. They know when to send players. They know when it's finally time to go for the big win.
And you've got Monkey Moon and Rise forcing every touch as early as possible. There's no time for Karmine Corp to really set up a point-blank range shot because Monkey Moon and Rise are pressuring the midfield so much. And then you've got Seiko putting on a spectacular third-man showing. when he's given this much time to react to the ball coming towards him, he makes the right play. He's just there every single time, completely crushing the Karmine Corp's hopes and dreams. They've definitely got the ability to win 3 in a row against BDS, but they're going to need to show us a level that we haven't seen today. Itachi was very careless early in this game, allowing BDS 2 easy goals. If they keep doing that, if they keep making these small mistakes, especially early in these games, it's going to be too much to come back from. As we do see a bit of a pre-jump there from Vatira, but they're going to need a kickoff goal here. I'm sure they're going to go for one. They need a kickoff goal, and then they also need a 0-second goal. That's going to be very difficult against BDS.
It has to be a direct kickoff goal as well, doesn't it? Because it takes about 2-3 seconds on the board.
Dead ball. It has to be a dead ball close cheat, and that's what they're going for. Itachi's right there, but Monkey Moon knows, and he does not allow the ball to stay in the middle of the pitch. Hits it on the side. Shows that BDS are really paying attention, even in these pretty much 99.9% win situations. They're playing for 100. They look like they are ready to advance to the grand final, but can they do it with a 4-1 score again?
We've talked an awful lot about the interpersonal storylines coming into this matchup. Of course, we've got Vatira, of course, we've got Rise. Let's talk about the orgs real quick, because KC must be sick of the sight of BDS. Cast our minds all the way back to Fort Worth. KC will have the claim that they were the second best team in that top 8. They met BDS in the quarterfinals, took them to Game 7. After that, BDS went on to roll Furia, obliterate G2 in the grand finals. KC will think that that could have been their time.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Nolly said it many times himself. Nolly played for KC at the World Championship last year, and he thinks that they were the team who played BDS the closest, and the scoreline would indicate that, 4-3. But not what they're looking to do today. I think BDS has started this tournament, and they've really continued that form all the way through. In the fall, Vatira and KC lost 4-1 to Rise and Moist at the time, so this is maybe a little bit of flashbacks for Vatira. Just not the series that they wanted back then. Today, not lining up to be the series they want either. Won't be over for KC. Lower bracket awaits unless they can win 3 straight.
Let's find out what KC are made of. Oh, as we get Vatira needed. Well, BDS will not let the foot off the gas. Now we break to the opposite side of the field. Not the respawn that Vatira wants to see. Not only does Monkey Moon get the ball, he's got the boost. And now BDS have got their time to try and play what they want forward.
Wow, Rise had no boost there. And look at the result he's got for his team. Just getting so much for what little he had available. Seiko and Monkey Moon quick to join the attack, but Karmine Corp off the back of Vatira's defensive double. Break free briefly. Itachi's got to be careful here. Just not wanting to leave that one in front of the goal. He gets taken out of the game for his trouble. Now it's Rise, infield to Seiko. Seiko to himself, blocked twice. Itachi now, offloading to Exotic, back to Itachi. Brilliant passing by Karmine Corp. BDS likewise.
Yeah, Exotic only had 8 boosts, so he realized he wasn't going to be able to get the power. Maybe a layoff to his teammate would. Rise now up. Strong first touch from him. Just tried to dare Exotic to come and challenge him. Seiko, poor first touch, but he's actually been helped out by Exotic, who didn't really help himself either. Now off the reset! And of course, it's Vatira again. Now the break. Great interception for Exotic. He's got one demo. He waits for the ball down. And BDS have recovered in time.
That's just great positioning by Vatira there. He knew that if he's in the goal, he has enough time to react to Seiko's flip reset and get it clear of danger. Itachi dunked on, not for the first time. I'd love to see Itachi a little bit more goal side of these 50-50s. Usually something you can guarantee when Karmine Corp are on the pitch. BDS have exploited them multiple times today, anticipating Karmine Corp's low 50 game.
Often does seem like KC are the team reacting more. BDS setting the pace. Vatira wants to go far side, double commit. In field, and even that's not going to work out. KC looking better though. Itachi scuffs the ball over the top of Monkey Moon. In goes Itachi yet again, and he's still going. They are getting multiple player commits out, but BDS recovers so well that it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, BDS are almost dry off boost though. Only Seiko has 12. Now big pad spawns for Monkey Moon. That's huge. He can challenge Exotic here. And you know, without that big pad spawning, Exotic would have been uncontested there. So perfect timing for Monkey Moon. He knew it was coming up. That's all BDS needed to break free. Vatira, point blank double. It's in!
The moment requires a special player. Vatira has always been considered one of the best in the world. He needs to be at that level for KC. And now for KC, they hope that the story continues. The team with the first goal has always gone on to win the game. Now can they add a second one? It drops nicely, but Rise recovers well, and he sets up for another save. BDS now find themselves on the ropes.
No, it's actually KC who have almost no boost. Seiko with a bit of time. It looks like he's bounced off the wrong side of Rise there. He wanted that one to go goalwards. 2 minutes to go. BDS on their first of 3 match points. Is a seemingly accidental team pinch. Gives Karmine Corp another chance to go. BDS are defending well for the most part. They're intercepting many a pass. Got to look out for Vatira's solo play potential though. Not solo playing there, Itachi is clearing the way for him. Karmine Corp again showing their play style is still what they believe in. They're not going to sit back and defend a 1-goal lead. They're going to try and add to it.
Against a team like BDS though, that could be so dangerous. One clear ball, and this might turn on its head very quickly. But for now, KC doing what they need to do. Now the break. Rise with Monkey Moon in support, looks for the bump.
Oh my.
That could have gone anywhere. 1 minute on the clock, that's a little bit better there from BDS. They have run out of time now, and it's time to now start sending the kitchen sink.
Yes, Seiko there, I think he was trying to just hit the ball straight into the ceiling. He accidentally passed it to Karmine Corp. We're waiting on the back wall. Now here comes Vatira. He stopped very early again. And it's still BDS who are fighting to take control of the midfield. They're trying to build their attack. They're trying to force Karmine Corp back, and there's the opportunity. Rise to the 50. It's deflected onto the goal line, and Exotic takes it clear.
Keep an eye on the boost totals. Vatira's the only one with anything. Still, just in case, Exotic finally up with something, and he's gone for it. Seiko pops the ball to Rise. Exotic can cut rotation. BDS got one more shot at this, but they didn't have the ball. Out to the midfield, back pass. Keep control if you're Exotic. Don't let this get any more space than it needs to be. There's the pass, there's the ball killed. And the tension rises a little bit.
And I'm very curious if BDS will call a timeout here, because I think they know if Karmine Corp can win one more, their confidence will be back, and fully back. Lots of words there from Vatira. They're still communicating well. It looks like they're very focused on the mission at hand. I've heard nothing about timeout from BDS. They're saving that one, it seems, in case we go to Game 7.
I am very curious. If we're looking way, way ahead, if we do get to Game 7, because there's the curiosity of, all right, where did the ice go? Who took the ice away from Moist? Was it Vatira? Was it Rise? Maybe. We're 5 minutes away from finding out.
Why not both? I mean, that was ridiculous as well. Itachi did really well at the closing stages of that game to just keep the ball off the goal line. We had BDS charging in from all angles to try and slam it home for the tie game. Yeah, Rise, definitely one of the most consistent players on LAN. Vatira, also one of the most consistent players on LAN. We talk about LAN ice, I think it's just consistency. Can you play like you would with no pressure, with nothing to play for, no stakes at all? Rise and Vatira produce the same play as they do online on LAN.
The crowds have chosen BDS. What are we going to get in Neo Tokyo? Rise off the challenge. Tira moves on in. It's a bit of a loose ball there, actually, but Seiko will claim it. Exotic to the far corner. It's a bit of a slow stop, but that's such a huge mistake! Oh, let it crumble like that.
Oh, Rise, he had so much boost there. He wanted to get the perfect touch. He wanted to send that all the way back into Karmine Corp's half, but when you're looking for the perfect touch on a back wall half volley, timing is essential. At that time, he went a bit too late. He did not flip in time. The ball just went straight past him, an easy mistake. Was it necessary? Could he have just taken control there, perhaps?
Vatira out to Itachi. Rise has won the challenge. He desperately wants to try and make up for that mistake. Monkey Moon infield if he needs it. He's left the ball entirely. Vatira takes over. Seiko, got a couple of bumps happening around the field. It's been a bit of a slow pace to start us off, trying to test the nerves of both teams. That one's wide, and now it's Seiko all by himself. He's got to try and buy for time as his team gets back. Into the midfield. Good win from KC. Testing BDS on the challenges. Now Exotic, over to Itachi!
Wow. A little bit of a tilt of Monkey Moon's chair. Don't worry, I'm sure he's fine, but they're definitely looking a little bit unsettled now. 2 extremely easy goals for Karmine Corp. Big mistake by Rise for the first one. BDS just let them through there. Exotic just arrived floating in their half, actually in reverse, collected the ball and just delivered it to Itachi for the tap-in. They need to make it more difficult than that. They've been making it more difficult than that.
It's over him.
Finally, BDS are
That's over him.
Oh, Vatira just got a piece of it. Monkey Moon's there. Exotic backing up Vatira there. Good call as well. No panic for Vati.
Yeah, you're gonna have to wonder if that Fennec had a little bit of a stretch option on it just to try and reach that ball. 2-0, 3.5 minutes left to play here. And Champions Field looks awfully inviting right now. Vatira back over towards Monkey Moon. Good control from Monkey Moon. He's past 2, needs a bit of support. Instead, it's Exotic getting there first. Back out. Itachi cuts rotation. Over to Exotic.
Oh!
Vatira!
Unreal! Selfless, visionary team play by Karmine Corp. They're all smiles. BDS have completely lost control of this series. Momentum swings heavily in the favor of the Winter Major defending champions.
3 minutes on the clock, and you start to consider to yourself, do BDS just want this over if it's going to keep being like this? You can make a case if BDS were the ones making mistakes and it was going against them, that yes, you can fix that. But KC are thriving in the circumstances. They were all smiles after that goal. Here's Monkey Moon. Got time. What can he do with it? 2 players are both gone, and Vatira, come as you like. 2 players tried to stop him. 2 players was not enough. Exotic now to Vati.
No way.
Still so dangerous across the face of goal. KC realize they do not need to send the third. They're in the driver's seat for game number 6.
It's just full confidence now from Karmine Corp. Itachi started that 3-man passing play. He won't get any points credit for it, but we all saw his impact. To find his teammate waiting in the corner, who then sniped Vatira in the middle. It was perfection. The perfect 3-man passing play. Just to silence any ideas that Vatira is trying to drag this team into the grand final. There's been impact plays from all 3 players. Yes, mistakes earlier on. Otherwise, they would not have ended up 3 games down to 1. Karmine Corp very much in control now.
And that's what's making this. Oh, wait a minute. Infield is Vatira. Of course, it's Vatira, just waiting on the goal line. I think that's what's made this series so captivating, Johnny, is that the range of goals we are seeing. We had that incredible passing play, but the mistakes have been incredibly prevalent as well. Such a vast range. We don't know if it's going to be the catastrophe or the brilliance. And we might find out on Champions Field which one that's going to be.
You know, we did see a very big mistake from Rise to start this game, and I think that really set the tone for BDS. They're thinking, uh-oh, this is the inevitability of Karmine Corp once again. You look across the stage, you see who you're up against. There's always that looming, almost doom, as Karmine Corp show their fighting spirit from behind. 3-1 down in a series to come back. Not the first time, but this split, they've really lacked comebacks. They have taken some beatings to the hand of BDS and Vitality. Even Hogan mode.
Oh, it's Rise. Actually, she dropped down to Monkey Moon. Well, there's one. Not much time to play with, but if any team can do it, it's the defending world champions.
Exotic trying to roll with the ball there, knew that Rise was going to take him out of the picture, so he had to make a move, but BDS have to go. They don't have any more time to hold back. Double kickoff, they're going for the big win. Seiko's following it up now. Fully intentional by BDS there, trying to go for a massive kickoff win by sending 2 players with a close cheating player. I mean, that's as all in as you can get, but when you're down by 2 goals against KC, you have to take those risks.
Exceptional there by Exotic, just getting an extra tap to take the ball away from the KC end. First one to it, Seiko. They need a play, and they need it to be very quick indeed. He went for the pinch, pops the ball up, Monkey Moon, time ticking away, and they are out of it. Champions Field, here we come.
BDS do still have their time. I imagine they're going to call it, but Karmine Corp have just taken 2 games in a row. The second one was the most convincing. Starting with a mistake from Rise. Yeah, Vatira's taking his headset off here. Timeout BDS. Yeah, nice stretch. I think you should all be taking notes there. Good to get up and stretch off the limbs, especially when you're sitting with the classic gamer posture, leaning forward, holding a controller. I think that's also just a kind of a flex on BDS there, showing how comfortable he is on the stage as we approach Game 7, with the winner advancing to the grand final.
The first goal has proven pivotal every single game so far. We've seen it run close. We've seen utter blowouts. What does Game 7 have in store? Johnny Boy, we've got 6 incredible players on this field. I'm gonna ask you to limit it down to 2. Who are we looking at when we get into these kind of situations?
I feel like in this matchup, it's almost too easy to say Rise and Vatira. It's the personal rivalry that they've got, the history as teammates, so much success together. Now, one of them will succeed at the other's demise. It's Rise, elevating BDS back to their former glory. Karmine Corp trying to do what no other team has done in the open era. Go back-to-back RLCS victories, like the great Gale Force Esports and Team Dignitas of old.
BDS are locked in. Karmine Corp are ready to go. 5 minutes in the most legendary stadium of esports. Champions Field await our warriors. And who is going to be the difference maker? Boston, are you ready for Game 7? They're ready. We're ready. BDS are ready. KC are ready. I hope you at home are ready. Let's get to it. Champions Field. Let's go.
If history's to be trusted, the winner of this should win the event. And maybe timeouts are cursed today. BDS immediately get the goal. Vatira was completely lost in the back corner there. And despite 3 Karmine Corps being just a meter away from the ball, none of them could get goal side of it. Already, BDS, I mean, did they talk about that one during the time? I wonder if that was the plan. I can't imagine that even they expected a goal to come that quickly, but they've got it.
Well, it was Vatira and Rise that saw history go against them when they were the ones that were on the wrong side, breaking the streak of teams that went onto match point and then ended up losing from that position. Now it seems like it's Vatira that's going to carry the curse.
What a pass by Seiko. Pre-flips to dust the defender, and that was all Monkey Moon needed. 2-0. BDS showing that they can come back from adversity, something they struggled with earlier in the season. And now with Rise on the roster, they're completely transformed. They're looking for a third. They've got a third.
Take out the situation. Take out the predicament. BDS don't care. They're world champions for a reason.
Monkey Moon trying to become part of that GOAT conversation. This would take him one step closer. Remember, this would also qualify BDS for the World Championship directly. It would relegate Moist to the wild card. Karmicorp have got a long time, but a lot to do.
And they've got to just get themselves mentally reset. They've got almost no time to do it, however. 4 minutes. All you get in Rocket League. And look at the way BDS are playing. The most comfortable we've seen them all day. Do they know where they're at right now? Do they think this is free play? This is supposed to be such a tense situation. We got excited. Oh my! Well, the tension's back.
Oh, it's never going to be that easy. Rise with a very greedy play there. I can't believe he just turned his car into a ramp. That is absolutely unnecessary. There's no other way to put it. He's put his car in the perfect position to deflect a 50-50 towards his goal. He's really just hoping that Karmicorp would be slow to the ball. I feel like that's foolish hope, especially at a time like this.
Oh, Exotic, he's left it. Actually sees that challenge go wide. 2 goals in 3.5 minutes. That was a lot more doable. 1 goal with just over 3 minutes left. Oh, wait a minute, it is Tira. Waits on the goal line. A little bit awkward here for Exotic, not where he wants to see the ball. Preferred for it to be a little bit close to the wall so it was easy to control, and now this team's losing all the challenges. A pinch attempt not happening, but BDS, they weren't anticipating that.
Tachi looking to center for his team. Now Exotic doing the same thing. Tachi goes straight back into the play, cutting a rotation in front of Vatira. They're just trying to create a little bit of space for Vatira there. Get him a free ball to attack. Karmicorp swarming BDS. Monkey Moon narrowly dodges a demo that would have taken him out of the game. Seiko with once again a perfect clear, just arcing close to the ceiling. Rise with a necessary block there as Karmicorp intercept once again at Origin. They're not holding back.
Well, we're in a very interesting spot now. A BDS team that don't need to attack against a KC team that will feel very little reason why they ever want to defend. Off the bump, it's over! Oh! Monkey Moon is back to the big stage!
Well, that is not the direction it actually wanted to go. He's looking to go down the line, but he accidentally curves the ball inwards, and Monkey Moon is there to send it into the open net. BDS are not turtling up here. They're going for a 5th goal, but oh, they're going to get it. The miss from Exotic leaves it wide open.
The blue wall is crumbling before our very eyes.
This is the issue. When you're in a high-pressure situation, you make a mistake on defense, it's in your net. BDS are all over them. Look how much time we've got left. They've already scored 5. Rise is going to try and get a 6th goal, but wisely plays it over the diving goalkeeper.
Well, if we thought it was bad coming out of the first minute, this is horrifying. This is horrific. This is worst-case scenario for KC. Is this gonna be another one? It's a victory lap for BDS. On their way to Brazil.
They just can't not stop them. Karmicorp's defense is being swarmed. Monkey Moon's flexing on them. 5 goal difference. Karmicorp have to produce something otherworldly to come back from a scoreline like this.
They'll be spoken about forever if KC can do this. There's one.
Okay.
4 more needed. You know, John, we come into these Champions Field matches, I'm just like, all right, 1 goal might be the difference maker. We got 8 in over 3 minutes.
The good news is that if you are a neutral fan today, if you don't really mind who wins and you're just here to watch good Rocket League, the French and the Middle East players love to play high aggro style. You're going to see goals today. Teams are not going to sit back on small leads very often. They might happen every now and then, but 8 goals in the 7th game of the upper final will give you a clue as to what to expect for the rest of today.
And if the result stays as it currently is, this could be so deflating for KC. Might be the best possible result for those 2 teams that we have still got in the lower bracket. An exhausted, deflated KC might be waiting. Especially if plays keep going like this. Monkey Moon pops it to his teammate. Exotic will shut that down. But it really just seems Like we are walking our way towards the era of BDS reopening. Rocket League, I hope you enjoyed your 8 months without them trying to win everything. Oh, they are back with a vengeance.
Oh, one more chance for KC, but well blocked by Seiko. He's had so many key blocks today. Karmine Corp are stretched so thin. They're forced to overextend, and BDS put in a 7. You can't really blame KC for that one particular goal. I think they might already be mentally psyching themselves up for a lower bracket run because this looks as good as over.
We question coming in, Johnny, who took the ice with them? I think we have an answer to that question now.
I mean, both teams had spectacular comebacks in this series. 3-1 down. Karmine Corp going into game 5. They win 2 in a row. BDS against the momentum of Karmine Corp. And really like looking like the doubt was about to set in. They settled themselves down. Oh, nicely done. What a goal by Itachi. Not a lot of celebration for that one. A little bit of a smile because he's done well there, not just to score a triple tap with a reset thrown in, but also to shrug off his team bump. I think Exotic wanted a piece of that one as well.
And if this one is done, it's also about sending a message that, hey, we'll see you guys in a couple of hours, and we'll not only beat you, we'll beat you twice in that upper bracket. BDS, what a return to form. A team that looked like they were going to give up their world championship with a whimper are now back. So many people were questioning if Extra deserved his opportunity. He ends up not having it. Instead, they brought in Rise, and they have brought the fight to Karmine Corp. The blue wall met the sledgehammer. BDS move on in the upper bracket.
Just too good. They started better, they finished better. And with an impressive game 7 to say the least, they slammed their rivals into the lower bracket. Karmine Corp will face the winner of Vitality against Rule 1 later on today. BDS will await the victors.
And now the road is set for our 2 lower bracket teams. Rule of Vitality beat the other, beat KC, beat BDS twice. That, I can consider easier ways of going about my day.
I mean, Rule 1 really do have Mission Impossible right now. They've just eliminated 1 European team to get into Championship Sunday. Now they've got Vitality, Karmine Corp, and BDS twice. That would be some run by them if they could pull off the Cinderella story. Karmine Corp are not done. That was really impressive that they were able to dig their heels into this game and show that they can come back from a deficit. But BDS as well, just too good. You saw Seiko with immaculate third-man play. Rise and Monkey Moon looking aggressive and dominant in the midfield. And when it came to it, they were the team who were willing to throw everything at their opponents to take the Game 7 victory.
I want to give a shout to this crowd as well, by the way. So many were wondering if this was going to be loud. You guys were fantastic during that. And you've got a day of brilliant Rocket League ahead of you. KC will have time to talk about this, but they've only got about over an hour before they find out who they will be playing in that lower bracket.
It was just a bit too hesitant in defense by Karmine Corp in this game. Beat into the ball for the second goal. Missed on the challenge for the first goal. Exotic again dunked on the goal line. You can't start a series like that and hope to come back. Can't start a game like that and hope to come back against BDS easily. Both teams had small mistakes, mostly forced ones. BDS come out victorious.
So our day starts off with Champions Field. What a great way to start it. Got a whole host of amazing Rocket League coming your way, and Subi is with Seiko.
It is official, Boston. The defending world champs are back, and in more ways than one. They qualify for Worlds. It was a long road, but I want a live reaction from Seiko on what it's like to make World Championships yet again.
Alors, c'est officiel. Team BDS sont de retour de plusieurs des manières et vous allez réussir à vous qualifier ici pour les Worlds. Quelle a été ta réaction quand vous avez réussi à vous qualifier pour Düsseldorf?
En fait, pour nous, on savait que ce match-là, c'était un peu un match décisif parce que si on le perdait, en fait, il fallait qu'on fasse top 2 pour être au main event des Worlds. Et du coup, on était super contents de le jouer Et de gagner, c'est encore mieux, comme ça on va directement au main event et voilà.
So I mean, we were really happy, to be able to qualify for Worlds here. We were able to do that on the first day, and so I mean, we are really, really happy and glad to do that here.
Again, congratulations, Seiko and Team BDS. But I've always wondered, and I've got to ask, what is preparation like for a championship Sunday? Take me through last night, this morning, all the way to coming up on this stage.
Alors, qu'est-ce que ça fait de se préparer pour un dimanche de finale? Comment est-ce que ça s'est passé pour vous, de la préparation hier soir, ce matin, jusqu'au moment où vous êtes monté sur scène?
Bon, moi, ce matin, je me suis juste levé tranquille et je pense en fait, faut juste pas se mettre de pression. Et pour moi, tous les dimanches, toutes les équipes peuvent gagner. Faut juste être la meilleure sur le jour et c'est pareil partout pour les Worlds, tout ça, c'est exactement pareil, je pense.
So like it doesn't matter if it's championship Sunday or not. We are really preparing the same way each and every game, and so I think it's a bit the same for every single team here. So it doesn't matter if it's championship Sunday or not.
Gosh, that is a scary thing if you're preparing every single match like it's a championship match. But we all know that Rocket League is a game that you have to play mistake-free. Are those mistakes amplified against a team like Carmine Corp?
On sait que Rocket League, c'est un jeu où on ne doit absolument pas faire de fautes. Et est-ce que tu trouves que finalement, jouer contre Carmine Corp, ces fautes, elles sont encore plus punies ou pas?
Ouais, bah, je pense que ça s'est vu sur les games où on gagnait 3-1, ils sont remontés à 3-3. Je pense qu'on s'est un peu mis la pression de gagner et tout ça. Et je pense qu'on a su bien se rattraper en game 7. Et ouais, forcément, quand tu joues une bonne équipe, tu te fais punir plus rapidement si tu fais des erreurs.
So yeah, I mean, to play against a really good team, of course, the mistakes are going to be amplified. And also, because we were like up 3-1, we had a lot of pressure on our shoulder. And I think we were a bit scared to win. And so that's the reason why they came back. But I mean, yeah, to play against a really good team, your mistakes are going to be punished.
Now I've got to ask, Seiko, what about this Team BDS makes your team a fan favorite all the way here in North America?
Qu'est-ce que ça fait du coup pour toi que Team BDS, vous avez réussi à battre tous les favoris et d'être ici finalement en finale? Qu'est-ce que ça fait d'être ici, être en finale et d'avoir battu tous les favoris du tournoi?
Je sais pas, je pense que ça peut être En fait, faut juste pas prendre la pression du public, je pense. Comme au World, nous, on n'avait pas le public, je pense que peut-être ça nous a aidés finalement, parce qu'on voulait leur faire fermer des bouches. Et peut-être qu'avoir le public, faut juste pas prendre la pression. Et je pense que si t'as le public ou non, juste faut jouer son jeu et être confiant.
So yeah, so I think it's helped us to not be the favorite here. But I mean, to win against every single team, yes, we felt that we had less pressure. And so, I mean, I think it's helped us to not be favorite here. And now we are more than ready.
Now, Seiko and Team BDS have officially pushed their ticket into the grand finals. Again, congratulations. But we're not done. We have Vitality and Rule 1 waiting in the bullpen.
Vitality versus Rule 1 will be the next match we play here in Boston, but my goodness, Rise versus Vatira, it had to go to Game 7.
It did, but Rise, I didn't think this was Rise's best series. He made a couple mistakes. To me, he played well enough to help the team get this key victory, but I thought Monkey Moon was my favorite out there. However, Seiko had some big passes in those first 2 goals in Game 7. He was working those corners. He got demoed on one of the plays, but still got the pass through. And this is the start of it. This was just a miraculous game from Seiko and BDS.
It's the performance. Game 7, everything on the line. To go and score 6, 7, whatever they scored in that game. I mean, that's a statement. It's a statement to whoever comes out of that lower bracket, get ready.
You saw Monkey Moon, his 2 teammates at 0 seconds had stood up and were hugging each other. He's like, no, I'm scoring.
He was trying to score another one. Yeah, I love it. I love
in.
that mental. I'm excited. I mean, that's best team here.
Bates, we met Rise and Vatira on Moist, then formerly Queso. They were known for their clutch factor. I'm starting to wonder if it's just Rise. He is now 3-0 with BDS in Game 7.
3-0 so far?
Has not lost one this season.
I mean, he's great. He's great. He always proves it. And I think Vati, he's got a kryptonite. His kryptonite is Rise. He can't beat him on the land stage. Played against them in Rotterdam, couldn't best them. Played them here, couldn't best them again. BDS, they move on. They're playing absolutely phenomenal.
And now this is 4 out of the 5 majors that Rise has been to. He has gone to the grand finals. And now Team BDS will have that extra life making it through the uppers. So they are now the wide and clear favorites to win it all here in Boston.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, coming into this, I feel like they were Vitality was the favorite, but BDS in my mind was right behind them.
I mean, I thought it was KC was right behind them. You know, you've got Vitality, Karmine Corp, who had just won the last major, Vitality destroying everyone, but now it's Team BDS on top. Europe is just that good.
It seems as if a very, very big French Big Three it's inevitable at this point. I mean, you have Rise, of course, but, you know.
We're going to have to figure out how to say that in French.
I don't know.
I mean, so to ask, I'm sure that's how they would say it. A question I did not think I was going to be asking: what does Vitality need to do to win to get their perfect split now? Now that BDS has all the momentum,
beat Rule 1. That's the first step. They gotta beat Rule 1, and then after that, then they gotta go up against Carmine, who, honestly, BDS, they had the harder road the whole entire tournament. Carmine had a little bit of an easier road, and then I think even in this series, BDS, they started off hot. K-Corp, it took a little while to get into it. And then Game 7 came down to kickoffs once again. Kickoffs determined it. 2 quick goals right after kickoff. It's hard to come back when you concede 2 like that.
And talk about a difficult run. You're right. Team BDS has already beaten everyone that is left at this point. They took down Rule 1 back in the quarterfinals, Vitality in the semis, and now Karmine Corp in the upper. They have had to run the gauntlet, but they have done it with class.
They beat off.
So this right now, this is Team BDS tournament to win.
I mean, we don't usually talk about upper bracket runs because they're so much shorter, but they beat all the teams that are still here, and they're going to continue to go, folks. We're excited to see what team ends up there.
I mean, you know, you say they've beaten all the teams left, and their first round, BDS, Gen G, are major champions in fall. I mean, you can't get a stronger run than that, and to have 2 lives in a best of 7 with this crowd somewhat behind you with no NA teams left, I don't see a world where, you know, they don't do it.
Suddenly the tables turn. BDS has everything to lose. It's their tournament. If they can just hold on, folks, you'll see them now. Finally, one of our teams through to the grand finals. BDS waits for the resolution of the lower bracket. Vitality versus Rule 1, though, going to be our next match, Bates.
Yeah, Rule 1 finally going up against a team that's a little bit more structured. Later, you were talking about it over on First Touch earlier today. Vitality, one of the best teams in the game. They're going to be more composed. It's going to be interesting to see how Rule 1 style goes up against this European giant.
We've doubted them in every match, and they have proven us wrong every single time, folks. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the underdogs of the tournament take to the stage, taking on the hottest team in the game. Can they do it? Boston, we're about to find out.
Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist, 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. Rotation back. Forced it. It won another. Rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo. Gets the ball. He's now taking steps inside the field. On the reset. Can he have that?
team to keep an eye on for the rest of the major is Karmine Corp, the Blue Wall, your reigning major champions. I want to see if they can avoid the complacency that so many other teams before them have felt after winning an RLCS LAN. I want to see if K-Corp can go back-to-back, winning the Boston Major and taking all that momentum into the World Championship. They got the best player in the world, the hungriest player in the world, Vatira, determined not to fall short this time around. And with Exotic and Itachi by his side, they looked unstoppable in San Diego, they look unstoppable here in Boston, and they're gonna be unstoppable at Worlds in August.
Bates, this is going to be a great major. North America, only North American casters.
Yeah, I mean, you saw what happened in San Diego. We didn't need him there. I'm not trying to hear about Zen the whole entire weekend.
Zen this, Zen that, Zen maybe breakfast. We know it's coming, but no, we don't need to hear that.
Best of the game, never lost, 7 for 7 in tournament.
You gotta be kidding me.
He is so good. No. He's perfect.
I've seen Daniel do this.
Oh, listen to this guy in North America. Wow.
I've seen it take a toll and be harmful. I've seen what it can do when I got both of my arms full, but still continue to pile more on my back though. I learned at a young age, if you want to do something impactful, then you gotta be willing to sacrifice and really go after it with everything that you have, cause if you don't, it ain't never gonna happen. Listen, gotta prevail, gotta excel. Think I hit my peak? No, I just started climbing the hill. Kill or be killed. Well, if that's the way that you fail, I hope you Conversations with the Lord should be every day. Reconnecting with my core, get my head on straight. Praying on my downfall, let him pray. Resume, check the resume. Set the pace, I don't hesitate. Yeah, just get it done, let me demonstrate. Demonstrate, demonstrate. Let it soak in, let it resonate. Blood, sweat, and tears on the 808s. See him praying on my downfall. Let him pray. Let him pray. See him praying on my downfall. Hey, let him pray. Yeah, let him pray. Let him pray. Hey, see him praying on my downfall. Let him pray. Sentimental, influential. Every step I've ever taken in the wrong direction helped me get to where I am today and led to monumental moments in my life that I would not have got to experience if I'd have let the mistakes that I made rob me of my full potential. Life will test you, don't forget to remember the fundamentals. Woo! I gotta get back to those. Be surprised what you find when you climb out your comfort zone. I get uncomfortable when I get too comfortable. You corner me and that's all she wrote. I'm in a headspace I ain't never been before. You don't bring nothing to my life, then I exit yours. Let's get right to it, yeah, I ain't with the back and forth. You either with me or against me, an easy choice. The momentum building, I can feel it. My resilience, cannot hide it, can't conceal it. Made me suffer some, but also made me brilliant. Pass my brilliance down and teach my children. Life is precious, life is treacherous, life is filled with dead end roads. Keep on pushing, keep on healing. See you praying, all my downfall gone. Keep on praying, God ain't listening to you. Resume, check the resume. Set the pace, I don't hesitate. Yeah, just get it done, let me demonstrate. Demonstrate, demonstrate. Let it soak in, let it resonate. Blood, sweat, and tears on the 808s. See him praying on my downfall. Let him pray. Yeah, let him pray. Woo. See him praying on my downfall. Hey, let him pray. Woo. Let him pray. Yeah, let him pray. Hey, see him praying on my downfall. Let him pray.
Let 'em Pray, the official Rocket League Esports Spring Major Anthem by NF, is now available in the featured shop. Also grab the Hope by NF player anthem from the featured shop. Rule 1 taking on Vitality. The big versus the small. Can they do it, folks? Can Vitality stay strong after the small stumble they had yesterday that dropped them to the lower bracket? Welcome back to Boston. It's Championship Sunday. We got 3 more matches to play before the day is out. We're joined by a special guest. Mo, before we talk about the teams, how has this been for you, man? They're in the top 4.
Emotionally, it was really stressful. Actually, watching the boys play, of course, I have faith in them to perform, but you have to always watch it match by match. I'm psyched to be here. It's amazing to watch such a newbie team performing in front of such a great crowd here in the biggest stage for RLCS. So it's the highest of honors and the highest of proud, yeah.
Oh, we're so happy to have him here. I mean, Bates, the crowd has been rallying around Rule 1. America loves their underdog stories.
They do.
And they are making that story true right now.
We sure do. In Rule 1, they've defied all the odds. First ever land, already in the top 4 of RLCS land. That's incredible. There's so many players, so many teams that have been playing for ages and have never made it this far, and they've done it in their first. And it's incredible to see.
They're first, folks. Take a look at the bracket. Take a look at that Rule 1 team starting up there in upper round 1 against Crew. They take the win there, and then they lose to the team that is in the grand finals, BDS, but they have not looked back since, taking down Power, Complexity, Moist, and now they are up against Vitality. This is their biggest challenge yet.
Oh, it certainly is their biggest challenge yet, but they have been overcoming hurdle after hurdle, and they really even broke the heart of NA fans out there, specifically version 1 fans who, you know, most people that you talk to did not expect Rule 1 to be able to overcome these challenges that they faced. Complexity was looking so good. They had almost taken down this Vitality squad that Rule 1 is now facing, and Rule 1 still managed to get past Vitality. Moist, we thought Europe, you know, everyone's talking about how good Europe is. Yeah. Surely this is where Mina's journey and Rule 1's journey ends, but no. Despite all these monsters, you have this knight of Mina who is armored to the teeth, and they're slaying beast after beast.
Exactly, and they're still hungry, to be honest. You talk to them, you see the confidence. They did not come here to leave without having their battle in the grand finals. So I'm excited to see them going against Vitality.
You were telling me that yesterday, before their match, they had restocked their fridge in their practice room because we're going to be here tomorrow.
Oh, we're going to stay for long.
They were that confident in themselves. I mean, it stood out to me, I remember, in the little interview video we did with them at the very beginning of the tournament. They said, this is our first event, so we need to win. Which teams, just, when it's their first event, they're like, we just want to have a good showing. Like, top 4 would be amazing, right? And they're like, no, we have a standard, and that's grand finals.
Exactly, and the thing is here, Rule 1 is making an example that Mina is not just one team. They are, of course, the beacon Falcon rules for them. It's the motivation. They made it to the 2nd place, and they want to beat that record. They want to make it to the grand final and taking the trophy back home. So let's see if they can do it.
We'll see. But man, how do you? Let's talk about Vitality for a second here, mate. It's like, what do you think about this team? We watched them against BDS yesterday. It was abysmal, and then they dropped to the lower bracket against Gen G, and we're like, oh, they're back. They're great. Are they back? Was it just which one was the fluke here?
Are you working?
I'm working. I'm thinking.
The cogs are turning.
My cogs are turning. Which one was the fluke? I guess them playing that bad against BDS was the fluke. I guess BDS been playing really great, so it's interesting to see. I wouldn't call either of them a fluke necessarily. I think them playing Gen G, they were confident, and I believe they felt as if they were the better team. On paper, they are the better team, and Gen G really needed that game, number 1. I think a lot of people were expecting Gen G to come out, hit him with the World Championship level punch, knock him out a little bit, stumble him, and then game 2 on, Gen G would at least be 1 game up with the crowd behind them. Vitality, they snuffed that up, snuffed that flame out, and then Gen G, they couldn't recover. So I think Vitality's been good.
Wildly, though, you think about these two teams and their run. Sure, Rule 1's had more matches to do this, but I would say Rule 1's been the more consistent team, James.
Well, you know, yes and no. They've been consistent since that Game 3 Power Series where they had to reverse sweep. Before that, they were a little shaky. Yeah, they didn't look comfortable.
They were really shaky.
They didn't look comfortable at all.
And there's a reason for it. It's their first RLCS major. They're playing basically in a new environment for them. And when you put them against the ropes, they came out swinging, and they beat big names in the scene. So I would say they are as comfortable as goes right now. They are against the ropes. They have their back support, and they will definitely do some damage for Vitality.
And talk about swinging. We've seen Clears land punch after punch after punch. Rawas as well. You know, most people were expecting Rawas just because of him being in the spotlight with all of his 1v1 presence there. And also ending Zen's 1v1 spree. If you remember the show match spree, that was Rawas that ended it. So how fitting would it be if they match up here at the RLCS Spring Major in Boston and Rawas ends their streak here? Wow.
This is the biggest. I mean, this is the biggest, definitely. A lot of people are doubting Rule 1 making it to the grand final. I would say if they take down Vitality, everything is possible. Everything is on the table for all the fans.
I'm so excited to see. If they manage to win this, the way the fan votes are going to be for the next few matches is just going to be wild because no one's going to know what's going on, folks. Let's get the players on the stage. It's time for Rule 1 on one side, Vitality with Zen, the powerhouse on the other. There is a clear favorite if you look at it on paper, but we don't play Rocket League on paper, folks. It's time for the underdogs, the David versus Goliath. What you know about?
Je pense que c'est nous parce qu'on est juste meilleurs. احنا جهزنا كثير عشان نفوز هذه المباراة. Rien nous craint, on va te battre toi et ton équipe aussi. كل اللي قبلكم تكلموا بس ما في فعل في الميدان. Je pense qu'on est meilleur offensivement contre vous parce qu'on a juste beaucoup plus de mécanique que vous. هجومكم ما راح يأثر على دفاعنا وهجومنا راح يكسح فريقكم. Je suis vraiment pas sûr de ça. Wait and see.
Introducing first, the Rule Breakers, the Risk Takers, representing and carrying MENA, it's Rule 1!
Everyone has thought that none of them have been effective, is what he said. And there's nothing you can say to us right now that will shake our confidence.
It's just talking. Exactly. Everything that happened so far from the rest of the teams is just talking, and nothing on the field. Rule 1 been the team with the confidence to do the least mistakes in each of the matches they had. And every time they made a mistake in a round, they come back in the next and then just like redeem it. So I would say that team, the confidence is the key for them to stay consistent.
And you talk about confidence, that response, wait and see.
Yep.
Wait and see. And they have been showing us
exactly
over and over. And it's fitting that their name is Rule 1 because on the field, they are enforcers. The air dribble bumps, air dribble demos, their offense truly will bulldoze you.
The defensive stalwart right here. He's made a name for himself in the 1v1 scene. Y'all talked about a Zen versus Moraz. When Moraz beat him, he said, GG Zen, but I'm not like the other ones. And his defense speaks for itself.
Certainly does. Man, you mentioned they've made the fewest mistakes.
Yep.
That might be all that it takes to take down the other side of things here.
And their opponent, featuring the new face of Rocket League's Youth Revolution, please welcome Team Vitality!
It is clear who the fan favorites are as Vitality takes their seat up against Rule 1. Zen, the player we've all been waiting for to see how he responds to the pressure of LAN in Europe. Vitality were unstoppable, achieving history with their 3 straight regional wins. But the major is what this journey has built towards.
This major is what the journey has built towards. They're trying to win all 3 regionals, trying to become a major champion. And Alpha 54, he means business. Going up against Gen G, his stats speak for themselves. 564 points per game, 1.75 goals per game, 1.25 assists per game. Alpha 54 stepped up. The captain, there's a reason he's in the middle. We've been seeing that theme lately. The person who sits in the middle usually has been falling. And they're gonna need something great out of that young man right there in order to beat them boys from MENA, because they won't go down without a dogfight.
This is a battle of 2 3-headed dragons, though. Both sides, every player can do it all. And Rado here, he has had a day. He has had a tournament, and he's looking to add to it.
Well, he absolutely has had a tournament. One day, at one moment, he can't hit the net. The next moment, he's in double touches. You don't know what you're going to get out of him. You might even get a couple own goals from him this series. I know Mina, I know Mo over there would love that. So it's going to be interesting to see how Rado plays. We were a little hard on him on the dash yesterday, but there's a new day. He balled out against Genji. He needs to continue that level of performance up against Rule 1.
Man, you're talking titles, competition, being involved in so many lands, and still they are gonna they're gonna fall against Rule 1. That's for sure.
Man.
You are having the newbies. They're writing history basically here. They're writing their own story.
It couldn't be more dramatic. I mean, we got to see online the face-off between 2 of the major representatives of these regions, but really the world comes together at these majors. Metaphorically, physically, we are all here. All the eyes around the world are watching, Rocket League fans watching to see how this story unfolds. Rule 1, as confident as you are, Mo, they are the underdogs here.
I don't know, man. I don't really know if they're underdogs.
You don't think so?
I think like Vitality is the favorite, but when we say underdog, it's like you're saying like a 70-30 rule.
The reason they're the underdog is because you can't dispute that Europe is the most stacked region. It is the most competitive region. Vitality dominated. They dominated. There was no one who could knock them off.
I mean, 8 months. That's their history in the pro scene and Rocket League Esports. 8 months. That's what you see on the sticker. The rest of them, everybody have like years and years of
experiencing in the scene. And still, you have 8 months of an experience they're crushing on the stage. And that comes because of their dreams. I saw them in Rotterdam when they were like with the fans. You see it in their eyes. They are hungry to actually attack on that stage in a play, and now they have the chance that they are not going to win.
I mean, what's crazy, we've been talking about like Zen the whole time, like how's he going to handle it LAN? How's he going to handle it on the main stage? How's he going to handle it in front of a crowd? We kept raising and pushing the bar a little bit further. Rule 1 had to go up there with 3 LAN rookies and do it match number 1. They didn't know what this crowd was going to be like. They didn't know the noise they were to make for Complexity, and they still took Complexity down. It's not an underdog as much as it is a giant versus a David here. This is it's an even match, but it feels like there's different powers on both sides.
And the thing, I doubted Rule 1. I doubted him. I'll be honest. I mean, we were even talking about it before the Complexity series. I said
I am biased here, so it's okay.
90-10 were my odds that Complexity was going to win over Rule 1. But Rule 1, they have converted me. They have convinced me that they are the real deal. And, they have been armored to the teeth. There is no apparent weakness on this Rule 1 defensive team. There will be times where they're stacked right on top of each other, but I don't know if it's that telepathic communication between the twins. Somehow Boston's tapped into that, but they don't really double commit. Even if they stack up, the defense is amazing.
Oh, look at that, Bates. There's only 3 matches left for Gibbs to catch up.
I know, he's not catching up.
I'm pretty confident he told me beforehand he's picking Vitality on this one, folks. So we'll see how that goes. Hashtag Rule 1, hashtag VIT, hashtag R1 there if you're voting for Rule 1 on this. And we're just going to go down the line. Mo, I'm going to start with you. I know where it's going to go, but say your piece, man.
Rule 1 all the way to the world champion, man.
All the way to the world
to the world champion.
I love it. Boston believes in him too. James.
Like I said, Vitality, they're the best in Europe. It's the most competitive region. They're the clear favorite. But Rule 1, they won me over. They took down Complexity. They crushed Moist. I think that streak continues here. They are taking Vitality down.
Bates.
I feel like a hater. Man, I don't like the feeling of this, but I just got to keep it real. I had Rule 1 finishing top 4 in my bracket, but unfortunately, the run ends here. They're going up against Vitality. I do think that Vitality is a little bit better than them. I think the structure's got to come out. I think it goes 7, but I got Vitality winning.
Bates, I got to roll with you. I think Vitality is too strong to make Rule 1 the favorites up here. They have the power. We saw them stumble against BDS yesterday, but they bounced back against a rallying, crowd-supported Gen G and managed to finish them off in 4 games.
Sure did.
But Rule 1, they're the favorites in chat. Everyone wants to see it happen. They're the favorites in the arena as well, folks. Let's get to the stage for the match. The world is full of Cinderella stories, and Rocket League has their fair share. Oh man, but this is David versus Goliath, with implications that would rock our world. The mysterious challengers. Rule 1 is more confident than ever, but Goliath looms tall to block out the sun. Every battle tougher than the last. Neither team can afford to lose here. Rule 1 versus Vitality for top 3.
Look around you, Rule 1. Feast your eyes, Vitality. You own Aganis Arena. Now show us why you wear your colors at the pit stop between Dynasty and Destiny. One lap closer to a date with the championship trophy. We're underway.
We've witnessed soaring highs and plunging lows from both sides of this pitch space, man. I mean, Vitality experiencing their first upper bracket loss, all split long in their spar against BDS. And Kaliers, hello, welcome to the game. Starting us out hot. And speaking about BDS, Rule 1 have also gotten a taste of defeat. They're the ones who knocked Rule 1 all the way into the lower bracket earlier on in this tournament. And now they've both risen from defeat and forged their way forward to face off in this lower bracket semifinal.
It's going to take all the might of David to slow this Goliath in Vitality. 3-time regional champions in Europe, the best team in their own spot. But Rule 1 have something special cooking, and Roas leads in on a self-serve before Vitality get back out to the midfield.
And this is already a counter-attack game. Zen, this ball was back and forth. You said yesterday, Spaceman, coast to coast, and it happens once more.
Small counterattacks from Vitality that happen so quickly. They blossom out of nowhere. This team's known for it. They continue it. The story lives on, and the players thrive off of it. Such little time killed in game 1. A best of 7's a marathon.
Austin.
And in front of the box, here comes Austin, pulling his way forward, but Zen denies for the first goal.
No, it's such an awkward situation for Alpha 54 to recover. I'm not sure why he hit the brakes. Clearly knew something I didn't, as it did work out. Mawson, another shot, fires away, saved, and Roas is going to take the boost. All the pressure mounting for Rule 1 as they're hungry to neutralize.
Rule 1 love playing low net, hitting it right up the gut, getting physical. And of course, Mawson, so good yesterday, continues here.
And you can tell why they're the Boston fan favorites. Vitality knocked down North America out of the tournament, and everybody is jumping on the bandwagon of Rule 1. They want to see this team eliminate the villains of North America. They do neutralize, leaving the fake from the corner. Radosin has to get the save. Ball popped up. It's floating. Another critical touch from Radosin.
This was the litmus test early on, trying to keep Vitality at bay, and you respond with a quick goal on the opposite end. Nicely done by Rule 1. With that midfield pressure from Alpha 54, being the catalyst for the offense, allows them to find space on the side wall. When Vitality starts to push up, they can burn you down quickly. You give them an inch, and they'll take a mile.
And obviously, you have to talk about the 1v1 ability of Zen. This man with space can do almost anything, but it's the same for Roas. I mean, he's the player who's beaten Zen in the past 2 1v1 matchups, and he is the nemesis of Zen specifically. How fitting, like James Bott said, that he would be the one to take down Vitality, but is it even possible? Farah, in the interview, he mentioned nobody can take down Vitality if they're in peak form, and Radosin wants to show that by faking it and leaving it for another striker.
Rule 1's defense has been so good this weekend, potent as ever, just like their offense. Leaning into those fundamentals, it's going to have to be the same in this series as well. Knowing how long a best of 7 can be, they've done a nice job shutting down Radosin in the offensive third, and that 50 will just be a little bit wide, but the counterattack starts for Vitality.
This is such an explosive game, Spaceman. This is everything that I've wanted and would want out of this series. Huge clears down the other side. Not one team finding most of the possession. Quick shots in succession needed in order to break down the defense. Here it is, popped up into the midfield. Radosin, potentially a flip reset, can keep following and looking for the double. No possession granted, and back down the other end we go.
Mawson had to track all the way through the midfield. Roas was low on boost, so he fell back to make sure the island was secure. Vitality playing it one at a time. Zen ready for the connection, but quick cut down. Roas now moving into the lane. The number's still up. Rule 1, have an opportunity into the air, burning it all, looking for the final touch. Mawson on target, saved away by Zen.
It was on target, but not the most accurate. A little bit of space to the left side of the goalkeeper. But just seeing Rule 1 hit a couple of shots in a nice sweet sequence is going to give a lot of confidence to those watching at home, wanting to see Rule 1 take down Vitality.
And Vitality aren't getting a lot of rebounds off the backboard. It's keeping Radosin Alpha at bay. Zen's going to try to work through those counterattacks, but nicely done by Rule 1, keeping the ball in front of them and keeping Vitality on their back toes. Alpha with a huge 50 at the midfield. You'll rely on Kaliers to clear this one way, but it's a missed touch, and Vitality should be able to capitalize. All 3 commit, still alive. Vitality start their press.
And that just shows the amount of respect you have to give the striker from Vitality. Zen wants something off the backboard. A weird bounce, corner shot, missed. Another one letting it fly. And Rule 1 stands tall, but they're still under pressure.
The door is still locked. It's going to take a barrage of shots from Vitality to open it up.
On target.
Great touch from the elbow, down to the ground, and now it's up to Kaliers.
We've already seen 11 shots from Team Vitality, 17 shots from Rule 1. An absolute shootout here in Game 1.
52% of the possession to Rule 1. It hasn't really felt like it in the past 30 or so. Under 20 to play here in Game 1. Kaliers to the backboard where Radosin reads it in time, and Alpha looks for the pass. Here goes Vitality, making their move, their march, but the cavalry is in for Rule 1, clearing it back out, and now a chance. Roas fighting for possession. underneath. Radosin looking for the clear, and Zen gives it towards his teammate. Here we go. Radosin in the midfield. You need the defense to stand up, and they do. Into OT for game one.
Roas, huge demo. If that pass outlet was there, who knows what the offender would have done. Roas, though, this is looking good off the backboard. Read well by Zen. Back and forth between orange and blue.
Both teams reading each other so quickly. Radosin going to play it high off the backboard. This will be a clear out to the midfield. Clears will begin to track. Into the back lane, through the corners, the pressure continues, but Rule 1 always have a number up. Ready and waiting for the touch from Vitality. And yet again, they'll get back out to midfield.
Good demo from Clears. 2 players out of Vitality, bunched up. Concerned a bit for the spacing, but look at all this time wasted from Zen, and he gets the follow-up. This is exactly what Vitality want. Hoping to force out a mistake from Rule 1, but good composure and stoicism out of them. Another good situation. Roas is hunting for a demo. So is Clears behind the ball. That's the classic play out of Rule 1, the mid-air demos.
They want that physicality to lead way to this win here in game one. And what a way to do it. 1 minute gone. Vitality still have numbers up. Working through the back line, it's Roas. The 50 won't connect. One demo leads way. Power play, downfield, slow touch. Radosin stares directly at Rule 1 and closes it out.
With how fast-paced this match was, of course it's gonna be a slow roller that goes in. Clears, early dodge, diving across the net, hoping to get a touch, but that ball with no pace behind it is enough to slip in.
I mean, defensive jabs left and right from Rule 1 Vitality, so back and forth early on, and it shows in the stats.
19 shots for Rule 1, 16 shots for Vitality. This is going to be a ridiculous series if it keeps up.
You don't often see 35 shots in the start of a best-of-7 at this stage of a tournament with this much pressure. I think that says a lot about Rule 1.
The stats, I could go on and on, Spaceman. We barely get to see this type of offense and defense both in a match. This is truly one of the most delicious, I'd say, entrees you could get in Rocket League. I mean, you're getting everything right now. The sides, the french fries, it's all perfect.
I wonder what the main course is going to look like for this series. If that's how game one was.
Is it going to be an OT?
I hope so. We better be getting to game 7 out of these two teams, how they've been playing this weekend. But my goodness, Vitality trying to make the run, continue to cement their legacy that they've had very quickly. Welcome back. That's me, that's him. And my goodness, our Rule 1 on a roll, even in a close game 1, they still look like they have so much to give.
They are on a roll, but at the end of the day, you felt the edge shift to Vitality, the quality of shots as the game progressed. I felt like we were shifting more and more, like I said, to possession on the orange side. They were starting to get comfortable. Rule 1 looked for those demo plays, but Vitality have done their homework. They've done their research. They know what they're up against, and it's not going to be as simple as a mid-air demo. You've got to do more. Let's see if game 2 changes.
Off the opening kickoff. Begin the proceedings with a Vitality possession. Ball stuck in traffic for the moment. Eventually it will jet out. Mawson on the slow, and he'll play through the corner. Rule 1 trying to continue that pressure they've had upfield into the orange half. But here comes Zen, and it's going to take a diving save from Rule 1 to keep it out.
And we're not seeing the same level of panic out of Vitality. Their defense has been spaced out. They already caused a double commit. And Alpha 54 will get the first one again for Vitality.
It's one thing to keep Alpha at bay. It's another to have to worry about Radosin at midfield. That immediate challenge up to set up Zen. This team is a full 3-headed Hydra every single possession.
And how about Radosin, man? There were so many fingers pointed at him after they got obliterated by BDS. People asking for his head. I mean, thinking he's the issue, he's the problem. After just one series, and for him to shoulder all of that blame and come out truly firing, it feels like he's fine-tuned his engines and he's prepared. And I'm just impressed with that recovery. Vitality want to extend this lead now, make it 2-0.
Vitality getting so much more comfortable on the other side, winning a lot of those 50s to keep Alpha pushed up and allow for the rebounds set out on the center. Slow on the approach, Clears. But the clear from Vitality for the moment. They can breathe for how long, though? That's the question.
It does look like the midfield boost has been in favor of Rule 1. That's going to bode well as they're trying to mount some form of possession. 2 players in the same spot out of Vitality, which means there's more space. Clears wants to fire the cannon, but can't get behind the ball. Zen, easy carry out. and nothing to be tested on the defense of Vitality.
I mean, Rule 1 can't even break out. They're constantly worrying about these extra challenges at midfield. The steals, the interceptions from Vitality have made it absolutely chaotic. And that's what you want if you're a Vitality fan. For Rule 1, the defense has been pretty good so far in this series, but they need a counterattack to slow the bleeding, and the double tap from Zen just makes it even more difficult.
Doesn't even need the setup, Spaceman. Alpha 54, good 50-50 challenge. Roas came in and out of the net, but of course not gonna get a touch. If it's Zen behind the ball, man, I don't think you're gonna find anything you're looking for. 2-0 Vitality.
Well, physicality from Rule 1, one of the staples has gotten towards this point in this tournament. Needs to start showing up. Off-ball offense is huge.
Oh, look at the dribble.
Roas and Mawson known for it. So Roas in the center box, beautifully played, and there's the goal.
Maybe it's a grounded approach needed. This is from one half of the Twins. Roas behind the ball, flips past one, and gets it between and threads the needle.
Vitality just had to sit and wait. They knew the pass was coming, but Rule 1 played it better. There's the response you're looking for. Looking for the equalizer now off the kickoff, off the crossbar, it bangs. And back out to Alpha on the transition.
There's the 1v1 plays. I think Zen's getting flashbacks. A little bit traumatized with this game. Do not give that man any space. On the ball, on the ground. Control unmatched. As Zen wins another 50-50. We're still within one. About half the game to go, Spaceman.
And Ross does a nice job cutting that one down. It shuts down the push from Vitality. You try to play the 2-on-1 down the other side, but here comes Zen. So easy on that open space. More numbers fly forward, crash into the box. And a slow approach on the back line. Rule 1 trying to slow the pace down.
It just feels like they have to organize a little bit more on defense. Not seeing the best spacing. Two players from Rule 1 consistently stepping over each other. Not sure who's going for the ball at certain times. Here's another example because you're getting suffocated. Another double commit, and that's 3 cars in the same spot. These mistakes cannot be happening against Vitality, who looks to be back in that peak form.
And once Vitality have possession, they're already rotating out, getting boosted to the midfield. So these extra rebounds, these extra touches, make it so much more difficult for Rule 1 just to break away from the chokehold they have, as Vitality will play this one-on-one game towards the back wall and constantly win it, circling it around to the adjacent side. Roas now popping it high, skying towards center field. Heliers can't get it away. Vitality cut it down yet again.
Little dunks like that, small moments are going to be huge for Vitality, and look at what it leads to. Several more shots on target. Speaking about shots, 10, make it 11 for Vitality. Continuing the onslaught, the shootout that they want to play against Rule 1. This ball has been stuck in the blue side, and it might just result in some security for Vitality.
Rule 1 finally gets some boost, but they still can't get out from the ceiling. Alpha 54 was trying to put on a highlight reel. And you keep this pressure moving, you're probably going to find a Game 2 victory. Rule 1, a necessary clear, and Kaliers will get the call.
I think at this moment, the only way I see Rule 1 getting back to this game is going to be through an overextension out of Team Vitality. Do they bite? That is the question. 50 seconds to get one booming clear down the other side. And right now, Mawson didn't think anybody was home and was hoping nobody was, but Radosin, he's in position.
And those are the challenges you're going to need if you're Rule 1 on the side wall, just to help break up the monotonous grind from Vitality. Huge 50 and stop from Radosin. Jumps in front of the play. Center box still there. Kaliers, top shot, slot.
They got the bump. They paved the way. Roas, 2 taken out. Mawson can turn quickly. And we're back to square one.
This team gets counted out every single game, and they always find an answer. But Vitality are 3-time regional champions, and it's because of that man in the air. Zen, Radosin stepping up individually, and Alpha looking for the double. A dagger right into the back of Rule 1, but the defense denies.
Wanting to set up the fake was Alpha. 10 seconds left. Rule 1, could they do it? Kaliers, he had the double tap, the shot. Not on target either, it's a high floater. And Vitality could do the exact same thing Rule 1 almost did to them.
Back-to-back overtimes. Rule 1 need this one. Momentum for Vitality. Patience from Rule 1. And off the kickoff, One of the most storied organizations in Rocket League history will have possession. Alpha holding the reset, skirts it around, front box shot, and it's denied. Radosin can't clear.
So many close 50-50s on the goal line. Rule 1, how much longer can they hold on to this defensive approach? They've got to absorb so many shots from Team Vitality, and this is a fast-paced ball off the backboard. Radosin, look at the speed on that clear.
It's the bread and butter for Vitality. Those long clears and the cutdowns at the midfield. You have to keep pace, continue to skate alongside them. Radosin playing it low.
Good 50.
Huge challenge from Kalir's. Numbers are up. Rule 1, thinking twice, but here comes Zen. He's done it before. Can he do it again? It falls through, and Zen lets him know, standing up tall.
He's just got to remind Roas who he thinks is the best 1v1 player. 3-2, overtime ended, and Vitality continue their tear.
You get Vitality on the brink, they get an answer right back. Rule 1 so close in back-to-back games.
They had so many opportunities.
But every single time, this is the difference maker. It's Vitality who are just a little bit better in the clutch. The midfield pressure, the presence, getting clean touches and extensions towards their teammates. That has been the difference maker in this game with how close it's been, 15 shots to 10. Vitality, they had a little bit more, but they always seem to have that extra spice.
It's so true, Spaceman, but I think you'd be a crazy, crazy person to believe that Rule 1 did not look like they were within inches of winning that game. They had so many opportunities, and I personally think they could have won that OT before we even got into it. I mean, we didn't have to go into OT given the setups that we got out of the blue side.
It says 53% of the touches were for Rule 1, and I believe the stat, but it didn't feel that way.
No.
Vitality's pressure in the blue half was overwhelming, and it had to feel like that. Rule 1's defense stood tall, but it wasn't enough. And even though they had great counterattacks on the other side, something's got to change going into game 3.
But they've shown that it can be enough, Spaceman. That is the key point. With this defensive approach from Rule 1, it is risky. It's a double-edged sword. We don't get a timeout. Rule 1 continue on, and into game 3 we go.
We'll come back to bite him. Or Kalir's taking off the kickoff. Was looking towards the ceiling touch, almost a double tap to open up proceedings. Cleared out by Vitality. Everybody starts to take a breath back to the midfield.
And I really like this call of not going for the timeout, if I'm honest. I don't think these guys are playing poorly whatsoever. A couple of double commits here and there, the defense panicking, but it's almost impossible not to against Vitality, given the mechanics on that side. Just take a look at this. A flip reset. Opportunity pinched off the corner. Zen trying to control it. Doesn't get the best touch. Another double commit. Rule 1 shaky in game 3.
Well, they've done a nice job of limiting the mechanics in the space from Vitality, but it really came down to, again, that midfield control and the constant rebounds players like Radosin and Alpha 54 are finding. Sure, the OT goal could go either way, but in the end, Vitality still have that space to work through as Zen burning all of his boost to keep this one moving. Reset, juggle, almost inside, but not quite enough to finish the play.
Roas in and out of the net to get that clear. How many times have we seen that from Rule 1? On the goal line, last second heroics diving across, and now they make their march towards potentially getting that first goal.
You're lucky enough, maybe a double commit, or you're able to bump a player off. You get a close enough look into the center box. Rule 1 trying to create havoc on the goal line for Vitality, as Zen looks for the clear to the corner. Numbers are up. Here comes Alpha 54, will win the touch. 2 minutes burned so far. And it's been really all of both teams, Rule 1, Vitality, both getting chances at the midfield.
And it's been an aerial domination from Team Vitality. Every time this ball gets popped up into the air, I'm seeing Vitality win every challenge. They have the speed, they're outpacing Rule 1. Does this mean you stay grounded? I think so. You've got the dribble in Roas, but that's a mistouch, and it could set up Zen. Wants the 1v2 and squeeze it between everybody, but Boston has Rule 1 covered.
Yeah, you have to play it off the backboard and just hope, a wing and a prayer, you have enough boost to find a powerful clear. Kalir is right place, right time. The demo does hurt, but it won't kill Rule 1 here. That touch will! Bounces off the crossbar so many times this weekend, so close yet so far.
Radosin coming alive, that would have been a screamer. They're gonna have to try and try again. That's all we've seen so far. 6 shots, 0 goals. Half that for Rule 1. They've got to start building something. I know they want to play passive. It's almost like they have to. Again, keep the ball grounded. Look for these dribbles. Mawson, that's what we like to see, pushing out into the midfield. But look at how good Vitality are getting this ball up quick in the air.
And Rule 1 already took out some of the rotating players of Vitality, getting off their lane and causing congestion, making it more difficult to get in front for a 50, to take away possession. That's what they like to do, keeping it on the ground. As Alpha couldn't hold on to the dribble, and Roas through the corner. Will try to play a one game against Zen. We've seen a couple of times. Boston can't find the center. And on the other side of the field, it's Zen and Clears fighting on a one-on-one.
Don't you love to see that? I'm sure Zen is as comfortable as ever. Mawson clears is an outlet pass, cuts in early, still read by Zen, and I'm getting reminded of Vitality's domination against Gen G. Reading plays, understanding the passing lanes. They're repeating that in this best of 7.
Really a lot of patience from Vitality on their own side of the field, doing a nice job of getting these long clears. Rule 1 expending a lot of boost to keep this offense moving. The extensions haven't been there through the second touches. They've been winning some rebounds off of those opening 50s, but other than that, it really has been Vitality with what seems like relatively decent control of this game.
But Rule 1 have cleaned up. Barely any double commits. I'd say for the past few minutes, they seem to be spaced out. Does this bode well for their transitions, for their counterattacks? Can they find a position where they can strike?
Off the backboard, here it goes, Kalir. There's the extra letter, 1 minute remaining. Vitality, just looking for the clear now, it's Zen. We've seen this before, onto the backboard, Clears will rotate out and clear it away. Still alive for Vitality, and they are continuing to put more pressure through these corners and winning those rebounds as well.
The air is thick, the tensions are high. Clears, that's a high ball himself, all the way down the other side, but nobody's waiting, but it's the opposite story. Zen, high flying in the air, receives every single clear from Vitality.
Back to boom ball. Vitality love this style. They can get so creative in the space, working through the sidewall, letting Zen get comfortable. Alpha has Zen on the wing, taking it on his own. Here's the commit. Radosin fights through the challenge, and Zen pops it high. Radosin will play it towards the side. Vitality still swinging through.
Good carry, and regardless of all this pressure, Rule 1 can still hold their heads high. They've remained scoreless, kept Vitality scoreless, and with 1 second remaining, it hits the ground. Back into OT we go.
3 overtimes in a row, a golden goal opportunity yet again. Maybe third time's the charm here for Rule 1. They need it now. You don't want to go down 0-3 against a team like Vitality. We know how difficult it can be. To start that reverse sweep, Radosin has been so good on the rebounds this series, setting up Vitality time and time again.
And I like this dribble from Clears. You want to set up a play, but if you're going for one massive hit down the other side, it's so easily read. Keep it to yourself. Didn't work out 100% the way they wanted, but still relieve some pressure. And as I say that, Vitality mounting, and Roas, good 50-50. This could lead to something. How long has it been since we saw Rule 1 have a good offensive stride?
And every time they throw it off the backboard, Vitality make the read and just clear it away so quickly, just like here. Radosin trying to cheat behind the back line and get in front of the defense. But Zen will play this one just as often as he does to Alpha on the other side. We're stealing boost. If you're Vitality, Rule 1 aren't going to have a lot to fall back on.
Another booming clear. Clears doesn't hold on to it, and you don't blame them. There's barely any boost to go around. That's a good 50-50 though. Radosin, first save in quite some time. Heating up is the blue side. Alpha 54 though, flip reset off the backboard. Clears turns in, and this looks scary.
And they're 3-stacking on their rotations. It's going to be more easy for Vitality to pick them apart in rotation. If they're not able to turn in time, cutting into the lane. This should be a chance for Rule 1 to fight for Zen, or fight against Zen on that possession, but yet again, it seems like Vitality are so quick to get back out to the midfield. Not a lot of contests that they're fighting on their own line.
Golden goal. One mistake, one opportunity. Rule 1 might be facing a Vitality on match point if they lose this. This feels like a must win, or else everything is stacked against you, and that could end it. Mawson, not on target, crossbar and out.
And the last thing you want to do here if you're Rule 1 is leave off the play. Here comes Roas. Zen will find the denial. And Mawson fighting for his life against this Vitality defense that has been so strong in this overtime. Can Rule 1 hold on to the ball?
That's got to build some kind of confidence for Rule 1, knowing that they can hold it down on defense. Vitality unable to penetrate the armor, and Rule 1 have sharpened their blade.
Almost 3 minutes gone, and Alpha with nothing but a
Another
bomb. Two hanging back, Vitality don't want to overcommit.
Scary situation, Rule 1 over each other in rotations, but how fast can they recover? It's ridiculous. They commit one mistake, have two players in the same spot, but right back into the rotation they go. Austin, it's a scary read, wants to keep it to himself. Radosin just applying pressure. Neither team wants to take the risky opportunity. So much at stake. The lower bracket, this is an elimination series, and Austin, huge miss, but it's dived and saved by Rule 1.
A double commit causes panic. Zen, the must be to Alpha. Connection looked cool, but it wasn't enough for the moment, and Colliers will escape and give Rule 1 a chance to breathe back at midfield. But two already falling back and watching Radosin carry it forward, it just seems like they're a little bit hesitant to go up for those challenges.
Feels like it's shooting practice for Team Vitality, and Rule 1 are glad to participate, booming the ball to the other side, letting Vitality go up for a solo play. It feels like a demo could change the tides of battle. The physical play, we haven't seen too many of it. Nice little pop-up, stringing together something, but Zen has them right where they want them.
Colliers has been on a scoring streak this weekend. He's been red hot for Rule 1. The time is now for him to start contributing. Roas carrying, looking for Colliers, the backflip to the midfield, and they'll try to hold on to possession here, but it gives it right back to Alpha. He's got Radosin in center box.
Wow, what a
Mostin
read.
has to jump up and make that read.
It does look like Rule 1 are adapting, understanding where Vitality wants to go with this ball. It's another pre-jump from Colliers, and he is going to get a touch on that. Huge indication as to where Rule 1 stands. Alpha bumped out the way again. No matter who you're sending forward, it doesn't look like they can break through on Vitality.
It feels like we haven't seen a bump or a demo in years at this point. Vitality always having numbers up.
They don't want to spend it. They don't want to risk it, Spaceman.
Rule 1 just have to find a way to break out. Vitality has had shot after shot. 16 for Vitality, 12 for Rule 1. It feels like it, and Mostin will have that easily saved.
And that's a double commit from Team Vitality. The first time we're seeing them stuck on defense, getting starved out. And another one, slowly dwindling away. Team Vitality. When they're stuck on defense, it doesn't look good. But thankfully, if you're a fan of them, they've quickly buried themselves out.
Zen closing in on 800 points for this match. Radosin leaving it in front for the young prodigy. Back pass Radosin, both committing. And Alpha will win the rebound yet again before Roas cuts it down. Interception to the midfield. Colliers following through, gets a bump. Numbers fall back. It feels like it's just these one-on-one challenges for Rule 1. They don't have two up at a time, and maybe they need it.
It's gonna take courage from any player on the field. That's a good pass up to Roas, but Zen has it read. Not the best bounce. Free shot saved by Alpha.
5.5 minutes, a whole extra game of Rocket League, and they didn't even take a timeout. They're feeling it, but so is Radosin. Zen, 6 shots, no goals, 7 saves to his name. Keeping Vitality in this still, no goal score.
This is such an important game, Spaceman. An extra game of Rocket League you've played. To lose this would be a dagger to the heart. You want to keep emotions high. Rule 1 have survived, but for how long?
A little easy on the read. Colliers trying to get it over Alpha. He might have. Huge win. Playing it through the corner. Roas looking to slow it down, will do so. Gets it around 1, around 2. But yet again, Vitality jump in front of the lane and cut it down.
I think Mostin got that boost, which means Zen has to rotate all the way back. But another midfield challenge, Vitality. This feels like a game where they should have gotten a goal years ago. But Rule 1, this defense, it's not made out of brick, it's just absolute titanium.
Caught in a gridlock between these two teams. 18 saves for Rule 1. Roas. No bump on the goal line. Alpha in a 1v1. Has space for days. Has the bump. It rolls forward. But another huge save. And Rule 1 stands strong.
Boston sitting on the edges of their seats. It's a fake off the post, and there was a touch from Vitality. A taste of their own medicine. Big clear down the other side. Each defense has been tested.
And there's the demo we were looking for at the midfield. Radosin's going to fall quickly back down to reality. And it comes up to Roas, to Zen from the sidewall, burning all of his boost, can't get it past Colliers, no one at the midfield. Hold on, a moment for Rule 1. Can they press the takeaway from Alpha and off the backboard? Here goes Rule 1 defense yet again.
This might just be some of the best Rocket League we've seen. Look at the defense, the 1v1 opportunities. Everything has been getting denied. Still back out into the midfield. Zen. Stoicism behind it, around one, but that's not going to be enough to break through.
But at least he gets the corner grab, so they have resources in the tank for Vitality. They can afford to expend a lot. Mostyn, the only one up for Rule 1. Numbers fly back yet again. Zen is trying to get over the lone defender, but the safety
Look at the
pulls
read.
back and waits, and it's constant reads from Rule 1.
I mean, they're pre-jumping. They have been stuck on defense for most of the OT. Of course they know what Vitality want to do. There's got to be a change-up, a switch-up on the pitches out of Vitality. Will it be a curveball, a fastball? Something unique is necessary because big clears like this are not enough.
Neither team wants to overcommit, and you can't blame them. They have to play the 2-on-2.
Oh, no.
Alpha
Oh,
just has
no.
to play with his food, slowing it down yet again. We've seen this shot and attempt time and time again from Vitality, from the ceiling, putting it on the door, but another huge save.
23 saves for Rule 1. This is ridiculous.
A defensive masterclass from Mina. A ridiculous amount of shots from Vitality. Alpha in connection. Back to the midfield. This ball jets laterally. And they'll play it towards the center box. Mostyn meets it on the connection. Here comes Rawaz. Rule 1 have numbers up.
Here we go.
Feels like the first time in forever.
And finally, when they look to break out, you've got Vitality. And it looks like we had forgotten a little bit that they knew how to play defense, but they're reminding us they're not a team that's just an offensive powerhouse. They can do it all,
Vitality
Spaceman.
are still jumping in front of these touches, denying so much extension from Rule 1. It's got to be so annoying to play against this team. But Rule 1 have answered every single call in this overtime. And my goodness, they are having to fight for this win.
We've got to bring up the fact that Vitality haven't overcommitted. They haven't been too desperate. Remaining calm in times of worry is what makes a true champion on that stage. It's Zen's rookie season, his first RLCS LAN, and Vitality still scoreless. Slippery stick clears, almost ended it, but we're still moving on. Mostyn off the post, nothing can break through.
It just doesn't get more difficult than this. Almost 10 minutes of overtime.
What do you do, Spaceman?
Rule 1 are fighting for their lives in this bracket. Vitality can't crack it. We have crossed the 10-minute mark, and Radostin plays it into the corner. Alpha trying to move forward. Another clear from Mostyn. There's the demo in the back line. Power play for the moment. Both teams down and back to full strength.
24 saves now out of Rule 1. That is a LAN record for a team. Can they keep the story moving? Can they keep it pushing if you're Rule 1? Or will Vitality have the weapon that's needed?
Add another, make it 25. Rawaz in the back line. Mostyn just trying to keep pace with Alpha. Low in the tank for the moment. Zen has a lot to work with here, but misreads it.
Oh, there's
and
an option.
leaves it.
Left
Clears.
He wants
the
the
center
bump.
box. They were looking for the bump. Turtle, they were so close.
Why didn't we go for the pass for Radostin? Is he gonna go for the pass? He fakes out one. Shot opportunity. There's no second man. Everybody's pulling back. Both teams are so safe in this situation. They don't even want to risk the outlet pass.
It feels like a roll call with
Zen.
almost acrobatics and dangerous ones at that. Double commit that clears it away.
boost is gone.
Vitality are still up. They can absolutely do it here. Alpha from the ceiling wins it 50 to Zen. Zen gonna catch this one and try to dribble around. You have numbers in front. It's clears. Mostyn will call his own number. Here comes Vitality, but they can't break through.
Rule 1, pre-jump into the air. They have it read. Vitality. You thought the mechanics were amazing, but Rule 1 know just how good they are, and every single spot is covered on the defensive side.
Rawaz had to rotate out slowly. He was so far out of the play.
Over to Rawaz.
Maybe it does pay off.
That's too
Hold on. It's a breakaway chance.
One
Through
shot.
the corner.
What
Off the
opportunity.
backboard. Here comes Rawaz. But Alpha, yet again, an easy read. Vitality on the pitch. Are you kidding? Towards the backboard. We play on.
Let's keep it going. This OT just doesn't know when to quit, and neither do these teams.
Do we break 30 saves? Do Rule 1 find one goal? Are you kidding? Top left slot. This ball is sent into Fenway, and Vitality a 3-0 lead.
The longest OT on LAN has been broken, and it's by Team Vitality.
What a ridiculous game, a series, and a historic battle we got to witness.
There is no esport on the planet like Rocket League. You will never find a more tense overtime, a masterclass of defense from Rule 1.
29 saves just from Rule 1 alone. 29 saves.
So you couldn't get it done in the first OT. It was close. You couldn't get it done in the second OT. It was close. And it took 12 minutes. We are seeing one of the best defensive showings from Rule 1, Mina's last hope. And no matter what they do, Vitality find a way. This team are regional champions for a reason.
And listen,
what do you even say?
I need some water, first and foremost.
Take a breather, brother.
But if we're being honest, this game, this series, it's not over. And I know that Boston, they were excited about that. And Rule 1 are now taking the timeout after 12 minutes. I mean, that is Team Vitality twisting the knife.
There's your look at your Mobile 1 high-performance replay. And here's the stat card. Take a gander.
Look at that.
10-41, 10-43 across the board.
Oh my God.
That is one of the best overtimes in Rocket League history.
I cannot believe what I'm witnessing. Roas, 12 saves to his name. We just witnessed some historic Rocket League here in Boston. And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, you want to be here. You got to grab your tickets. Has this not convinced you already? And yet there's still more Rocket League to play. And 60 more seconds as well granted to Rule 1. Spaceman, what do you even say to a team that just lost the record for the longest OT on land?
You tell them that you're this close for a reason, and all it takes is one lucky bounce to go your way. Rule 1 are down 3-0, but they are not out of this series. Again, it's Arena. Rule 1, can they do it? I think the answer is yes, but they gotta get through this juggernaut.
They got to get through the juggernaut. They got to fight through the team that kicked North America out of the tournament. It's not over yet. Game 4.
5 more minutes on the clock. This feels like a best of 11 at this point.
It's just 5 minutes. I'm not even worried right now. We went through 12 minutes. Another 5 minutes should be nothing.
A very necessary tactical timeout, and maybe they played it as best they could because they needed that after a 12-minute overtime. If you're just joining us, welcome in. Vitality up 3-0 in our lower bracket semifinal. Loser goes home, winner moves on, and Vitality just need one more 5-minute match to get it done.
Clears, that's a good setup. And for Rule 1, after the timeout, starting out on the right foot is crucial. As I say that, Team Vitality right back where things started, Spaceman.
Alpha died for the cause. Zen was overextended upfield, waiting for that touch from Alpha. And it's so perfect for Vitality. Cool, calm, collected, and a 1-0 lead.
I just can't get over the recovery from Vitality. Talk about this team. It went down against BDS. It was tough. It was abysmal. I didn't think they could bounce back with the inexperience from Zen, the poor performance from Radosin. But they are proving me, and I'm sure a lot of people, wrong. But there's still plenty of time for Rule 1 to get back into this game. I really hope for them that the mentality isn't in the gutter, because Vitality will not hit the brakes.
You can't keep Zen at bay for long. Everybody getting involved. The Globetrotters of Europe find their second goal. A minute gone. And as it continues to dwindle away, the reality sets in for Rule 1.
We need something.
They have not found anything in this series.
We have to see a sparkle, a light, a ray of hope for Rule 1. Or else it's gonna be a landslide victory for Team Vitality, 4-0. Already on match point, already have the lead. This is truly your backs against the wall.
Zen with so much space. The duality of Alpha and Zen together can break down teams piece by piece, atom by atom. An iota of difference between the two, but they are so good And as Radosin has stepped up his game individually with so much on his shoulders from the Winter Major, that's what makes this team so deadly.
And it's going to be that much harder, too, because Team Vitality are feeling confident. They've got a 2-0 lead. Security, the safety net, and now make it 3. Team Vitality. You can see Radosin on the camera. He wants to remain calm and just keep the powerhouse moving.
That is absolutely vile.
These are the villains, Spaceman.
They're the best team in Europe for a reason. Rule 1, a Cinderella run. But they need to start scoring. Defense keeps you in games, offense helps you win them. They need the latter.
Anything. Will it be one of the twins? Maybe Mostyn shows up. Whatever you have right now, leave it all on the pitch, Rule 1. Oh, there it is, Mostyn! Rule 1 are back.
Right into the offensive third, Kaliers worrying about Zen, does just enough to burn that boost forward and send the ball on its way, where Mostyn with the security cuts the lead to 2.
And that proves to this squad that you can get through this defense, that you were unable to do so for 12 whole minutes. Another double commit, Rule 1's defense. They've got to be exhausted, but you need to use the reserves that are left in the tank space.
And it's never been a question for Rule 1 about whether they can. It just came down to essentially closing out the play, finding one another.
Hitting the
Those infield passes had been sporadic through game number 3. And in a best of 7, you can't afford to slack off in that department.
That does feel good to get at least 1 goal. Not sure where my hope for Rule 1 would lie, or if I'd even have any hope remaining.
That helps.
Had they not gotten a goal. Time running out. Rule 1 are against the clock. They're against the crossbar. Kaliers is against Zen. Can't get through.
2 demos at the midfield. The off-ball offense picking up for Rule 1. Causing a bit of chaos right now for Vitality as they'll double commit through the corner. No boost in the tank. Mostyn just trying to find a way to keep Rule 1 involved upfield. Back into play to Zen. On the pinch down low. Vitality were looking for the press and they found it.
The comms look picturesque for Team Vitality. 2 players in the same spot. One fakes it, leaves it for the other. The mind games, the illusions, the mechanics, the defense. Everything connected, fine-tuned for Team Vitality.
And Radosin stole boost, so it just creates so much more panic at midfield.
Oh no, the first double commit though.
Every time you think you have possession for Rule 1, you're just getting challenged by Vitality.
They're also getting bumped out the way. That's just toxic from Alpha 54 and toxic from Zen to go up for a solo play and think he can break through Rule 1.
Continuing to kill time and burn this clock down. Fennec in hand for Radosin. Through the corner, wins another big challenge, but Ruas on the interception to Kaliers. We trade it back into the same lane. Center box, Mostyn, quick shot, Zen slows it and gets it out. Backboard Ruas has to find a teammate. He will. Kaliers, far post. Here comes Mostyn, still in front, but Vitality survived.
That was it. That felt like the goal necessary, needed for Rule 1. 41 seconds remaining. Facing elimination. Mina might just get knocked out of the tournament.
Patience from Vitality. Pressure on Rule 1. Half a minute to play. The lifeline for Rule 1 is here and now. Can they get it out of their own corner? All it takes is one swing upfield. All it takes is one shot. One opportunity.
This has to be it, Spaceman.
They have no time now.
This clear.
A long clear from Kaliers. Radosin can slow it and kill this game where it stands. It felt like a back and forth match because it was, but in the end, your 3-time regional champions survive in this bracket. And they are the swift and terrible sword into the back of Rule 1.
They evolved from the wreckage and have set their sights on the Spring Major Trophy. One step closer to making history. They won every regional event. And now they're looking to take the major.
They had to work for that 4-0. That is one of the hardest 4-0s to get you will ever find in an international land. And look, it's got to be heartbreaking for Rule 1 knowing you were that close every single time. But that's also a positive, how they're able to walk away from this tournament knowing they went against the best of the best and almost did it.
And I can't help but wonder what would have happened. What could we have made of this series had Rule 1 scored first in that OT, if they were the ones to walk away with game number 3. I think we'd be looking at a completely different series and might even move on to take it because the momentum, the confidence, the relief you get from winning something like that, even a minute into OT, even 5 seconds, just going into overtime alone is terrifying for any player on that stage. But we have to give credit and give thanks to Rule 1. What a performance. What a showing. They did Mina proud. They got them an extra spot at Worlds. And yet, it's Vitality who walk away with the series win.
This could have very easily been a 3-0 series lead for Rule 1 through the OTs back to back to back. Vitality are just too darn good, too darn often. They always have everybody performing at their best. And even when they don't, they make the small adjustments off stage. We see them in the hallway, they're never smiling, they're always locked in.
They are focused.
And they just know how to get it done. But in your Mobile 1 high performance replay, it was a volley of shots from Vitality. Only 6 in the game to Rule 1's 9, but 6 is all it took.
And that just shows the ability of Vitality and how they're able to shapeshift in the middle of a series. They can change up what they're going for, slow things down. Even Radosin, I was mentioning it, his camera, he told everybody to relax, calm down. Alpha 54, the Season X champion. It was all working out for Vitality. And I do believe we have the Giga Brain Farah on the stage to be taken away.
Agganis Arena, give it up one more time for Rule 1. They represented Mina and the world so well here. Such a hard-fought victory. And I'm joined by Farah from Team Vitality. And Farah, that had to be one of the best defensive series I've ever seen in Rocket League in recent memory. Talk to me about what it was like with your team between those games, so many overtimes. We'll get to the long one after this, but just talk to me about the defense that was going on.
Yeah, so many crazy saves, but we knew that, like Ruas especially is like one of the best defensive players in the world, and I feel like Rule 1 as a whole is extremely solid, like defensively. So yeah, we knew it was going to be tough, but we can play defense too, and yeah, I think like right now, like we really popped off in defense, and yeah, things worked out well.
Yeah, they worked out well. You guys got the victory in that one. And I think one of the most surprising things for me this entire split was seeing how well Zen was at defense. But we had what was history in this building made today. The longest overtime on a LAN in Rocket League history. And all of you lovely people got to witness it. It was absolutely incredible. But Farah, you're a coach. You don't get to talk during the gameplay like that. 12 minutes long without setting down that controller. You used to be a player. Kind of take me through their mindset of going through something like that.
And I think like with overtimes, usually I think you get nervous like early on, and then when you realize it's going to be a really long one, it's just like, well, whatever happens, happens. And I think the nerves, cool down quickly. And I think you saw that, like the plays, like, they slowed down a little bit. Each time they would take more time, because they were feeling more and more confident. They were like, if we don't do something crazy, we're not going to score anyway. So they had to. And whatever happens anyway. So.
Well, thankfully for you guys, the ball went on the opposite side of the pitch. You were able to win that series. But speaking of this series, do you think that a series like this with a ton of overtimes benefits you now moving towards those lower finals against K-Corp?
I don't know. They had time to rest. We're gonna need a little bit of time anyway. But we come with full confidence. I feel like, yeah, we're on point. So yeah, we can definitely make the run.
Well, speaking of rest, why don't you go get yourself some, because you have the lower finals up against K-Corp next.
It felt like it was an inevitability that we were heading towards eventually, but it is finally a reality. Europe is the only region left in Boston.
Wow, it's crazy, and Vitality, you have to give them credit. They've had one bad match this entire split. They've won 8 games in a row after that bad match. They have bounced back so far, and it's great to see. Long overtime, and Radosin's the one that puts it home. That is huge for the confidence of Vitality going forward.
Oh, certainly. I think we're really starting to see the best that Vitality has to offer. The 3 straight overtimes were a great test of your nerves. I thought Zen was spectacular.
Oh, yeah.
The overtime goal, I think he scored the overtime goal in game 1. And just 3 straight overtimes to win them all against a Rule 1 team who is so good defensively. But at the same time, I did think Rule 1 had some chances in that 12-minute overtime to close it out. That could have been the swinging moment for Rule 1.
They sure did. Vitality, at some point it's overtime, they started throwing everything at them. But Rule 1, they weren't capitalizing on the air dribble bumps. They weren't capitalizing on the 1v1 counterattack goals that they were so good at yesterday. They needed those here. They need them now. They had to go down. Vitality's buzzing Killer Bee offense came out and prevailed this time around, but you got to give it up to Rule 1 and Mina, though. The truth, it felt like I was watching Rocky or something. Just kept on taking more and more blows. They just couldn't end up on top.
No team has hung with Vitality for 12 minutes like that before. No team in the history of the game. They didn't get the win in the end, but you saw how much it meant to Vitality when they got the win there. They had to fight for that.
And Rule 1, the next time we'll see him, main event. That's going to be fun. They're in the group stage already.
Hey, and Mo wanted me to let the world know. Now, we just saw one Mina team here. At the World Championship, there's going to be 3. There's going to be 3.
3 teams from Mina. We're excited to see how they do when they get there. Folks, we can take a look at the bracket we have here in Boston. This is the last bracket we're going to play before the title of World Champion is back on the line. And there's only 2 more events to occur here. The lower finals between Karmine Corp and Vitality, and the grand finals between the winner of that match and BDS.
Man, we just have champs everywhere. Winter Major champions, K-Corp, Vitality going for the perfect split, and obviously BDS. Your reigning world champions. If we go a full year and it's just BDS all over again.
That'd be hilarious.
It would, I don't know. When I saw Rise joining BDS, it felt to me like we genuinely might have back-to-back. We have never had, Gibbs, back-to-back teams win a world championship back-to-back on the same organization. It's been the same 3 players, but the same org never has held 2 titles.
And he's so calm too. Like after they won their match, he was just hanging out with us in the talent lounge. He was just like, yeah, I'm just chilling. I'll play a little bit ranked maybe or something before finals, but he seems so confident. So we saw last night, he was pieing people in the face or picking up garbage as well, Bates, like cleaning up. Like everything, like he's just here,
not worried.
He's comfortable, he's calm, but at the same time, momentum on LAN is a real thing, so BDS has to be ready.
Oh, they do, but at the same time, they have that extra life, which is, that is such a buff. It's a huge buff. And not only do they have the extra life, they've already beat all the opponents. All the opponents left.
But they beat like the entire top 4. So
they will be the champion. If they win that, they will be the champions. Undisputably. It's funny because they have that extra life, the momentum that is being built up in the lower bracket. They get to play 7 games and then go again for real.
Yeah.
And then you have to talk about endurance, Skips.
Yes, but we've had bracket reset opportunities 8 times on LAN, and only twice there was not a bracket reset.
So 6 times.
So momentum is huge. 75% of the time we get a bracket reset on LAN. Now that doesn't happen online very often, but the momentum with the crowd is so different. So BDS has to be locked.
I'm going to put you on the spot on a stat you might not have. Of those 6 bracket resets, how many of the lower bracket teams won?
5.
5.
So 5 times. The only time they didn't was G2.
G2 versus Moist.
That's right.
Versus Queso back then.
Queso, excuse me, yes, in LA back almost over a year ago. My goodness.
So lower bracket teams, yes, it's a bad spot, but they come out on top more often than not.
Well, folks, we've got 2 more matches to go. I know you're ready to get to it, so we're going to take a quick break and let the players get ready to try and hoist this trophy. Karmine Corp versus Vitality. Lower finals. Top 3 on the line. 1 more team going home before we are in the grands and the trophy is on the line. Congratulations to Rule 1 on their run. We'll see them at the World Championship, but for now, it's about Europe.
1974.
save an average of 2 times more with our smart savings tools. For everything we want, we're all better off with an ally.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. It won another rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking his opposite side of the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
Here's one for you. When could spectators finally see how much boost a player has? The answer, Season 3? Yep, that's right. As Cox here lined up his stunning Season 2 Overtime Worlds winner, we, and the casters, could only guess how much of the orange stuff he had in the tank. Season 3's Boost Gauge Edition was the first in a long line of UI evolutions. Season 4 upgraded down-the-line group shots into individual close-up cameras, so we can see every single sweaty pore on their little gamery faces. Season 9 tinted the boost gauge depending on which team we were spectating. Oh my gosh, it's so blue. The RLCS Season X Regional Championships saw time for a whole custom overlay, baby!
Look at this overlay. I'm so pleased that we get to see this today.
It looks absolutely phenomenal.
Player cams in online matches, bam! A sleek bar in place of the stats card, boom! And boost levels for every single player at all times, bosh! Even now we're seeing brand new additions, including this season's Winter Major showcasing the player behind the car. It's fair to say we've come a very long way. Here's to the year 2036, when a telepathic neural network will transfer our entire consciousness into one of the eggs in the crowd. Or something.
I see We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mint condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing this like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear their collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small.
We've got 3 teams left, and one of them goes home here. 2 French squads. Only one will play in the finals. Vitality versus Carmine Corps in the lower finals. Welcome back to Boston. It's been a great day. Every match has had something special so far, and we've only got 2 more to go before we have a team hoisting the trophy presented by Swarovski. I'm Wavepunk. We got a wonderful desk. CJ, it's good to see you. How you been?
It's good to be here on the desk. I've only been down here once. I don't know what's happening. I just want to hang out with the boys.
Casting. Well, now you're getting too talented. Now you got to cast as well.
No. We're back. We've got the A team back.
That's right.
That's
right.
So.
And just in time for the EU regional wrap-up. You know,
That's
here
true.
we go.
No, it's not the EU regional. It's the French regional.
It is. We do have the A team. Gibbs or Bates. I think you're leading the A team right now. Prediction battle-wise.
Oh yeah, of course I am. Of course I'm leading the A team. Was there ever any doubt that Bates would not be winning this prediction contest? I don't know. People at home can see it. Oh yeah, you can't see it. It's 20-18 in favor of Bates for good reason. Because hashtag Bates never wrong every single time, baby.
All right, Bates. I'm going to present one last challenge.
Come on, present it to me.
Right? He's moving the goalpost on you.
2. There's 3 matches left if there's a bracket reset. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going Vitality to win this entire tournament.
That's great.
Do you accept to go against me on all 3?
I'll gladly go against you.
All right. So we'll know. There'll be a winner. No ties here, no nothing. So all my hopes on Vitality, which is not bad, honestly, Zen.
So I guess if Carmine Corps wins
it's
here,
over as well.
then it just doesn't matter.
Doesn't even matter.
Doesn't matter. Okay.
So K-Corp, throw, please.
For
my sake.
I feel like this should be a double or nothing, considering you've already given out your votes and things. So if K-Corp do win this, is it 2?
Calm down.
Okay.
All right, I already lost one.
Actually, I like the level enough. Just put him in his misery at that point. It's too far.
We'll save it for Worlds. We'll save it for Worlds.
Oh, now we're saving it for Worlds. Remember when you challenged me?
Hey, I won fall if you win Sprain, but it's not over yet. Vitality has a very good shot here, so
well, folks,
I'm not too worried.
Folks, I know none of you care at all about any of that, so let's take a look at the bracket here.
2 of us do.
We've got 3 teams left. BDS has been waiting, playing ranked and eating popcorn apparently, waiting for the grand finals, waiting for the results of the next match we have here, and the teams are going to get on the stage. Carmine Corps taking on Vitality, 2 French squads, both with massive fan bases to prove right here. Only one of them is going to be able to do that.
Only one's gonna be able to do that, indeed. We finally get to see Vatira going up against Zen. The story, everybody wants to see it. Has Zen passed Avati? We'll find out now.
Stacks, take it away.
Introducing first, looking to force a rematch of the upper finals earlier today. It's Kameto's Cavalry, Carmine Core!
The blue wall. I was over there in the corner for that first series against BDS. They couldn't get it done. They brought it back to 7, 3-1 down. But they'll be thinking about that one. They have to reset now against the Vitality that, well, how impressive was that 4-0 against Rule 1, putting up a fight. Exotic, he has been that man for this team. I know we talk about Vatira Gibbs.
Yeah.
What an impressive tournament so far.
But here's one positive. They did lose to BDS. That Game 7 just kind of got out of the way, right? It was a lot of kickoff goals, and they were down early, but they were smiling. That normally doesn't happen with K-Corp. They're normally very upset about every loss, but I think because it was a blowout, that might actually help them here because they were hugging it out with BDS. They were probably saying, we'll see you in the finals. They weren't too worried. So it seems like their confidence is at an all-time high, even through a loss.
They're such competitors as well. I feel like because Vitality's in the lower bracket, they're thinking, well, we get a chance to knock them out down there. So I know Vatira will be happy to have this matchup.
Yeah, he should be happy. He elevated his game going up against BDS. He started off a little slow, but he kept on going. The kickoffs got back to him in the end, though. It'll be interesting to see what they can do going up against the Vitality Bees.
Man, they are clearly, though, not the favorites here in the house. There's a corner of Carmine Core fans. I feel like the rest of Aganis Arena is going the other way.
And their opponents, Europe's Killer Bees seeking a perfect spring. Welcome back, Team Vitality!
And it looks like the crowd might be changing tides here. They were going against Vitality for so long, but it looks like they might be the fan favorite in this matchup. They've had one bad match all spring split. And what do? They win 8 games in a row afterwards.
Zen averaging 750 odd score per game that last year. So I know the OT went to 10 minutes, but
750, yeah.
750. I think if you average it out for 5 minutes, it was still 460. It was still a phenomenal series. This man is just, even Cooks here tweeted, he's like a young Messi, this man in the Rocket League team. So a lot of respect from Cooks as well, T-Bates.
A lot of respect indeed. When a legend like that is talking you up, you gotta give it some credence. Zen, he isn't Zen, balled out last series. Alpha, he was absolutely phenomenal too. He was the one person on the team though who didn't have 1,000 points in a 12-minute overtime. I heard some people, they might want Sizen on the team now because he couldn't get it done. But Alpha, he's been great all split.
And he's been here through everything. RLCS X champions. They built a brand new team around him and it has paid off. And then Radosin, that match we saw like in the upper bracket was not great from him. But every match after that, he's been on fire. 12-minute overtime, he puts in that goal. That was absolutely huge.
I mean, he's always got a smile on his face as well. He's so expressive on stage. He's having fun out there. As you said, it doesn't feel like that's worried him too much, that previous series. That was a really impressive performance against Rule 1. Scoring that overtime winner as well, putting that away. So, I mean, they'll be looking forward to playing their brothers in K-Corp.
Yeah, they'll be playing our brothers indeed. And for those of y'all who don't know, these 3 French teams, majority French teams, they have been hanging out at the hotel every night. They're always having fun with each other. They're so tight. It's just a brotherhood for them.
And this is an even matchup. We have a K-Corp, the number 4 offense versus Vitality, number 5, 0.03 difference. Then we got Vitality, the number 1 defense versus K-Corp, number 3, 0.02 difference. So it's so incredibly tight between these two teams.
I did realize we were talking on day one about how one thing that made Boston special was this was the first time Brazil had the majority player representation. They had 9 players more than anyone else. They were 1 ahead of France at 8.
Yeah.
All 8 French players are still here. We have 6 on the stage right now. We got 2 in the grand finals, right?
Well, we have Juicy, who's
Juicy was one of them,
unfortunately was out. We've got 7 of 8 French players still alive. Obviously we've got Itachi as well. We've got the Moroccan. And then we've got Rise hanging out as well. He's the French imposter, I think, hanging out there on BDS. But as you said, it is the French domination, and I mean, we just have to accept that these are our new overlords, Gibbs.
Absolutely, and I can't wait to see this match. I can't wait to see it again when we get to Worlds. You know what's going to happen again, but right now it's round 1.
This is round 1, folks. Itachi and company versus Vitality and the boys here. Can Zen do it? Who do you think is going to win at home? Let us know in the chat. Hashtag KC, hashtag VIT. I know I got a whole army of KC votes over here. And we already know kind of how this
Vitality all the way, baby.
We got Vitality for Gibbs. CJ, who you got?
Oh, wow. I mean,
this is hard.
Look, it's a tough one. I was over there in the blue wall, and they're staring at me now because this is... You're about to betray them, aren't you? But I've got to betray them because Vitality I got to be taking this one out. I just think that 4-0 was so impressive. Zen is on another planet right now. And speaking of Rise, after that BDS K-Corp series, he wasn't too impressed with how how K-Corp are playing. So I think that this might not be the informed K-Corp that we need, particularly against Vitality. I think they're just going to run with this momentum. I mean, what a series they just played against Rule 1. That was the best 4-0, the toughest 4-0 I've ever seen. I'll take a lot from that.
Toughest 4-0 I've ever seen. I think that's very mentally tasking on a Vitality squad. They're going to have to bounce back. Rise is saying that he wasn't impressed, but he got pushed all the way to Game 7. So I think if he wasn't impressed, I think it means that there's plenty of improvement that K-Corp has. I'm rolling with the blue wall. I'm rolling with Vati. I got Carmine in the final in a rematch against the reigning world champion.
I think Karmine Corp is looking excellent right now, but there's something special about this Vitality roster. Zen is getting more and more comfortable with every match. Farah is in peak form right now. I gotta roll with Vitality here. I think that they can pull this one through. Karmine Corp gonna be the underdogs on the desk.
Man, like this is a 50-50 though, I feel. K-Corp just went to 7 games, but Vitality just had to play a 12-minute overtime, so both are going to be tired no matter what. But at the end of the day, this is a big moment for both these teams. Sure, it's round 1, and the real one is the World Championship, but
chat knows what's up.
They want to win every single time. We know Vatira versus Zen. Vatira, best in the world, but between me and Bates. But a lot of people are starting to say Zen is number 1 in the world, and this could decide it going into the World Championship.
Imagine the moments. That's all I want to see is Zen versus Vatira in a 1v1 for a game-winning goal. Can it happen, folks? Man, we're in the lower bracket. They're down but not out. 2 teams who have sustained wounds must go on. This is a fight of mental endurance, but these forces are greater than the sum of their parts. Baby, brick by brick. The blue wall is stronger with each cheer, each flag. The swarm protects itself, each hornet rallying to overwhelm their mutual enemy. The battle for French domination is about to begin. Karmine Corp versus Vitality is now.
Greatness isn't given, it's earned. And at this stage of the game, only the best can go to the grand final. On one side is the blue wall, on the other is the swarm. This is your lower final. What a marquee matchup. Big names win big games, but something's got to give because there are ginormous names all over the pitch. It's Itachi to start it off, given right to Alpha, and very quickly up there Vatira to meet him. And this is cleared out furthermore, but brought back in by Zen. Maybe the last person K-Corp wants to see on the ball.
Let's start looking at K-Corp too as well. We know Vitality's aggression can break down defenses. I mean, even in the matchup against Rule 1, as much of a defensive performance as they put on, they could not stop Vitality when they got going. Neither could they stop that man right there. The ball's in! He gets it right through. First goal to Vitality.
He just snaps his fingers and the ball ends up in the net. Everybody got thrown off here. I mean, Itachi, what can he do? He had nothing in the tank. and after the initial miss, it's an impossible situation. So Vitality get kind of a fluky first goal. What can they do to capitalize on it, though? It's across there, and Redosin denied. Another bid towards the K-Corp net, and Carmine struggling very early on in this series.
Lots of things to look out for here, especially, I mean, of course, we've seen teams who give that respect to Team Vitality, then suddenly they don't even pay attention to other things that they have, like boost here. And Zen is gonna get another! Zen's starting to heat up, he's got 2.
I mean, so often you look at, all right, how hard is a shot as it goes in? Now sometimes you can just bounce it in. Nobody home, and Zen's got a pair very early on here in our lower final. So often we see the team making a lower bracket run have all that momentum, especially when they play back-to-back. They're coming off a win. K-Corp got to stew a little bit after that near-miss comeback. As Zen is blocked out there, and Exotic will bring this across. It's Vatira with a wave dash to try and set up possession, met by Redosin, and now Exotic has one sail high and away from him. Itachi can't do a whole lot with this, and Vitality will clear.
So far, the opener has not gone good for Carmine Corp. They've been stuck in their own half. Finally, we saw a little bit of space from them, but it's a very uncharacteristic misses early. Still needing time to get settled, but we're starting to see some life here. That being said, everybody got beat on that play from K-Corp. This one could be open for Alpha, who forces it into the back of the net.
Well, so far, the last 2 games we've seen from K-Corp, they have been run off the field. And Vitality keeps it going here. Alpha getting in on the act. 3-0 to a squad that's looking to go 4 for 4 on events in the spring.
K-Corp got to get things together here at this stage. Itachi trying to see if he can lead the charge. A little bit of room they're given, but Vitality have been all over the ball. It's been something that's been so tough for a lot of teams in order to play past and just knowing. I mean, as I say that, Redosin, such an aggressive challenge there to get past. Finally, some room. Can Exotic get to the ball? Gets that one right off the ceiling, but there's Redosin again, making sure to make that contact, making it so much tougher for K-Corp to really make offense in the upper third.
And it's so much tougher for either of these teams to score on each other because of all the familiarity. Nobody's going to break out something from their sleeve that the other side hasn't seen from them before. As Vatira got the win there, but it's swept away by Alpha. Itachi's there to try and disrupt the clearance, but downfield it goes. Exotic will try and bring it back in. Had that there for Vatira, and that leaves Itachi all alone at the back. Managed to grab the corner boost. Managed to get through 2. Needs someone else to come in. Vatira could not, so Itachi back to work. Going to the far side and saved away.
That was the first shot Carmine Corp have registered this game. It's been all Vitality in terms of the control. We're starting again. Alpha trying to see if he can get the 50. That's a dangerous spot. Redosin off the crossbar. Follow up by Zen. No, it doesn't make contact. Now Vitality have to scramble to keep this one in the blue half.
Zen already has a couple of goals and nearly added a third at a nearly impossible angle. Itachi didn't have anything to work with. Neither does Exotic. It's only Vatira with boost. And all he could do is use some of it to threaten a challenge. Exotic with the clear. And Vitality, oh, Zen came oh so close to putting another brilliant shot on. Here goes Itachi with less than a minute and a half. Blocked by Zen, and yet again Vitality weather the storm.
They're just so in front of the ball. Zen leaves that one. Alpha tries to get the shot past. Redosin also went for a demo. They got a little jumbled there in the corner. Now space here for Itachi, but quickly taken away. As soon as he was in the air, Zen was on him.
Say storm, at times it's kind of felt just like a light mist over on the orange half of the field. Carmine Corp have not threatened often. This goes central. Itachi sky it up there for Exotic. Vatira lurking, and Zen saw him the whole way. He got involved in the play. Alpha will have this with Vatira lurking in behind. And now Zen going back to work here with 15 in the tank, 40 on the clock, and Itachi coming back to at least give K-Corp something to hold on to here. They've got to score sooner rather than later to give themselves a chance at a couple of quick goals to turn this game around.
Still so quiet, only 30 seconds remaining. Even the physicality, no demos here either. Itachi will sneak one in, and Carmine Corp have won, but not a lot of time here in the clock.
Not a lot of time left at all, 20 seconds, but Good to see one go in, and a kickoff here could make things real interesting, but it's got to be quick. You're looking at, I mean, sure, you can do it with 1 second on the clock, but you'd like to score maybe 6 or 7 seconds to give yourself a chance to get downfield. Here's Itachi, kick it out to Vatira, and what a save by Alpha. Follow-up is stopped by the yellow wall, and Zen blocks Itachi here. Exotic gave him a chance with 4 on the clock.
There is some time here. They make it work late. Look at that from Itachi. He ends up pulling out all 3, giving Exotic an open lane to roll that one in. Now we keep eyes here on the kickoff.
Would have liked a few more seconds with the initial shot going in. Kickoff rolling towards K-Corp, and Exotic will sky it up. Looking to add to the tally. That kicks off the wall, and does...
Oh, he got it.
Does this have a chance? Oh my goodness. Zen, gotta bring it to ground. He can't, but that will happen, and Vitality hangs on. But boy, that was a lot closer than they would have liked at the end.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality just started off carrying that momentum of the last series into this one. And you could see how shaky K-Corp was in the beginning. I mean, again, so much space being given to Vitality. K-Corp had a tough time getting out, and then when they did get out, it wasn't as if they had really too much offensive presence. Now, towards the end of the game, they had such a late surge and really started to show that they could compete, at least in this series, which kind of gives you a little bit more hope here for the future, but they cannot afford to have such late starts against a team like Vitality at all.
What a difference an hour makes, too, because going into everything today so far, Vitality has definitely been the lesser supported of the teams on stage, but when they came out, it was to a different tune here for this series as Vitality looks to go 4 for 4 in the spring. Nobody's ever done it, winning all 3 regionals, and then the major that accompanies that. K-Corp gave it a run in the final 12 seconds to at least make it interesting in game 1, but Vitality hangs on. And so now we go on to game 2, and K-Corp fans looking for something to cheer about maybe in the first 4 minutes of a game rather than the last minute.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing to cheer about is, again, just those signs of life when you saw them in that offensive front, being able to take out 3 players on Vitality, setting up open lanes in the net, and also beating them to the ball. Can they continue to make those adjustments? Here we go with game 2.
So back to the grind. Vitality defending as Vatira's shot came dangerously close. And Alpha will leave this one for Zen. We've seen Vitality do that a few times where they'll send a guy up, he'll change his mind, leave it for the man behind him. As Radosin, no trick here, just throw it down the middle, hope something good happens, and it does! Vitality strike first again!
This one just rolls in. Straight down to Radosin. You saw Itachi grab the boost, it just wasn't enough. There was so much pace on that ball. Radosin sniping the back of the net.
He was supersonic the whole time, nothing he could do. 21 seconds in, promising off the kickoff though. Here's Itachi, gets deep into Vitality territory, and Exotic answers right back.
Quick response here from Karmine Corp. Off the kickoff, Itachi takes control, gets the beat on Alpha, and Exotic is there in time. And that's the biggest thing, just getting there and being faster than Vitality. K-Corp equalized.
Back and forth we go at Forbidden Temple in a best-of-7. The preempts our grand finals. It is Alpha again, trying to weave his way through, and Itachi says no. Vatira's the one that grabbed the corner boost. Itachi's got nothing to work with, and if he even had 5, he could have got a second touch, but instead, this comes right back into blue territory. Let's see how far it goes now on the orange half. It's
Itachi!
Double, denied by Zen.
What a read there from Zen. Itachi lining up the doubles, trying to get that into the left side of the net. Blocked away. Here's Itachi once again. Still 50 straight down. Exotic's in the right spot, but Zen on top of the ball, making Exotic have to work extra hard. As Vitality starting to at least quick up the pace here.
You often favor a team that's had to play through the lower bracket to at least get to the grand final, but then once they get there, it's a completely different animal because the mental fatigue starts to set in. And that could happen a little bit sooner for Vitality, given that excruciatingly long overtime they played earlier. That shot goes by the wayside, as Radosin will try and turn on this. And he only got it as far as Exotic as it's dished out to the side. Itachi and Zen in a race. Zen wins it all day long. forced through. Alpha keeping it alive, but Exotic should have this. Got a piece of it, and that's all he needed. Now Redosin trying to run interference. It's dangerous, but nobody home, and Exotic can clear it away.
Still chance here for K-Corp. Vatira trying to line up the shot. Alpha does get the block out. Finally seeing K-Corp here on the orange half, but Zen leading the charge, who's been very prolific, by the way, all over the ball, all the time, and has just been able to play it past a lot of the Karmine Corp defense to set up some opportunities. Shot-wise right now, though, it's been only one for Vitality. It was the one that went in from Redosin. They haven't had too many more. Karmine Corp has definitely kept the possession on that orange half.
Vitality enjoyed an explosive start. 3 unanswered goals before K-Corp, again, got 2 very quick ones at the end of game 1. Gave him something to think about. Now we're in a deadlock in game 2, past the halfway mark. It's Exotic, working slowly. I think he was maybe trying to fake out Vitality to make him think he had nothing in the tank. He had plenty, and now Itachi will roll it to him, and he's still got plenty. Flip, reset, denied by Alpha 54. And where will he bring this? Off to the side, and he's got Zen to help out. He's got Redosin in the middle. Alpha's up, but so too is the defense of Vatira and K-Corp. And back into Vitality territory. Back and forth they go. Nobody blinking.
Every time Karmine Corp try to be creative, there goes Vitality. This time, pass down to Vatira. Vatira puts it in open space, but Itachi doesn't have the boost. He has to go back. Vatira's sitting at 12 here as well. This is a prime opportunity for Vitality if they can get it past Exotic, who is sitting there boosted up. He's on the back wall as Zen goes up. Does he get a flip? Does get it, but Exotic gets a beat. Vatira gets a demo, and Redosin will have to keep this play alive all by himself.
Redosin got this central, but it's off of Vatira with control. Open the boost spawns for him. It does not. And then Zen comes in from behind. That works as a back pass to Alpha. That's over Redosin's head. And a chance now for Exotic. Bouncer denied by Zen. Zen has been brilliant on both halves, but that one goes off the inner post. Follow up here, Vitality working with very minimal boost, and they got real lucky that K-Corp did not take advantage. Final minute now. Exotic trying to stay with the play. He does as he dunks past Zen. There's Itachi. There's Vatira. Gotta be real careful here. It's Vatira to bring it central off of Redosin. Oh, the bump there, but Itachi didn't think it was coming through, and that's a missed opportunity for K-Corp.
Now they gotta play things here on defense. Redosin, you see him trying to run interference. Zen, no boost. Here's Itachi. Redosin up. 50 in favor of K-Corp. This ball goes off the back wall. Exotic trying to interrupt Alpha, but instead, ball will go in possession of Vitality, and here they come. The Swarm is trying to push their way through on the goal line. No! Redosin, you blocked your teammate's shot, and now they've got to race back.
Oh my goodness. Alpha had a bit of a grin on his face. I think he was able to laugh it off, but it would be no laughing matter if K-Corp managed to take this game. Redosin got to let this go to ground. He does, and what could have been, we go to overtime.
I need to see a screenshot of just where that ball was, because it looked like it was almost all the way in the net, yeah.
Uh-oh, here goes Exotic. Only one to beat, but he pushed it wide. Redosin over to the corner. Add Alpha as an option, took it himself. Here's Vatira, lining up the double tap, and that's denied as well. And oh, great touch to get downfield.
This is actually the boost.
Just barely get to it. Oh, what a save. High drama at Forbidden Temple.
So close has Karmine Corp been to losing this game. That's been twice now, but they're still in it. The blue wall standing tall here as the Vitality Swarm has tried to take over Forbidden Temple. Still, overtime continues on, but there's a breakaway in the play. Redosin just has to get this center to Alpha. Can't get it in time, a scramble, and now Vitality trying to keep this play alive.
Well, Itachi, not a whole lot to work with, but he's got a big win over Zen. He's out of the play. There's Exotic, shot denied by Alpha. Race to the corner boost, it's not there. And now Alpha back the other way. He's got Redosin in behind him, called into action. He's got to let it go. And Zen forced to come up as well. Redosin got the corner boost, and he'll play this very slowly, trying to get around Exotic. Itachi, quick read, but Zen just a little bit quicker, and that's been the case all weekend here in Boston. Zen has been so fast. There's Redosin, redirect, and not in. Oh, the ultimate redemption arc almost complete But now here comes K-Corp.
Itachi just has to get this across. You see Exotic, he went to line it up for Vatira. Verdosen diving. Neither team afraid to send the house here, but they have to be careful. Again, Karmine Corp's only goal was given up just because too far forward, extended, and got punished from just a pinch all the way downfield. Chance here is there's a little bit of chaos. Itachi is trying to turn on that. Zen and Verdosen bumped each other on the back wall, but again, unable to capitalize. That's kind of been the name of the game here because both teams have had strong opportunities.
Vatira was going head hunting, just narrowly missed. And now Verdosen very quickly out, but it went right to Vati. Here he goes again. And Zen with the save. It was high, just a little bit over the bar, but Zen had to make sure of it. Now he's nudged off the play, so Exotic will bring it back in, leave it down for Itachi. No central pass though, that goes towards the wing, but it's easily cleared out by Alpha, only as far as Vatira. He's left it for Exotic. Anybody else coming up? It's Itachi for the win!
What resilience on the side of Karmine Corp. The ability to turn things around. Everybody involved in that play. And Itachi, the one to put it in the back of the net. Series tied as K-Corp takes game 2.
And I know every Vitality fan is dreading it, so let's get it out of the way. Oh, I'm sure the casters are going to talk about that Verdosen save. Yes, we are, because that happened with, what, 10 seconds left? It would have prevented that overtime in theory. And in the end, K-Corp turns it all around, and from 2-0, instead it's 1-1.
Well, I mean, it's not even just that. There was a breakaway opportunity for Vitality. The net was open. They just played faster than they needed to. I think there was a pre-jump from Alpha there as Verdosen had the ball. He just needed to get it center, and then chaos ensued from there.
To his credit, got the wheels on the ball on his way out. He tried to deaden the impact as much as he could to leave it still available. You'll see it here. I mean, he couldn't get out of the way, so he tried to make as minimal an impact as possible, and it was still there, but it just gave K-Corp enough time to recover. Itachi then with the overtime winner, and 10 shots later, K-Corp level the series.
Now you gotta think, as we get set to get into game number 3, we've seen these teams really fight back and forth. It's been a scrappy game, but we knew it was going to be scrappy. I mean, we even talked to Reddles earlier in the pre-show. He said that same thing. These teams are fighting for possession. Boost. I saw Itachi, 0 boost, turns on the ball on the sidewall, and then just gets blessed with a 100 pad. Even if it wasn't there, Itachi still turned it on that. That shows you the level of commitment that these guys have to keeping the play going.
The mental game is so important at this stage in a tournament, at this level. And you've got 2 of the best in the business leading K-Corp and Vitality behind their squads to get them focused on the next game, on the next play. It's Verdosen for Alpha, blocked off by Exotic. Zen running back, Vatira's there. His shot easily dealt with by Verdosen, and here comes Vitality again.
A little bit of a pinch. That's not the first time we've seen that happen on either side of the field. That one goes netwards. Verdosen is there to get the clear out. He's gonna just stay close to the ball, trying to see how much he can pull out of K-Corp. Vitality, you can see it, kind of an attack brewing here as they take control early. Even with a couple of shots here on the side of Vatira, Karmine Corp still just playing keep up. Vitality are just so much faster to the ball.
Great words from Farah after their victory over Gen G yesterday with the crowd that was remaining. It's kind of almost an appeal to them. Listen, we don't care if you cheer us, don't care if you boo us. Just show up and watch some great Rocket League. And the fans here at Aganis Arena have done exactly that. 3.5 minutes remain here in game 3 of another classic brewing between K-Corp and Vitality, with the winner to face Team BDS, needing to beat them twice in the grand final. It's Exotic now from midfield. Zen will circle around on this and lob it downfield. Alpha's waiting for a misplay, and it doesn't seem like one's coming. That's great control from Exotic.
Great control, great communication too. Itachi did go up for that, but he wasn't able to get anything there. Exotic ready and waiting to push that downfield. Chance here for Verdosen. No, that one off the post. Follow up by Zen's, blocked away by Itachi. We are still scoreless here in game 3.
Boy, everybody's hitting the post. It's like Pesky's pole at Fenway. Here goes Zen again, just to throw it in the air. See if Itachi will give him anything to play with. Both go up. That leaves Verdosen all alone. Alpha scrambling back. At least he made the recovery a little bit sooner so that Radosin wasn't all alone. And now Alpha doing all he can to keep that close by, and he does. Itachi was waiting to punish if he misplayed. Zen running out of boost. Alpha downfield with Radosin, waiting for a pass that never comes. And it's on to Zen now, denied by Itachi.
Vatira, though, testing that backboard. Oh, Alpha needed to push that one right out into the air. Did just that. And look, immediately on top of the ball again. This is just that persistence, that vitality, constantly pushing on the ball.
Radosin brought it down to ground with the flip reset. Sets up Zen for the rebound, and Itachi through traffic. Able to make yet another save. 2 minutes remaining, no score yet, as Alpha could not free flip onto that. He ran out of juice as well before stealing a whole bunch. He grabbed about 200 boosts and used 4 of it. Here is Zen through Itachi. Alpha still conserving a lot of boosts. He's going to be called into action pretty soon here as he's going to dive after this. Down to 20, trying to roll it through, and that's blocked off by Exotic, who did not get the side boost. His teammate coming back took it away from him, and that almost spelled disaster for K-Corp.
Alpha, too, after that play, I saw him just sitting there on that back corner boost. He literally waited for it to respawn before moving up. They're keeping eyes on everything, including where everyone else in Karmine Corp is. Right now, though, that deadlock still going on. It's been 6 shots on the side of Karmine Corp to the 5 on Vitality. Couldn't be more closer here as we're trying to see who's going to take a lead in here in this series.
Boy, Alpha's boost management has been great, but he's struggling right now as Zen is left with Radosin to play defense.
Oh, you see Alpha.
Big demo behind the play. Exotic just spawned back in, but the pass didn't get over to him. It's Radosin's shot, and it's his follow-up that puts Vitality in front.
And you got to give credit here to Alpha as well. He forces Vatira to make an early turn. Ball goes straight to Radosin, finds a lane, and hits the shot home. Vitality putting on the pressure.
49 seconds remain. Scapegoat in game 2. Could he be the hero of game 3? They're gonna hold on here. It's Vatira. Solid pass towards Exotic, but they do not connect. So Vati will go across the field and try and set up another, but Radosin's got this. Even though he doesn't have anything to work with, Alpha, Radosin, wide open, 2-0!
Karmine Corp just trying to send the house there, just didn't work. You see Itachi going for that. Radosin has that all day long, gets the flip over. They just play the 50 in because they know Exotic's the last one back, and then they set up another open net opportunity. Vitality up by 2 here. Karmine Corp just kind of showing a little bit of signs of weakness in the offensive front.
This is a high-pressure match, but all throughout the highs and lows, Alpha has had the biggest grin on his face. He is loving everything about this. It just seems like he thrives more than anybody else under pressure as that's swatted away. Vatira tries to bring it to ground. He has it taken by Zen. Chain dashing along. Now Radosin. Dump it into the corner, and it looks like K-Corp's gonna run out of time. Vati's got to score with at least a second left. He cannot as Zen clears out, and Vitality are back on top.
They strike late, and then they keep the momentum going. This series is going to be a very tight-knit one. You got to think about it. Numbers advantages up and down the field. If someone whips the ball, they're taking themselves out the play. We've seen these guys, again, get very physical and aggressive, even with their first goal. Alpha getting in the field. Not only did he go for, I believe, Vatira, he also went for whoever respawned on the side of K-Corp, but again, forcing them out the play as well, making that as wide open as possible. Vitality have a read on the situation. Karmine Corp has to be up to snuff if they want to compete here.
Oh, we look back at the Mobile One high performance replay ahead of a timeout called by K-Corp. So they use it only down 1 game in the series, but after dropping a second game, of course with an overtime mixed in, so they've been up on stage a little bit longer. So the timeout coming after game 3 for K-Corp. Coach Eversax to talk it over with the squad as they try to get back to a major final, still hoping to go back to back, something that we haven't seen in a long time with RLCS lands. I mean, what would be the last team to do it? The old Gale Force / Dignitas dynasty. There's a lot riding on this game in particular, and the man at the end there Vatira is going to be so focused. You know he's hungry to get back to another one. It's almost like he's desperate to dominate the opposition and not let them have any hope, any semblance of hope. Right now, Vitality's got plenty.
They have the potential, they have the ability to. We've seen it. But now they have to execute. The blue wall, cornered, literally, in the stands and almost in this series if they drop another game. How will they bounce back? We know they have that, in them though. When they talk things over and come back in, they can really change the course of a series after their timeouts. But in a lower bracket against a team like Vitality, we've seen them shut teams down after these timeouts.
And they're getting some fans around the arena to join in as well. It's a different culture around both these teams, two of the most passionate fan bases in the world. And their teams doing battle again. We head to Utopia following the timeout from K-Corp, down 2-1 in the series. Can Rocket League's Michael Jordan bring them back? Exotic and Radosin will collide, and it's Vatira himself to clear away.
Someone needs to step up on the side of K-Corp. Vitality, hungry for the crown, hungry for a chance at BDS. Karmine Corp in their way, but the wall has not stood tall enough this series. In on the ball now, gets it past one, trying to get the 50 past Vatira, but Vati blocks it, sending it into the corner.
Oh, Radosin gonna use that full tank to try and weave his way downfield. It's brought back in though, Itachi there on the backside, and popped away by Zen, only as far as Exotic. Here comes Alpha now. He's stopped as well. The teams go back and forth, waiting for somebody to flinch here early on in game 4. K-Corp have had a slight edge. There's Itachi, shot sailing high, and no immediate follow-up. There's Radosin though, for the eventual save, and a whiff by Vatira. Oh, he's human after all, but he got that boost, and he can still attack. Left it back there, and nobody came up to bite on that. Here's Itachi.
What is going on?
Gave Vitality just enough time to recover, and it looks like they're gonna weather this massive salvo.
This is unbelievable. They've been using that backboard for free. Someone put it in! There you go, Itachi! Out of 3 shots, one finally goes into the back of the net, but it felt like they sent a salvo in order to get that.
I mean, it looked like that entire time Vitality had less than a full tank of boost combined, and they finally concede a goal, but it took 40, 50 seconds of constant pressure, it felt like, before K-Corp finally broke through, but they have the lead. How can they add to it?
Constant pressure, but the inability to not only hit the ball, but to put the ball on target was phenomenal. Now a chance here for Vitality. Radosin, no! Wall stands tall there on the blue side, and we are still in a 1-goal game.
Zen with 1 touch nearly beat 2, but Karmine Corp as a team worked just fine, though that 1 touch did beat 2, and it's Exotic scrambling back for the save. Now Alpha trying to find anybody to pass to. He just did not have a lane, couldn't work with it. So now Exotic throw it downfield, Zen's there to recover, and Alpha from the back will lead the charge. Inside 3 minutes, Radosin trying to get Vatira out of the way. This is still dangerously close to the net, but Vati's got it out past Radosin.
Been scrappy so far in game 4. We're approaching that halfway mark. Vatira trying to get that one centered. And here's in Radosin trying to get some demo, some disruption, forcing a couple up. Alpha does have some space here, but he's gonna have to do it all himself while everybody else gets boosted. And Radosin very aggressive there. He went all the way across the field. Still though, unable to make contact. Then now with some space, tries to set up a lane for Alpha. They both try to force their way past Vatira, but you just can't get past that man. That thing's set. That's his 4th save of the game.
The Bermuda triangle of attackers deep in that corner. Alpha's 2nd touch still high, and this follow-up from Zen goes well wide. Another one lobbed on. Vatira's got it coming out of the net. What else can he do? He'll roll it up the wall, but he can't do much. Itachi on his way back. Exotic called into action as well. What a touch! That was Alpha to set up Zen. Incredible!
Zen able to send this all the way across to Alpha. Alpha with the lightest touch to give it right back to him. What a play there for Vitality. They show their stuff and equalize here with 1:47 to go. Karmine Corp cannot let this game slip out of their hands.
Well, they go from a highlight reel play to then running into each other. So they go top 10, not top 10. Zen on his way back with nothing in the tank. He got the full boost. Here's Exotic with Vatira knocking him out of the way, and Radosin just skies it up. Realized he had to make a play with Zen unable to recover. Radosin scrambling across here. He'll make that stop as well. And Alpha just watches as Exotic brings it back in. Very similar to the start of the game. And a similar result. It's Itachi again.
They fight back. Exotic with a strong touch there off the back wall. And Itachi, once he sees Zen whiff, turns off the ground pinch right under the crossbar. K-Corp back in front.
No timeout available for K-Corp after this game, so important that they level this series and avoid going down 3-1. Itachi and Exotic not on the same page, but Itachi gets back, and he's got that save, but that ball's gotten away. And Vitality have had some windows here where K-Corp have been a little shaky defensively. They have not capitalized and still trail by 1 now. Final minute. Itachi with a huge win. It will be wide, and it's just swept away. Zen around 1, but not around 2. That forces Alpha to make a save before he gets hit away from the play. And it's Zen now from the corner. Radosin after the demo is wide. Follow-up is set high, thanks to the defense racing back.
Defense racing back. Vatira gets another save. That's his 6th one of the game. 30 seconds remaining. How much more can K-Corp do to stop Vitality? They're gonna swarm. They're gonna make a last second push here as the clock ticks down.
Off the ceiling, another opportunity. Radosin trying to keep the attack alive, but Zen's gone all the way back for boost. Radosin blocked by, looked like Itachi. 7 seconds remain. Itachi will just try and bring it towards the net, but now they've got to scramble back. Radosin with no time on the clock. Alpha, no, down to ground, tie series.
What determination on the side of Karmine Corp there. Especially defensively. 5 shots on the blue wall to 12. My goodness. There was 5 shots from Alpha alone.
Right. And still just the 1 goal from Zen to account for. K-Corp answers back after the timeout. And we look back at exactly how they did it. The crowd starting to rouse just a little bit deep in the corner of Aganis Arena as their team has brought this back to a 2-all series and turned this best-of-7 lower final into effectively a best-of-3. So now here we go. 3 games to send somebody to the grand finals. Boston, Massachusetts. I know y'all can get louder than this. This sounds like a BU hockey crowd. We're supposed to be Rocket League fans here. Let's keep going. 103, 104, let's go. Signs of life, especially down in the corner. They will blow the roof off this place if K-Corp gets another shot at Team BDS. Game 5 underway.
Right here off the kickoff, Vitality. You had that possession. You're starting to see Exotic though. All he has to do is get past Radosin. Can Exotic do it? No, Radosin gets the goal line block. Follow-up's also denied as well. K-Corp starts things off hot. Can Vatira get this around? Tries to. Exotic though, not gonna get that one past Alpha. And K-Corp will have to retreat. They're holding on to the midfield for now, but look at this. No one with boost on the side of K-Corp. Finally 100 there for Vatira, and he's instantly in the air.
What can Vatira do here as he turns on this? He's got nothing in the tank, but it doesn't matter. Still lobbed it towards the backboard. Had to be dealt with by Alpha. There were attackers waiting. Now Zen. Oh, he pumped the brakes there, hoping that corner boost would spawn for him. It did not, so now Radosin throw it at the net. Hope something good happens. It's happened a few times for Radosin and Vitality in this series. Alpha just narrowly getting a touch there, but it goes right back whence it came. Vatira looking to kick it out to center. And that's a great job getting the ball out away from the net, making Vitality cover a lot more ground, but they're up to the task defensively.
This been tough for them offensively at this point, too. Here's Radosin. Great push forward, trying to see if he can get a good 50. Gets it to Zen, and Zen puts it in the back of the net. What positioning to be there in time.
Give Radosin the assist, gives Zen his 4th goal of the series, and Vitality back on top here in a crucial tie-breaking 5th game. Vitality still has their timeout in their pocket as well. They did not use it after K-Corp tied the series. They would almost certainly use it once K-Corp gets on match point, if that ever happens. Vatira going to work, only to be met by Alpha. Exotic with a quick turn here and no pressure from Vitality. So he will try and set this up, but he sailed it way too high for Itachi. He almost still got to that though. Zen there with the clear. From the wall, nothing doing thanks to Exotic.
Gotta be careful too if you're on the side of K-Corp. I mean, you saw that like delayed touch there from Itachi. Forced out almost a pre-jump out of Radosin. They were sitting there set and they gave space to Karmine Corp, but not too much. They definitely have a line here in that midfield. But Itachi will try to put that one netwards. Exotic there to get the follow. Defense kind of set here. Karmine Corp down by 1. Still plenty of time left in game.
Here goes Zen. He's got a lane to shoot through. Oh! Clear for takeoff with a double tap.
Zen again, unbelievable. Gets the touch right off the top of the bar, right to his Finnick. It's
nobody jumped. You know the rule. Hand down, man down. 2-0. K-Corp got some work to do here. Alpha, wide open, 3-zip.
And now they're starting to cook back-to-back plays here on the side of Team Vitality. Alpha gets a 50 center. Zen says, wait, let me give you another crack at it. Pass to him, laser in the back of the net. 3-goal lead at the halfway point. Karmine Corp cannot give them any sliver of an opportunity. You see what they do with it.
K-Corp's been in this situation already once in this series. 3 unanswered goals from Vitality. They brought it back with a goal with 20 seconds and one with 4 seconds to at least give Vitality something to sweat about. Got to score much, much sooner here if they want to have a realistic chance of coming back in this game. Itachi tried to force it through 2. Everybody's in the corner, and Vatira nearly got to it, but it's just cleared away. Now Itachi for Exotic, gonna sail high. Radosin missed. This one, it goes right to Radosin on his way down, and Zen makes sure Vatira doesn't get a second touch.
Ball still in the field of play here. Oh, Radosin just barely getting that one past Exotic. That's not a mistouch there on the side of Alpha, but Radosin's there. All he has to do is just win the 50. Does he have a flip? Uses to try to keep himself in the air. But Karmine Corp fighting tooth and nail for possession. We've seen them make runs here. Can they get on a 3-goal run with not a lot of time left? They're trying to see if they can do it, but Vitality not making it easy. Infield pass, there's the shot. Danger on the side of Vitality, but they still get the ball out.
And everybody dove in too. Their eyes got real big when they saw that. Back the other way, it's sent off by Itachi. And now they go back to the drawing board, still down 3. Backflip from Radosin means Vatira can easily clear. Zen brought into the play from behind as well. He's tied up with Exotic. And this is just a hot mess on the side. Itachi got a pass. Oh no! He found his way through! Exotic at the last touch, but Itachi just waves his magic wand and everybody's out of the way.
What a 50 there. You see Zen, he's trying to cover both angles, trying to get a 50 on Itachi while also trying to block out the pass to Exotic. But Itachi played that perfectly, not adding any more pace on the ball, lets it roll right in.
Well, they got 40 more seconds than they gave themselves in game 1. Surely they'll at least get this back within 1. Indirect from the ceiling, it almost got through. Zen is there, but now Vatira dumps it back in. Second touch, high over the middle, but Zen is there for it with 40 to go. Over 1, almost through 2, it works! Alpha makes it a 3-goal game again.
K-Corp tried to utilize the space there, but Vitality, I mean, if you're gonna give them that much space, they'll instantly be able to cook up a play like that. Another chance where someone comes in, draws out the 50 from the last defender, and Alpha there to push that one into the back of the net. Zen and Alpha both with 2 goals this game. Alpha shooting 100%.
33 seconds and counting. And Vitality got to be really feeling confident now. Alpha delivers the knockout blow in Game 5. And now all eyes turn towards Neo Tokyo, surely.
Shooting 100%, like I said. Alpha 54, once again, I mean, these guys, what are we witnessing here?
We're witnessing greatness from really both sides, but especially this new Vitality squad. They've just been revitalized with the addition of Zen. Alpha's always been deadly, but it's even worse now. He's got this away, the final 10 seconds about to burn away. Neo Tokyo on the horizon, double match point for Team Vitality. Winners of the Spring Open, Spring Cup, Spring Invitational, and now looking for a shot at making it the Spring Major, inching one step closer to the final.
They're one game away from the grand final. One game away for the chance for the perfect split. And how fitting would it be to take down the reigning major champions in Karmine Corp? The stage is set. We go to Neo Tokyo. How will the blue wall handle this pressure? They've been in this situation before, but do they have what it takes to stand up and shine when the lights are brightest?
Alpha comes up with just the most bonkers scoreline you're gonna see in a moment as this gets through from Exotic, and he thought, okay, maybe there's a chance, but then Alpha put his mark on this game and absolutely put it away. You mentioned it, perfect 3-for-3 shooting. Just a savage scoreline, 3 goals, an assist, a couple of saves, and he's still second fiddle to Zen on the scoreboard, who nearly put together a hat trick special, right? He had 2 goals, he had a couple assists, he had the Savior medal, one away from a hat trick and playmaker as well. He has been phenomenal. Radosin started off this series incredibly hot, really got them out of the gates. Now he's got to help them finish the job. Neo Tokyo, Game 6, with Champions Field on the horizon if K-Corp can persevere.
Oh, that one.
Hello. Alpha!
To the top right!
Hey, again, you throw it at the net, you hope something good happens. K-Corp does not get beat like this often.
That is not the start you want to see on the side of Karmine Corp there. Especially with Vatira being last back, not making contact. It was a tough save to make. But now they've got the clock ticking down. Their major ticking down. How will Karmine Corp respond?
In a series that has had stunner after stunner, Vitality might have delivered the most stunning of all, with that one going through. Narrowly missed adding another. This will bounce away. Alpha's got it. Zen was up as well. He didn't burn a lot of boost, though not the worst of double commits. Vatira's blocked right at midfield. Here it comes back in. Alpha should have it all the way. He does, and Itachi just gets back. That's a familiar sight for Itachi, racing back to his goal line to stop another open net.
Vatira leading the charge here on this play. Gets the bump on Alpha. Follow up from Itachi straight to Zen. Vitality will try to move this the other way. Zen trying to set up a play there for Radosin. We'll get a demo on the back end, but it's a strong clear. And now things could go, well, potentially in the way of Karmine Corp. Haven't seen so much consistent offensive pressure coming out from them.
Oh, Alpha, little decoy play there as he planned to bring that back to Zen. It goes central for Vatira. Downfield, but nobody else is there except Alpha. Second touch on the way, couldn't get through Exotic, but he's still with the play, so Itachi had to come in. Now Radosin has Zen as an option behind him and said Zen's gonna have to dive in, and Itachi beat him to the punch. Here goes Vatira. Here goes the blue wall. Only as far as Radosin, they just can't get enough bodies forward to keep the pressure on like they did in Game 4.
Sense of urgency has to start to click here on the side of Karmine Corp. Haven't been able to get out of the zone, only have one shot this game. They need to dig deep.
Oh, another one from Exotic. It's available. Lower right, Itachi ties it. How great has Itachi been in this series?
He stepped up when he's needed to. He's always in the play. What awareness. Lower right corner, finds the spot, and hits the shot. When you need someone to step up and make the right shot, Itachi's there for him. K-Corp still in this game.
This series just feels anomalous for Karmine Corp. For all the attention that Vatira gets, his entire stat line, 1 assist. This has been Exotic and Itachi stepping up in a huge, huge way. Will the Beast awaken as well? Exotic into his own net. Itachi will sweep it out. Bati's got the demo. Can he keep possession? Not quite, but it's still available in midfield for Itachi. He'll try and bring another one through. This will fall towards Vatira. High to the backboard. Zen gave it a look, but Radosin calls him off.
Ooh, great play here in transition. No double there for Alpha. Vatira denied. You can see K-Corp starting to defend the backboard here a little bit. Not giving so much freedom to Vitality. Itachi tries to play this one low. Is there anyone there for a follow? No, he'll have to send this one back.
And just barely got it back to Vatira. It was a little off the mark. Made a great recovery. Exotic making the air dribble. And now it's Zen. Just throw it down the middle, and why not? It's worked a few times. Exotic's there, so is Alpha. Back and forth the teams go, waiting for somebody to blink and give up a crucial advantage late in Game 6. There's Zen! Oh! Radosin could not finish the play, nor could Zen, and we keep going.
Vitality trying to punch through the blue wall. Brick by brick, but you can't stop greatness! Vatira scores! K-Corp in front!
And the blue wall corner of the arena comes to life with 1:24 to go in a game that K-Corp has to win to keep their hopes of going back-to-back majors alive. Game 7 is looming. Can they hang on for a 1:20? It's Exotic, not quite. Sent off to the side. Itachi center ball, and Vatira's in a real tough spot. Alpha trying to get around him, and he got through him instead. Exotic got bumped to the wall, and Radosin ties the game!
There's the Swarm pushing upfield. Alpha sets up one, Zen not even looking at the ball. Exotic, get out the way. Radosin has a second to get there, and he gets there in time. We still got more Rocket League to go.
What is it Wavepunk said on the desk? Greater than the sum of their parts. Team Vitality has been a perfectly balanced three-headed monster. Exotic to clear. Maybe a numbers advantage for the blue wall, but there's Alpha standing tall. This gets kicked out to the side. Vatira going to work. Got around Alpha. Can he center? No. Exotic will try. It got through, but Itachi wasn't ready for it. And Vitality are let off the hook. But that pitch, high and wide, and Zen's got the read out. There's Alpha. Throw it to the backboard. Itachi missed, but Vatira bails them out.
Both teams scrambling here to get some control. Vitality trying to reset, while Karmine Corp are trying to force the issue. Only less than 30 seconds to go here, as Alpha is going to take the ball. Radosin trying to add that pressure. We've seen what Vitality do when they get on the blue half. Good thing Karmine Corp is set. So now they start to transition back and forth to see who's going to make the mistake. Someone has to be locked in here in the final seconds. Chance for Vitality to end it. Karmine Corp trying to turn things around. Are they going to keep this ball up? It's in the air. Radosin up. Itachi gets the beat. No one there to follow. Hit the ground. Overtime in Game 6.
I want the roof to come off this building here as we get into overtime now in Game 6. Here goes Alpha, looking for a spot in the finals. Vatira, not the best clear, but then nobody else is there, and Exotic and Vati are both there in the corner to guide that one from danger. Here goes Vatira now. He's got a lane to shoot through. He got in Alpha's way, and Itachi could not dive in. Radosin was there.
Vatira fighting to keep Karmine Corp in here. He does not want to lose another chance to take a crown. But you can see the hunger on Vitality. Demo's on the play. Vatira now with space. No boosto. That one bounces off the corner. Tries to go for a bump. Itachi set up. There's the bounce. But Alpha's there to get the block out. Follow-up is going to be denied as Zen sends it all the way downfield. Itachi has to clear it to the corner.
All-time mechanical talent on either side of the field, and every time the ball gets anywhere close to the net, It is edge of your seat stuff here in Boston.
Double commit.
Vatira crisscrosses with another defender, but he'll still keep it himself. Here comes Itachi after the demolition. So Zen, he got beat in the corner.
Itachi!
No! We're going to Champions Field!
Grit, determination, and strength. Itachi makes Alpha think twice, and he gets punished for it. Exotic will put that one in the back of the net. Karmine Corp aren't done here yet. We got one more game to determine who's gonna go to the finals.
One more game indeed. We started with a 7-game clanger, and we're gonna finish the bracket before the grand finals with game 7 as well. An overtime winner on Neo Tokyo. Yet another flash of brilliance out of Exotic and Itachi combining on that goal to tie us all up at 3 games apiece.
We take a look at the Mobile One high performance replay as this series has gone into high performance towards the end. Look at that setup there. Exotic getting there in time, and Karmine Corp exploding.
Well, the color is certainly blue over there. Vitality has called their timeout. Remember, they held on to it after the second K-Corp win that tied up the series. They knew that if they could win Game 5, they could hold on to it going into Champions Field. So now it's on Coach Farah, who has engineered a brilliant run for this Vitality squad. I mean, yes, we could talk all we want about how great Alpha and Zen and Radosin have been collectively as a group. But there's that leadership behind them and all that experience that Farah has on that very stage. Now, imparting that onto his team, trying to get them focused back here for Game 7. And on the other side, Eversax has seen his team in this spot time and time again. K-Corp looking to perform when it matters most. They let Game 7 get away last time. But now, with BDS on the horizon, a shot at a rematch in the grand final. You know the motivation is there. Boston, are you ready for Game 7?
Again, this arena's loud. And they're getting even louder. Nothing else matters. Game 7, 5 minutes on the clock. Only one has a chance to go to the finals and play against BDS. Here we go.
The best words in Rocket League, the best words in all the sports. Game 7, here we go.
We've seen Vitality shine in the spring split. We've seen Karmine Corp take the trophy in the winter major, looking to do it again. How will they handle this? Already off to a quick start here is going to be K-Corp. First shot landing from them. Looking for a follow-up. You can see a little bit of aggressiveness on the side of Vatira. He's tried to see if he can get to that ball, but unable to. Now all of Karmine Corp trying to keep this play alive as he got that early possession.
K-Corp put that pressure on early in Game 4, and it paid off. They were able to tie the series. They put it on late in Game 6 for the same result. Exotic will bounce this away. They got another one up high. Radosin denied by Vatira as well, who has not shined offensively, but the defense has been great out of Vatira and K-Corp. There's Exotic. Try to drop it down to Itachi. This duo's been phenomenal, but not that time.
And he got Vatira in the back end, able to kind of clear things up. Now he's going to be leading the charge forward. Lots of space here on the side of Karmine Corp. And Vatira will start things off with the first goal.
Left scoreless through 5.5 games, but he's got a couple goals now since Game 6. And K-Corp strike first in Game 7.
And he's getting chatty too. You can feel the confidence on the side of him. Vitality are gonna have to really dig deep if they want to keep this spring split alive.
Anytime you see Vati start barking, you know he's gonna kick it into a high gear, but there's Alpha on the other side. Vatira's up for this. Zen up forward for Alpha. Redirect is pushed wide. Follow up there from Radosin, nothing doing. Itachi and Radosin there. And Itachi will give way to Exotic. He gets demolished. Maybe a double commit there from Vitality. They had two on the wall, but it does not phase them. Itachi, indirect, could play it himself. Radosin there with Vatira running interference. That goes off the post on a save. Follow is wide as well. And Karmine Corp nearly double their lead. Now they gotta play defense. Watch out, it's saved away.
What a stretch there to get there in time. Two members of Karmine Corp on the defensive end. Vatira trying to chain dash. She does get that 100 boost as the ball gets cleared to the sidewall. But keep eyes out. Whenever Vitality have space, they just look so threatening when they're in the offensive front. There goes Zen again. Good 50 to open space up. Alpha trying to set up Radosin. Radosin, though, is going to get beat. That's going to go all the way downfield, but Zen recovers it in time.
Well, Radosin wisely not going up, but he really wasn't part of the play on either end. That goes off of Radosin, and he's got to turn on that. Exotic beat him to the punch, and that's a great delay there by Alpha. Last second adjustment to avoid getting dunked on. As Radosin rolls it forward, Exotic will bring it through. There's a demo. Alpha's off the field, but Zen is there to save the day. Vati lurking. Radosin stopped him.
Vitality now. How will they strike? Zen's been leading the charge almost every time in Game 7. This time, huge clear downfield. Alpha trying to boom the ball. Exotic gives him a taste of his own medicine, and here's Radosin catching it on the back end. Look at this, bringing it all the way down too. Alpha also, that demo, they even set up a lane. Zen, no, doesn't make contact, and now Vitality have to get back. Vatira may have an open net, he does!
Because he is Vatira and you're not. Just a little bit faster. Alpha screened off the play by Itachi the whole way. The beast has come alive and he's given K-Corp a 2-goal lead. Oh, Itachi from the kickoff. Vatira's there to set up Exotic, and it's Alpha slamming the doors shut. So it's Vitality now that has to rally. Alpha shot denied. Zen, not a lot in the tank. They almost thread the needle. There's Alpha, far side, back within one.
It was only a matter of time. They had everything set up. Even with that save out, Zen just running that interference, Itachi in a tough spot, and Alpha puts the shot home. 1 minute 27 to go in Game 7. K-Corp still in front, but Vitality still have strength left in them. They are not going out without a fight.
Oh, that one narrowly got through. Now here's Zen. That's blocked out. Alpha leads all scorers with 6 in this series. He's also tied with 4 assists. Indirect, nobody home on offense, so now it's Zen. That's still going forward. Here they come in formation. Exotic just got a piece of it, and the race to the ball midfield. Oh, what a pass! What a turn by Zen to find Radosin and tie the series!
Look at this from Zen, that turn! Vatira had no idea he was there, gets around him, and gives it straight back to Radosin. Even though Karmine Corp had a strong start, Vitality has battled back.
Expect anything different from these two Titans of France? Vatira right at Radosin. Itachi's there for the rebound, denied by Zen. And Radosin will sky it forward. Exotic had to turn before the back boost. And then he backflips out of the way so Vatira can take charge. There's Zen, his shot, denied. Boy, K-Corp almost ran into each other. Now it's Radosin. Second touch off the ceiling. This is still dangerous. Zen coming in, and Exotic's in the way in the final 30.
30 seconds, and Vitality still with this ball in the blue half. Karmine Corp needs to get it out. They need to get boosted up, and they got to start moving quickly here. One goal could decide this entire lower final.
Getting into golden goal territory. At this point, Vatira with the save, and Itachi calmly brings that out to the wing. Zen trying to duck it back in. 5 seconds left. Run forward by Radosin. Vatira in a real awkward spot, and Radosin could not capitalize. This will touch the ground. 1 goal to send somebody to face BDS in the final. Oh, that got through cleanly past Exotic. There it is! It is Alpha 54! Cleared for takeoff, and Vitality to the finals!
Off the kickoff! Alpha finishes the job! And
see, I took a quick glance over towards the K-Corp section. There's still an appreciation for all the warriors up on that stage who had an epic battle, and the mutual respect being displayed on the stage as well between them. They know that on any given day, it could have been the other guys going to the final. But on this day, it is Team Vitality persevering, surviving, and advancing into the grand final.
They came into the arena, were looked at as villains for eliminating the last North American hope. But they have earned the love of the crowd here in Boston. The rising stars, the shooting star in Alpha 54, have brought themselves a chance to have the perfect spring split. This is nothing short of incredible.
The questions are starting to be asked. Okay, it's no longer K-Dop and Fairy Peak, so if they don't perform now, as Zen gets a lot of appreciation from this great crowd, if they don't perform now, is it Alpha? Is he the problem? Well, clearly not. He has been reborn here with now Zen and Radosin by his side, and that young man, Zen, has strung together a performance for the ages here in Boston. It's been a legendary performance, but there's still more work to do.
The theme of this split is take over.
Yes.
And the conquest of Team Vitality has not finished yet. They want revenge.
So Vitality now, who started in the lower bracket semifinal, keeps on rolling. And the man behind this incredible run, Farah, is standing by on stage with Subi.
Vitality, keep the dream alive. A perfect split is still possible. Farah, really quickly, take me through that series.
Yeah, incredible. I really felt like we had the upper hand, and that's what the guys kept telling themselves. Like, we're better, we're better, we're better. Because like the games we lost, it felt on like such like incredible circumstances every time that we were like, this is frustrating, but we can do it, we can do it, we can do it. And yeah, in the end, it came down to one goal, but we made it, we made it.
This is incredible. I've never seen a crowd flip so quickly. You went from villain to hero. But I gotta ask your thoughts on what you think of Team BDS in the grand finals. You not only have to beat them once, but twice in a row. Give me quick thoughts on it.
Yeah, it's not gonna be easy. And on that, I'm gonna ask if any one of you, because, all right, I'm gonna need you guys. Because you know, like we're pretty tired right now, to be honest. Like the series have been pretty long. And I know you guys have been cheering for BDS. So I'll give that one after the, bracket reset. But, for the first series, I want you guys to have, a great experience, but I want us to have a great experience. Root for us. And in exchange, I will trade my Vitality flag against an NA flag if anyone has it right now. If anyone has one right now, or any sign, I will trade it, and I will wear it, walk out on stage if you guys cheer for us for the first series, just to help us get the bracket reset. And then you guys can do whatever you want.
So, really quickly, he's looking for an American flag in the building to drape around his shoulders and put this region on Vitality's back. Either way, we've got signs all around the building. We'll get it figured out. The grand finals have officially been set. Don't go anywhere. You're not gonna wanna go anywhere.
Man. What a show. Woo. What a show, man. Gibbs, CJ, you probably remember this too. Bates, this was before your time, but there was this kid on the leftovers back in the day who won an upset in season 4, I think it was season 3 even, and stood on his desk and asked everyone to cheer for him.
Oh, yeah.
That player's name was Farah. He now coaches a team that's going to play to try and complete a perfect split. He's been a showman since the day we met him, and he's doing everything he can right now, CJ, to try and let his team win this.
I mean, I was so sad when that man retired, but for him to be back here coaching and potentially grabbing his first RLCS championship, he's got the NA sign as well. NA on top. He's the showman.
He's got the smoke going off. Last year I saw him in London. He was trying to build a new squad. He was there for one reason, to find what squad would win a world championship. And he's got a chance to win the Boston Major and go in as huge favorites to that world championship.
And here's the thing. We've been saying this is BDS's tournament to lose. Is it though? Are they actually? There feels like there is such a momentum behind this Vitality squad right now.
I mean, plot armor T-Bates. Look at this 2-0 down in Game 7. What a series overall as well. There were mistakes, it was high pressure, but there were highlight clips galore as well. This is peak Rocket League.
Matera, he can't beat Zen, man. He can't beat Zen. Was the best player on the pitch. Simple and plain. Nobody else was on his level this whole entire series. Botsy took him a long time to wake up. But Carmine, they kept fighting. They got up 2-0, and he just felt like Vitality, he might be done with it. But they just kept on going, even in this game. This Game 6 was probably better than Game 7. It was absolute peak Rocket League, Itachi masterclass. And then the series ended, of course, off the kickoff, Alpha 54, he had to sail it home.
I mean, I love seeing the mistakes as well. Obviously, you can say there weren't many good goals in Game 7, but that just shows the pressure on these two sides. And Vitality Gibbs, they had to do a 2-0 down, coming back, and then scoring right off the rip in overtime.
And that includes also Game 2 overtime that they should have won, but Radosin made a team save on a shot as well. They bounced back. It was an up and down series the entire time. That was my one concern with Vitality, because we saw them bounce back after a loss, win 8 games in a row. That was their first loss after that, but they bounced back and found a way to win this series.
I also have to point out, though, it wasn't just Farah at the end playing to the crowd, asking them for their support. It was Zen on the stage, raising his hands to all of Boston. The growth and the maturity we've seen from him just over the course of the last 24 hours. He's become so comfortable in his new home, and I'm terrified for anybody that has to go up against his roster right now.
And that was his biggest win of his entire career. We saw him immediately just drop to the floor. He was down there for minutes, but he knows there's still more work to be done. 2 more series they have to take versus BDS.
They are into the grand finals. BDS and Vitality, the only 2 teams to survive this far on Championship Sunday. The reigning world champs trying to get a title before they defend the trophy. Vitality trying to put up the perfect split. T-Bates, it's like we wrote it up beforehand.
It really is. BDS, Vitality, you couldn't have ran up even better. It's like the culmination from all the way from RLCS X to now. These 2 organizations going at it neck and neck.
I mean, BDS as well, they've beaten every team in this bracket on Sunday. They took Vitality down 4-1 as well in the uppers.
Yep.
I mean, this is revenge now for Vitality. They have all the momentum. BDS, I was sitting there, Monkey Moon was having to watch it from the sidelines. I think you're getting pretty nervous if you're BDS, at least for that first series.
And now we are guaranteed 3 different major winners yet again. We've never had a 2-time major winner in the same year. And man, oh man, like, yes, BDS has 2 lives, but it really does feel like a coin flip either way.
How crazy is that? That's how strong Vitality is, folks. We've got a trophy to have hoisted after this match. We've got 1 more match to play, maybe 2 more matches. 1 more battle to do in Boston. BDS versus Vitality for all the marbles after this.
poised, 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. Rotation back. Forced it. It won another. Rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo. Gets the ball. He's now taking the opposite side of the field. On the reset. Can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
Gentlemen, Mr. Alex, Mr. Emil.
Hello.
Now it's time to put you in the hot seat. I will give you both a topic to debate, after which I will give you a prompt in which you have to follow to the letter. If you follow it correctly, you'll be awarded with a point. Do you understand?
I understand more. I understand the most out of us two, so.
Mr. Alex, you will go first. Are you ready?
I'm so ready, born ready. APAC is the next big region because they've got those import teams, and what you need is to make sure you've got talent that is starting to feed in. And when you're talking about feeding, we need to talk about you, my friend, because you've been doing well. You've been gymming in APAC. You would look absolutely phenomenal.
That was interesting. Mr. Emil, are you ready?
I'm so ready. Now, CJ, a man who talks like this, isn't just brilliant in the way that he speaks, he's brilliant in the way that he plays. Sure, sometimes he misses the ball, but you look at Furia, they can't deal with it at all. What is Rocket League as well? Like, I've heard Shogun say, this is Rocket League, but is this Rocket League or am I playing now? I'm just so lost right now. I was talking about CJ and suddenly my whole world comes crashing down around me. I think he's the best player, but I can't tell you why.
Already, both of you are doing very well in the first round.
Thank you.
Stumpy did get the cameraman's approval, though. I'll have to award him with a point. Alex, are you ready?
I am. Oh my, T-Bates has got the most unbelievable opinions. The fact that he is going onto Twitter being so confident, getting all of these impressions, he is just farming. And it's pathetic, the fact that...
Come on, you can do this. You got this.
T-Bates is always like...
Come on.
Sorry, what is it?
Come on.
T-Bates is always like, I can't do it, sorry.
Come on.
I can't.
Interesting.
Oh, sorry.
That was a really good effort. That's better than I could have done.
Sorry.
I've been there.
I'm really sorry. Yeah.
Emil, are you ready?
Yes.
All right. Here you are.
Oh, Vitality is obviously the new dynasty. We saw them yesterday, one of the first times this entire split they've even been challenged, and they still won through. Zen is absolutely incredible, scoring goals no one else can even conceive of. Alpha, he's about 400 years old at this point, and he's still scoring fantastic goals too.
I've seen enough. Emil, you're ordered with a point.
That's fair. Yeah.
The score is 1-1.
Mm-hmm.
Alex, are you ready for your next prompt?
So ready, I'm good. Yeah, let's go.
Here it is.
I just keep turning the oven up too high. The toppings, uninspired. Chorizo, who cares? I'm not in Spain, I'm in England. And England's pizzas, normally they're the best in the world. You want cheese, you want more cheese, you want some Brussels sprouts, that's what England does brilliantly. And yet, I need to stop. I need to make something a lot easier, like, I don't know, a hamburger or a bowl of dirt. I'm sorry that I even try.
Oh my.
I'd back you to burn a bowl of dirt.
Thanks, man. That means a lot.
Mr. Emil, are you ready?
I'm dreading it, but yes, let's do this.
All right, here you are.
Sure, he's not yet won a major, but then neither is Zen. Do you know what I mean? And First Skill is older, so he must be better. Brave? Better?
You did better than I did when I had this prompt, I'll tell you that much.
You're a writer.
I am. I've never done
But
that
you're not a
challenge.
talker.
No,
That's
true.
the thing.
That's hard.
Alex will get 1 point. We will move on. Alex, you're now in the lead. Emil, you have one chance to potentially tie. If you cannot tie, this will be Alex's game. You will both debate at the same time.
Makes sense.
Easy, no problem. I talk over him all the time anyway, so. Natural.
Are you ready?
Yes, ready. Oh, an EU team's
Yeah,
taking
I mean,
balls. There's
it
no
just goes
problem.
without
Right now,
saying.
we've
You've
got
got
4 in the
Vitality
top
in there,
6 at the
brilliant. It's
moment.
gonna-
We've seen
it's
Moist
gonna
do a
be the top 4
fantastic
team
job
in
as
EU.
well.
Gentlemen, I've seen enough.
Can we carry on anyway? I'm having fun.
I'm nearly 30.
Emil, you have great interpretive dancing, but I just felt Alex's was much better.
Thank you, Jamal. That means a lot.
Emil, you've lost. Thoughts? You know where to send the check.
Yeah, no problem.
I stand back and I watch you explore. Imperfect visions like I've been here before. Falling faster, I try to ignore. I see you, I see you. I'll let you drag me to hell if you hold my hand. Tell me this is real and it will never end.
Delegating isn't one of my strong suits. I've seen it take a toll and be harmful. I've seen what it can do when I got both of my arms full, but still continue to pile more on my back though. I learned at a young age, if you want to do something impactful, then you gotta be willing to sacrifice and really go after it with everything that you have, cause if you don't, it ain't never gonna happen. Listen, gotta prevail, gotta excel. Think I hit my peak? No, I just started climbing the hill. Kill or be killed. Well, if that's the way that you feel, I hope you know you about to get the raw end of the deal. I need to meditate, I ain't got no room to grow, I would never say. Conversations with the Lord should be every day. Reconnecting with my core, get my head on straight. Praying on my downfall, let her pray. Resume, check the resume. Set the pace, I don't hesitate. Yeah, just get it done, let me demonstrate. Demonstrate, demonstrate. Let it soak in, let it resonate. Blood, sweat, and tears on the 808s. See, I'm praying on my downfall. Let him pray. Let him pray. See, I'm praying on my downfall. Hey, let him pray. Yeah, let him pray. Let him pray. Hey, see, I'm praying on my downfall. Let him pray. Sentimental, influential, every every step I've ever taken in the wrong direction helped me get to where I am today and led to monumental moments in my life that I would not have got to experience if I'd have let the mistakes that I made rob me of my full potential. Life will test you, don't forget to remember the fundamentals. Woo! I gotta get back to those. Be surprised what you find when you climb out your comfort zone. I get uncomfortable when I get too comfortable. You corner me and that's all she wrote. I'm in a headspace I ain't never been before. You don't bring nothing to my life, then I exit yours. Let's get right to it, yeah, I ain't with the back and forth. You either with me or against me, an easy choice. The moment I'm building, I can feel it. My resilience, cannot hide it, can't conceal it. Made me suffer some, but also made me brilliant. Pass my brilliance down and teach my children. Life is precious, life is treacherous, life is filled with dead end roads. Keep on pushing, keep on healing. See you praying, all my downfall gone. Keep on praying, God ain't listening to you. Resume, check the resume. Set the pace, I don't hesitate. Yeah, just get it done, let me demonstrate. Demonstrate, demonstrate. Let it soak in, let it resonate. Blood, sweat, and tears on the 808s. See him praying on my downfall. Let him pray. Yeah, let him pray. Woo. See him praying on my downfall. Hey, let him pray. Woo. Let him pray. Yeah, let him pray. Hey, see him praying on my downfall. Let him pray.
Let 'em Pray and Hope by NF are now available in the featured shop, folks. Make sure you go get it. And for those of you tuning in from inside Rocket League Live in the Ally Arena, welcome to the show. You've picked a wonderful time to join in. We have one more match to go here in Boston, and we were so excited we had to stand up here, folks. This is going to be an amazing one. Vitality trying to do the perfect split. BDS trying to win a title before the World.
I like this.
That's it. I get to move around a little bit, have a little bit of fun.
Oh, Bates, watch out. You only got a few steps.
Oh, no, I got plenty of space. I get to move around, hype with the crowd. Oh, there's the signs. I need those signs.
Man, but this is...
I need those.
This is perfection versus reincarnation. BDS has come from the ashes to come back to the top. Vitality, 3 regional wins. They're looking for the split slam.
Yeah.
These teams, it means everything for them to get this Boston Major.
Which story is more impactful? The story of Rise on 3 different teams coming through. This is you guys.
We didn't get a box.
They wanted
yeah,
to
we should have got a box. Yeah.
And this is what happens when we decide that just a few minutes before we go. Rise on 3 different teams, 3 different majors, trying to joins the reigning world champs, and now they're going to try and win another one. Or Zen, rookie season, rookie split, wins everything that possibly happens. I don't know.
And then Monkey Moon, obviously world champ, no majors. He finally shows up again. It's like, hey guys, I've always been here. Yeah. I've always been the best.
Well, he did get Sweden, so he got 2.
No, but that was a while ago.
Then
none after that for a bit. This is the first time back in front of the crowd, and BDS has looked unbeatable. And that includes when they played Vitality, which is the worst match we've ever seen Vitality play, but they did bounce back with 3 wins in a row afterwards.
This has been incredible. And then with a Game 7 overtime winner, Zen coming into his own, Alpha popping off and winning it for his team. That player that many people have been like, is he the one that needs to be? Is he the weak link here? Clearly not. Everybody on that team hopping. Everyone on that team humming.
I mean, I just can't believe we're here. As you said, it feels like a French regional, but I mean, online there's been overwhelming support. We're getting viewerships absolutely through the roof. We absolutely love it. And everyone in this arena, we heard Farah before the break. He's got the NA on top. Zen was actually walking out when he was warming up with the NA on top sign as well. So even Vitality leaning into it.
Well, Carmine Corps did just exit the tournament in 3rd place, but we'll give them one more accolade here. We'll give them the Ally Assist of the day here. This one is going to go to the whole team.
K-Corp, what a team play they had, and this was on Neo Tokyo Game 6. 1, 2, 3, a beautiful shot coming out. All 3 members getting involved. Itachi, 2 exotic. Vatira is wide open, and when he's in the slot, you know he's hitting that shot. Bar down, almost, he didn't even need the bar here. Vatira, brilliant shot. That is why K-Corp gets the Ally Assist of the Day.
Just like you rely on your allies in Rocket League, Ally is proud to be a relentless supporter for your financial well-being. Because we're all better off with an ally, digitally, financially, and personally. Ally, do it right, folks. 2 teams remain, 1 more match to go. Okay, what do you call it with the bracket reset? Because it's 1 battle.
So if you're a Vitality
matches,
fan,
maybe.
I think you count it as 1 match, so they've never been beaten, like in a match, because they got bracket resetted back in Regional 2 by
so
K-Corp.
okay.
So if you're a Vitality fan, it counts as 1 whole match. So
I see.
Vitality's still, they finally lost 1 here, but they didn't lose any throughout the split. So.
All right.
But
it's a festival of Rocket League is what we're going to see here.
And I think everyone wants to see more Rocket League, and that's why Vitality wants the crowd behind them, because who doesn't want to see the best 2 teams battle it out for 14
games? My goodness.
Come on.
Can you imagine, folks? We might be about to head into that. Now, we have had so many players compete over the course of the Boston Major, and we have to give out some MVP awards at the end of the day. We want your help in chat to help us determine who the offensive and defensive MVPs are. We're going to start with offense. Now, you're going to see 5 names pop up here. These are your nominees. You can vote in chat using the hashtags below these players. The voting is now open. It will be open for about a minute or so here, and then we will do defensive after. So this is just for offensive right now. And yeah, let's talk about these players and why each one of them would be a worthy cause here, basically.
I think all of them are worthy cause. There was one point where Cash was averaging a goal per game. I don't think he ended up averaging that towards the back end. Clears was an absolute offensive monster the whole entire time. Catalyst for Rule 1.
Well, in chat, I'll let you know. You have to use the hashtags. You can't just type the name. Got to put hashtag and then the name exactly as you see it there. So any of you typing just exotic with a bunch of eyes, your vote's not getting counted here.
We got to talk about apparently Jack as well. He put up over 1 goal per game, I believe, in the top 3 right now. And I think Clears would be my vote right now, because Rule 1 would not be on championship like the final day without him. He's been carrying them on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Rule 1's defense, but offensively, Khalees has been exceptional. I'm sure we might be talking about them in defense in a moment. However, this is all about the offense. Zen, we know what he's been doing so far, and we might see it again in the final. And the cannon, as you said, his goal participation was electric. I want to give a shout out to Realize, who's not in the 5.
Sure.
He had above 80%. That was nearly 89% goal participation, 0.7 goals per game as well for a team that was playing Liquid and Vitality. So phenomenal performance out of APAC.
Apparently Jack as well, tying the LAN record for most goals scored in a game by a single player. It's been done like 5 times. If that's not something that doesn't factor into the offensive MVP award, I don't know what would. So we'll let those votes continue to go here. Bates, if it was you, who would you give it to?
I would give it to Abject.
Of course you would. It's an NA.
I walked right into that one.
No, he's the only person that's averaging a goal per game. He was absolutely dominant on offense, basically the whole entire event. And I know he actually got swept yesterday, but...
What's your vote, CJ? Well, I don't want to hear any more from him.
I think, I don't want to be, I think Khalees has been exceptional.
Thank you.
But
That's a good shout.
That's my vote too. Just, yeah.
Okay, we'll leave it at that.
There you go. 2 votes for Clears over here.
Zen's going to try and swing it all in his favor.
That's fair. That's fair. Zen's still playing, so.
We'll see, folks. All right, so voting for offensive MVP is now closed. We're going to move on to defensive MVP. We're going to put up 5 more nominees. Again, same thing. Got to use the hashtag and then the name as it follows here, folks. But defense, the other side of the ball here, Bates, these are the nominees.
Oh, now this is where it gets really interesting. Okay, you got Vatira. He absolutely dominates. Monkey Moon's probably been the best player at the tournament so far. He's been great. And then Roas on defense as well. Held down Rule 1. Oh, this is much tougher. This is much tougher. CJ, what you thinking?
Well, I said Rule 1, they've been the defensive players. Roas, for me, has been that man. I mean, 12 saves in that 12-minute overtime was pretty special. 29 saves for that team as well. All week long, these guys have been phenomenal. Obviously, Vatira feel like he's always up there in defense. But Juicy, I like that as well. Moist getting a lot of nominees.
Yeah, a magical run by them as well. No one expected them to do much. Very likely a 9th place finish. No, they were in the upper bracket, that Final 4. They did eventually drop out. But Monkey Moon, his defense is always incredible. It's always been one of the best in the world. That is why they're up there on the stage right now. I think, like, if I had to give a nod, I'm going Monkey Moon.
Monkey Moon is... It feels unfair to nominate him for things because it's like, well, yep, he's always... He's very, very good at this video game, so...
He is averaging more saves per game than Roas is, so I think I had to go Monkey Moon as well.
And what about Clears, too?
That's crazy how
it's like
Clears
he's
go
on both.
offense and defense.
like he would be in the MVP running, I think, like overall. I think it's going to be a little bit hard to win with a 4th place finish, but Clears is definitely a top 3 MVP in my book.
I mean, we'll find out a little bit more in this grand final, but I mean, we were just so bad at voting between us. We had to get you guys involved at home, so hopefully you guys can make better decisions than what we have.
Yes, absolutely. Let us know, folks. So those are the MVPs. You can continue to vote for defensive there as things, it'll close here in a moment, folks. But here's the bracket. It's now all but filled in. And it's crazy to think 4 days ago we were up there in round 1. That was like 50,000 matches ago. But now BDS versus Vitality, the only teams remaining.
Yeah, man. 3 days ago, and we had T-Bates actually happy, but no longer that is the case. It's been a European regional. It feels like BDS, Vitality, BDS has gone through every single top 4 team. Vitality, they get the rematch. They made a mistake in that first crowd day, but they have redeemed themselves.
Folks, it's time for the grand finals in Boston. Team BDS versus Vitality. This is the one we've been waiting for. This is the one everybody's in their seats for. It's time to get the teams on the stage. The reigning world champions, moments away, or days away from Germany. It's just coming up around the corner. They're trying to win one more before it happens.
BDS is the best team because we have LAN experience. To take over and win Grand Final, we just have to play your game and still to be confident on the pitch.
Rise up high, Monkey Moon central. Rise wants to go it alone. He does not. Monkey Moon shoots. BDS topple the kings of Europe.
The weakness of Vitality is they don't have LAN experience. We are more confident than them.
Unable to find his way in on the air dribble. Rise up now with one reset. The second. Oh! Rise! Magnificent!
Vitality, we are ready for you. We come to Boston to take over and the trophy will come with us. Watch out, the world champion is back.
Introducing first from the upper bracket, the team of Rise, Tenko, and Monkey Moon, your reigning Rocket League World Champions, Team BDS!
BDS, right back where they are very familiar at, a grand final. They won in fall all the way back in Sweden. Then they came to the World Championship down in Fort Worth, Texas, and took that crown as well. And now they're back almost a whole year later at their first LAN of the RLCS 22-23 year, and are looking to take home yet another crown.
And Monkey Moon flexing on Vitality earlier through the bracket. He's flexing now. He is confident coming in with his brand new teammate Rise. 3 different teams, 3 majors. It doesn't matter for him. He's made 5 grand finals. This man has the ice.
With Rise on this team, they've just got a bit of a presence about them. Have a look at them standing on stage. Rise staring me down at the moment. That's intimidating. But also Seiko, the World Championship MVP. He's back in business, baby. What a phenomenal tournament so far.
BDS proven that all it takes is one roster move to turn around a season. Now they're qualified for the main event of the RLCS World Championship 2-3 months ago. People didn't even think that they would be back at the World Championship in order to defend their crown.
And yet here they are. They have punched their ticket to Germany. They have punched a ticket to a grand finals here in Boston. They're to try and do 2 back-to-back, see if they can pull it off, but they got to get through this one first as they prepare for their opponents this match. They're going to try and do it all in one in here. Try to avoid the bracket reset if they can, but there is a fierce opponent on the other side.
To take over and win Grand Final, we need to communicate good and playing good. Vitality is the best team in Europe because we dominate all the split. I'm really excited to play BDS in finals. They beat us in top 6, and now I want to take my revenge.
On the attack, eyes gleaming, looking for an opportunity. They need to create something here. Give on the play. Still gets the ball.
We need to stop Monkey Moon because he's a consistent player. He never plays bad, like he's all the time at the top.
Jack mixed up early, but look at that. Zen, great read across. Alpha's there, and it's another goal.
It's your first time in major, so you're gonna show them in grand final.
And their opponent, the team of Alpha 54, Radosino and Zen. Boston, welcome back one more time from the lower bracket, Team Vitality!
From villains to heroes, Vitality is coming out not only to win this major, but to write the history books. Zen has been a pro for 1 month, and he's already wrote the history books. A perfect split, never done in a major region. The crowd is supporting him 100%.
This is North America's last hope. Team Vitality crowd, get behind them now for this first series. And what showmans they are as well, teammates.
I can't believe the crowd hasn't busted out the USA chant. They came out with the American flags. They had the NA on top. Vitality, the showmen that they are. Alpha 54, one of the best players in the game. Game 7, money on the line. Big time players make big time plays. He sealed the deal against Carmine Corp. Sent him out of the tournament. And now they're trying to move on and take and beat the best team in Rocket League.
The most important goal of the entire tournament. Alpha strikes it home. Radosin getting redemption from yesterday. Has played phenomenal defense throughout today. It's been a gauntlet. They went through a 12-minute overtime. They went through 7 games, but there's still more work to be done. They need to win 2 best-of-7s.
They need to win 2 best-of-7s. Alpha, they're more worried about which signs they got in my hand. They need to focus up on the pitch, because it's about to be contested, it's about to be hot. Vitality, they dropped to this BDS team, and they probably played their worst series that they have played since Zen has joined the roster. It's going to be interesting to see how much they've improved, what they've been looking at in the tape.
I mean, the scary part now about this team, you just saw it there. They're embracing the crowd. They're embracing the LAN environment. I felt like in that upper bracket against BDS, they got inside their own heads. This isn't online anymore. You can't play online Rocket League. This is all about feeling the atmosphere, feeding off that energy. And if this is anything to go by, this team is going to put on a clinic.
Well, CJ, they've played so many games today. They just came off a Game 7 overtime. We talk about it being spectacular, but it's exhausting. Stamina has to be in low reserves. How important is finding energy from other sources
That's
here?
what Ferris said. They need this home crowd support. For this first series at least, Team Vitality are North American.
The adrenaline, that's all you need at this moment. We've seen it so many times before. We've had 8 matches that had a chance for bracket reset. 75% of the time when we play these LANs, they happen. They don't happen a lot online because there's not this energy. There's not this crowd to get behind teams, but momentum is a huge deal in Rocket League. We'll see if Vitality can capitalize on it.
All the players, they've taken their seats, they put the headsets on, it's closed off as much of the noise as they possibly can.
It's now work mode. It's work mode at this point. You got to drain it all out. Like, I get it, feed off the energy, but you put that headset on, you just have to listen to your 2 teammates and your coach.
Everybody's strapping in. Everybody in the fans, we got a nice wave going around right now. They're keeping the energy as high as they can, but Boston's also going to have to strap in. This could be 14 games of the craziest Rocket League they've seen. Can we just talk about the quality of the Rocket League we've seen at this event? Across the board, top to bottom.
The best we've seen?
I think about the best average Rocket League at any event.
Yeah, there's no weak side in this tournament anymore. There's no easy beats. We saw that. We saw Elevate take a game off Vitality, and they're in the grand finals. So it just shows how close it is right now.
Shows how close it is indeed. Rocket League just constantly gets better and better. I don't know how anybody in the world doesn't appreciate this esport. It's the best in the game for a reason. A true testament of time, preparation, skill, and the desire, the will to become a champion. These 2 teams are the embodiment of it. I can't wait to get into the matchup.
It's moments away. The players are preparing, and we're giving them the time they need. to make sure that this is a fair match. So we will get to the games as soon as we can, folks. But it's about time. We've been making predictions all the way down. The team stats are on the top of the board, and no one's looking at them. No one cares. All that matters is how they play right here, right now in chat. It's exciting. I'm excited to find out who you think is going to win. I'm excited to find out who we think is going to win up here. And there was a bet made earlier, or an agreement made earlier.
There was. I said I'll ride Vitality through the bracket reset. It's the only way that I can beat T-Bates. Only 1 point down now.
Okay.
So I am picking Vitality here to get the bracket reset and the win. T-Bates, I assume you're going BDS. Because that was the promise.
I might go BDS. Aganis Arena, I gotta pull y'all. I gotta pull you, Aganis. And one side, I don't know if y'all can see it, I hold BDS. On the other side, I hold V for Victory and Vitality. This is college game day, yes. When I raise this sign, if you want to root for BDS, make some noise. If I raise this sign, you want to root for Vitality, make some noise. They want Vitality, but I ain't going with them. I'm going with BDS. Give me BDS. I'm rolling with BDS. They're going to take out Vitality here and now.
Let him know.
Let them know, baby.
What a
CJ.
difference an interview makes with Farah. Like, these guys, BDS, we're the fan favorites here.
You feel
No
their
longer.
heart.
Yeah,
you
no
see
longer.
how much it means to them. They came across the ocean, and yet you could see it. You're on the stage with Vitality on that one. CJ, who you got?
You want the sign, brother? Thanks.
I'm going Vitality all day, baby. Do it for North America. As far as I'm concerned, everyone here, this is NRG playing right now. They're going to get the first series underway. The second series, we'll worry about that later, but it's all Vitality. Do it for the home crowd.
Do it for them, folks. I think BDS has got this one, but no one cares what I think. Chat, how do you feel about it? I want to know. Hashtag BDS, hashtag VIT. Get your votes out. Let them know. Who's the favorite on this one? The Vitality has so many fans, and I think that they have gained probably a couple 10,000 more in the last 15 minutes.
Again, that interview with Farah, I think they're going to gain a lot of fans online as well. People are going to back Farah. He's one of the nicest guys in this scene. I expect to see a Vitality fan vote here.
Well, we'll see, folks. We're not gonna take the time.
Aganis,
we
are
want to
you
get to the
ready?
arena, folks. Let's get into it. Vitality's the favorite in chat. They're the favorite in the arena right now. Stacks, set us up.
Boston, for the last time, our stage is set. From a field of 16 teams, we've narrowed it down to our Elite Two. Only one team can stand alone and raise that trophy. It's time to crown our last major champion of the season. On one side, the reigning champs are long overdue for a return to glory. But France's new heroes of the swarm have Boston buzzing. Your main event is finally here. Team BDS, Team Vitality, fire up and let's roll!
Two teams, two countries, one ever important trophy. I am Stumpy, with the greatest honor of my life to be alongside Cole, here in Boston for one of the greatest, most monumental series we will ever see.
You say two countries, and one of the key ones is the good old US of A as Radosin almost gets Vitality off to a blistering start. Alpha does, the new home team are smashing it already.
Alpha does as Alpha does, and after being stabbed by Radosin, he's gonna score in 5 seconds. Normally they get time to do a bit of an intro, have a little conversation, have a chat,
How are
we
you?
work into it. I'm doing great, mate. This crowd is outstanding. They're clearly doing well, and Vitality after literally the greatest start they could ask for.
I mean, what I was going to say is that I did not expect Team Vitality, the Frenchest team that ever French, to be adopted by a North American crowd, but their coach Farah has an astounding word, making it so that they are the North American representatives, and what a start they've had. As it goes towards Zen now in the corner, he gets into the ceiling. He's slowly but surely bubbling to the surface this event. Monkey Moon suppresses him for now and chases it down. What a turnaround for Monkey Moon.
Yeah, Monkey Moon, I mean, he was great at the start of the competition too, but he has been sitting pretty at the top of every single leaderboard near enough. He is up there in score, in saves. His rating has been monumental.
And that has been the difference maker over on BDS. An MVP-worthy performance so far, but the grand final, that's where everything is going to be able to shift. The first minute, still wearing the battle wound of that goal in 5 seconds. And BDS, an early chase, but we've seen what they can do from these positions.
Oh, lovely touch from Radosin, who's had his fair share of shaky moments so far to get to this point, but it is the sign of a champion to be able to step up and keep on improving, keep on fighting. Monkey Moon, he's a fighter. Goes into the center, and Radosin is the player that charges it down. Then Rise just prodded it forward and it falls to Zen. Rise as well. Could you have a better pickup for Team BDS?
This team looking reborn with him, making sure that he wasn't just going to settle for making majors and maybe compete to get into those top 8s over and over again. No, this man is a verified champion. And BDS have adopted him alongside Monkey Moon and Seiko. That team has been running riot throughout Europe. The number 2 seed coming into this competition, but they want to leave it as Europe's number 1.
Radosin takes control of that ball. He's looking more and more at home on the stage with every passing second. So is Zen. The double touch was met by Monkey Moon. You can tell how aware BDS are every time Zen gets the ball, but they were almost caught wrong-footed there.
We're seeing a good few pinches come in too. I think a lot of these teams are realizing they're sending 2-3 players to every single play. You get a pinch down and you are shutting down any kind of strong offense. A good pass onto that backboard. See Seiko have to stretch. Kisses the ceiling, and Zen is going to punt it straight back in.
It's a fast start for these two. It's an exhausting day of Rocket League, in particular for Team Vitality, who survived a Game 7 earlier on against their old rivals Carmine Corp. Seiko's chasing down. Radosin can't quite get it. It was then winning that race against Monkey Moon. For a second, I thought BDS were in, but not to be. Then charged it down yet again. Radosin, he arrives up against Seiko, a man who mechanically has really gone back to his best in recent times.
Yeah, Seiko's made sure that I think when he and Monkey Moon, alongside Extra at the time, were having a couple of dud results, they weren't particularly impressive. He wanted to make sure he was grinding and showing that he was still that mechanical phenom that we have known him to be. And some of the goals he's been producing has put him, again, I'm going to say this about every player, an MVP-worthy performance, realistically.
And finally, for Team BDS, Monkey Moon. Capable of making himself the 3-time with a huge redirect there. It might even set up Seiko. Seiko goes high. Rise is still there, waiting and lingering, seeing if he can turn this one into an attack. It is Seiko that has to do some work, though. Takes 12 boosts. Monkey Moon says, get back to the fence. We've got some work to do.
Chance now for Alpha to fake out one. Does go low, but Monkey Moon, again, the man in defense, making sure to allow Zen in! And Zen capitalizing off the bump in the net from Alpha.
So simple for Team Vitality. It was just Alpha, as he's rotating out, sends Rise away, opens things up. And the North American team, as we'll call them, go 2-0 up.
I love referring to Vitality as the home team at this point. Both flags are red, white, and blue. Close enough. You got to take it. And Alpha taking another shot towards the target. Seiko charging in front, making sure that he's not going to get another freebie. 90 seconds remain. Radosin drops it low, and BDS, the 2 goals in game number 1. They're going to try and fight as hard as they can to reduce that deficit.
These two played yesterday, and despite being 4-1 for Team BDS overall, it was pretty tight. A few overtimes involved in that. Splattering of thrashings for Team BDS against Vitality, but for the most part, a near fight.
I'd also say that, for me personally, BDS, they were just a better team. Vitality, they had so many errors on them. There were mistakes made over and over again. But you saw them going to the lower bracket versus Gen G, and Gen G, they were like a rabbit thrown to the wolves. Radosin, he makes it 3.
It's exactly what Team Vitality need as well. Radosin is the player who, I'm sure he won't be surprised to hear me say, has been their weakest performer in these last couple of days.
He's had a couple of wobblies.
But his energy at the moment, though, in the series that they've just been winning, he is looking so alive. The Radosin chair bounce is becoming iconic.
I mean, you can't fault him whatsoever for the energy in the middle, because that's the thing that you need, especially if you're not having a particularly good game. And Radosin, despite that, the grand finalists so far for Vitality, they have been utterly astonishing. And 3-0 in game number 1 against a team that outclassed them yesterday. It's a really good statement for them to make.
It's also a show that their energy is still there. The reserves haven't been depleted quite yet. They're coming in, they're forcing pinches. Everything's falling for them at the moment. Monkey Moon sends it as wide as he can. This game looking done and dusted. Vitality almost a quarter of their way to the bracket reset, the thing they're working so hard to force.
Bear in mind, Vitality coming from that low as they need to win 2 series in a row. So important. Both teams have 2 lives. Every team does in this competition. Vitality had theirs stolen away from them by BDS previously. And game number 1 is the first step on that journey. They take it at a 3-0. And BDS looked strong yesterday, but against a team that is amping up this beautiful Bostonian crowd, you've got to feel bad when you're against the cheers.
All the ingredients are here for a long and epic evening of the RLCS. We have Team BDS, who looked undroppable, unstoppable, and untoppable yesterday and today. And then Vitality, this resurgent swarm of bumblebees, growing up, building themselves back up to what we've seen from them online. I'm glad that we're seeing the real Vitality, that's all I'll say.
I like how you're going with bumblebees, not like hornets for another cool type of insect like that.
Bumblebees are cool.
Bumblebees are sweet, but they're not scary. That depends who you ask. Mobile One High Performance Replay is going to be showing us these 3 goals that shut down BDS in the first. And BDS, their results through this competition have been outstanding. The teams that they have played are no slouches. Gen G, beaten. Rule 1, beaten. Vitality, beaten. And then Carmine Corp in 7, beaten. That has been their journey to the grand finals. Vitality starting off even stronger. Cool, Cole.
Hello.
Hello, mate.
Hello, everyone. Hi, everybody. We good?
Hey, we all good? Having a good time?
Look at this. I love this shot. I love this crowd. Having people behind us. You can't ask for too much more, except for the Rocket League to go all the way. And what we've seen so far is that there's every chance that that is going to happen. 1-0 to Team Vitality. Game 2 begins.
And that game number 2 is going to be important for BDS to start off strong. Instead, though, it's Redostin beating the record in game number 1. Scrap 5, make it 2 seconds.
Rise, a man who's been on the other side of a bracket reset last spring in London against Falcons. He and his Moist team managed to reset it and go all the way.
And he then reset it previously in spring when he was back on Queso against G2 last year. This man loves a bracket reset and just does not want to be on the other end of it.
Exactly, he loves one normally, he won't today, but it might be happening. Rise, he is charged down by Alpha, manages to get the ball clear. That's what Team BDS need to do at the moment, just send it forwards, loft it any way they can. Stop Vitality coming forwards, because look at the connections they're making. Fortunately for Team BDS, Redostin wasn't quite up. Zen can go again though, he can recycle. Monkey Moon should be able to get this one away. It's Vitality continuing to start so much stronger.
And up to control from Vitality too, they need to make sure that when they're playing, they aren't using all their reserves in this first series. You need to buy yourself a second series and then be able to compete at this level. Fatigue shuts some teams down. A miscoming from Monkey Moon, sees it sent long, and Alpha gets cut down by Redostin, passes towards Zen, that right-hand side, being a battleground for Vitality right now. Redostin going for Monkey Moon. Making contact with the ball, no threat so far. Rise, finds Seiko, the net is there! But just wide of the top corner.
They were being sunk every single time in previous series. Just a sign that BDS land nerves are back, as Zen pushes that one away as quickly as he can. Now he gets the musty flick towards Alpha. Alpha connects. Monkey Moon into the center. Redostin gets Vitality going.
What a pre-jump from Seiko. Finds Rise, a tap down, but that ambition from BDS is going to set them apart.
Here's Monkey Moon, going to get the floor pinch? No, because it's charged down by Alpha. And then Seiko gets what we'll generously call a fake. But then he's coming in, making the most of it. Rise, charged down again by Redostin. How slow are Vitality making Team BDS team?
With such quick shots as well, making sure that when these nets are open, they are taking their chances. Zen sends a slow roller. Rise is privy to it, doesn't allow it to fly in. Now Zen trying to go for a sidewall redirect, not a chance for him on that opportunity.
In games like this, in series like this, that's where teams like BDS turn to Rise. He is the player that can slow the game down, get that boost, allow his teammates to get back into their rotational positions. He's going to have his game sense absolutely fine-tuned in the rest of this series.
2 minutes to lapse, Vitality still with this important lead. A demo on Zen, the prodigy, sent to the graveyard. Monkey Moon is up with the redirect, finds the corner, but nothing's come from it. Past central again. BDS beginning to galvanize on offense.
So who was there though? It was Zen. He's also searching for some swats. Wants to get his opponents out of the way in front of him. Now Alpha charges down the low 50, he stays for the full. Seiko to the side. Anyone from Vitality going to be following this one up? Not on this occasion, but they defend so deeply, Stumpy, that when BDS clear it long, there's always someone back.
Yeah, the defense of BDS has been something that has shut down many, many teams. Getting those 1, 2, 3 goal leads and then turtling in the back. Nearly a close one, finding its way in. 2 minutes now, elapsing here on Forbidden Temple. The midfield is found by Seiko. A tap onward. Monkey Moon is alone in the sky. Alpha meets him, does not shut him down, but Zen is able to do so with a counter-attack now. Vitality on the prowl.
Seiko, great charge down. This might be the equalizer. It's totally open. BDS back in it.
The pew-pews that we love to see from Seiko have been using that since it came out, as far as I'm aware. And just to have it erupt in game number 2, and the leveling goal. BDS, they draw it back versus Vitality. This grand finals looking like it's going to be split by an absolute hair.
I'm not actually sure it does say pew-pew, by the way. I saw a boom, a pop, and a bang. I'll have to watch back in the replay and see.
But that's it in French. It actually says pew-pew in English.
Ah, I see. Monkey Moon. He gets a decent touch into the corner, but it's bumped away. He's bumped away from the ball, unfortunately for him. Now Seiko is beaten. Rise is up. That's his first touch. It's okay. The second one, though, is charged down. Alpha around the corner. Vitality having the more incisive hits towards the Team BDS goal. Zen is there. He gets the flip reset. Alpha's waiting in the middle, hovering and hoping that Zen can somehow get it to him. I mean, if anyone can, it's going to be Zen. These attacks from Team Vitality just seem to have no ending. Team BDS have to start defending Zen. He takes the touch, puts it to the side.
This corner has been a playground for Zen so far this competition, but nothing can come from it on that chance. A miss from Radosin leaves it open for Alpha to dive in. Radosin again with a miss, instead forgoes it and goes for the man. Alpha central, that's to nobody, and now BDS can push on a long counter. Radosin in that corner has to be strong. It's strong. Stronger than Rise as well. Under a minute, next goal, potentially golden.
So many chances for Team Vitality, an absolute barrage of offense. That was going to come into the center. Radosin almost thinks it. Rise saves.
Radosin's shooting has been somewhat questionable. Definitely his team saves. And BDS are thankful for it on that opportunity too. But a pass central from Rise finds Zen, not on that team pal. He went to the other French one. Corner not found. Now Rise gets some room from the pitch. A shot, a save. Monkey Moon.
Team BDS, desperation. Seiko, though, charges it down. This could be the moment that they need. Alpha, though, he was so aware. He's charging it. Radosin's in the middle. Can Radosin get the touch? He fakes it out, but Monkey Moon saves.
But side flip from Zen. Sees a long shot from Seiko. It's on target. It's wide of target.
I thought that was in. I thought for all the world that was game over. Team Vitality continue to live a charmed life. Seiko into the center one more time. Radosin says no. And we have the first overtime of the series.
Vital one for BDS to win this, to draw it level. Just 2 more for either team. Vitality, though, they're half the amount they need to win. A drop down from the ceiling from Seiko. Alpha now high, but only 30 boost. Rise will shut him down on that push. Zen back corner with 100, then picks up the other 100. Booms it to absolutely nobody, however. 20 seconds have gone. And it's been BDS pushing. Seiko to shoot. It's long! It's good!
All of a sudden, Team Vitality found themselves just that wee bit lost. It allowed Team BDS to strike. And suddenly their energy is back. A team that can drop in their minds and drop in their confidence. They need these moments. And when they have them, they can certainly punish.
3 more for either side, but Vitality looking forward to that bracket reset. They're going to need another 4 after they have won those 3. BDS, much simpler. Get 3 now, and you lift the beautiful Swarovski RLCS trophy.
The question I asked, though,
yes,
was that game plan from Team BDS replicable? They defended so deeply that it was dogged, but the defending, it just wasn't, it wasn't progressive defending. They were always camped back in their own half. Will it work again to play with that playstyle against Vitality?
I mean, counterattacks have been pretty strong so far in this competition. I mean, Vitality has scored literally once off one of those kickoffs. That's the counterattack, and then the oh-so-important counterattack that BDS won with. Again, it seems to have worked so far. And it's definitely an avenue that BDS is going to try to exploit, because you see how much Vitality dive into a lot of these plays. Radosin especially, he makes sure to get involved as often as he can. But applause ringing from the audience, I'm assuming, for Vitality here, if Ferrer has done his job right.
I mean, we got CJ and T-Base in the center. I think it's for everyone. I think it's for Rocket League. The cheers come out because we know that a long and winding series awaits us of the highest possible quality. And it's only going to get better as Game 3 commences.
Both teams drawn level yet again. Vitality looking like those counterattacks from BDS are the order of the day. Can they shut it down? Can they make sure the kitchen is closed for them? Because if that feast continues, there's no more that they can do.
Be careful, Vitality. You've overcommitted a couple of times before in the previous game, and for a second, it looked like the same mistakes may have been occurring. Seiko, though, he's charged down by Zen. Alpha wants to keep up the pace and does so. Charges down Rise. Monkey Moon. Sends it to Zen. Alpha's in the middle, but he's not going to be found this time. Instead, it's Zen to Radosin. He's got the boost to play with. He's got the flip reset almost. Alpha coming in. That was going to land for Rise.
Wanted to find Seiko, instead just finds himself, which is great, and a side flip then sees Zen push down the midfield, but now Zen, there's one defender that he wants. He wasn't there in the end, but just moving down, stealing boost, may well set up this continued prolonged attack for Vitality.
The series seems to be continuing in the same shape with Team Vitality with the possession, having the ball territory, having all three of them going for the same ball, which isn't ideal. They need to scatter and scamper incredibly quickly, or else Team BDS should be able to counter, but it worked out for Vitality, but they couldn't get the goal.
Monkey Moon is just that good. 0 boost, a misplay, still jumps off the post and can secure it. Still 0 boost, and making Vitality sweat and work. Zen up for that double touch off the corner. Radosin can't quite tap it in, and now Rise on that fabled counter-attack.
The chasms of space that every Zen touch opens, though, fear me as far as Team BDS go, but that's not the best touch there from Alpha. Radosin does what he can. He has to do it again, pushing it out as forwards as it can go. Alpha up against Rise. There's a fake. Zen waits his time. He's got no boost. Sends it wide.
0 boost doesn't seem to have been too much of an issue in this game, seeing as Monkey Moon and Zen have dealt with it absolutely fine, but the boost advantage right now very much in favor of Vitality. Seiko with one challenge. Zen gets it central. Radosin can't get that any further than the corner this ball seems to be buried in. Lovely touchdown, but Rise is the one to intercept it and then send away. Demos, bumps, Vitality begin to light BDS on fire.
Radosin's going to keep it going. Alpha's there, waiting for the ball. Zen is arriving too with a snapshot. Monkey Moon was alert to it. Alpha, he recycles yet again. Team Vitality just cannot be bypassed in the center. Seiko's clearance goes to 2 of them. Both of them reading everything Team BDS are doing. The double commit almost, the triple commit almost worked last time. Maybe the double is the one that does. Then to the backboard, it's actually the steal. He can do anything he wants, but he just can't put the ball in the net. And Team BDS escape.
Into the corner again, this ball being pushed so well, so effectively by either defense. Monkey Moon weakly central, and so can be cleared away quite easily by Alpha 54. Rise again to find, but Zen from the backboard is the man to it. Low on boost. He's going to continue being a menace, but Monkey Moon works his way through. 50 boost for Radosin, but a ball beat by Monkey. 2 minutes gone, and we've seen how these 0-0s go.
At the moment, it seems to be Team Vitality with air dominance and Team BDS wanting to keep it low. Right now, it is high. Alpha to the backboard. Rise. He got across quickly. Zen keeps it alive yet again. Rise now does take to the skies, but Radosin beats his opponent. Monkey can't get there. Zen with the finish.
He's just that good! From Radosin to Zen, back corner, Monkey Moon is confounded. Can't find the touch. Vitality, a vital lead. 146.
Pixel, perfect, perfection there from Zen. The kickoff ain't bad either. Just didn't have the boost, even with the wave dash. Alpha charges Rise down. Seiko booms it. Seiko continues. Seiko shoots. Seiko finishes.
Yet again, brilliance from BDS. Seiko, one to the ceiling, onto the crossbar. Make it 3, son.
Not long left. In game 3, an important goal coming right up. The next one to score it. May all become favorites in this entire series. And straight from the kickoff, it could be Team BDS. Alpha stuck it in Monkey Moon, then bypassed him, and Zen has all the time and space in the world to play with an entire Nebula, and he uses each and every opportunity. He gets the reset, and he takes the lead back.
One touch, no touch. Ground touch, floor. Gorgeous movement. Vitality throwing shadows and mirrors, smoke and dust, and sending BDS to chase yet another goal.
Can they do it again? The last kickoff went the way of Vitality. This one maybe tips that seesaw.
And tell you what, those kickoffs have been so strong for Vitality over and over again. Those close cheats have worked out. Even if a goal doesn't come from it, they're getting that ever-important possession.
Zen, the flip reset yet again. Rise just does anything to suppress him. It's barely going to be enough because Radosin almost had a chance for a clean hit.
But talk of the, it's shutting any of these players down
so fast.
Monkey Moon makes sure removes Zen. He is going to be the catalyst for so many of these players. Rise! A ceiling pinch, but who is back? Of course, it's Zen.
That's a great way, though, to clear lines. If you Rise, use the ceiling. Radosin does the same. Stake up against Alpha. Alpha, does he have support? No, he doesn't, so it's just Rise sending it long. But Zen, he's already coming in. He knew exactly where Rise was putting it. It's perfection from him. Seiko, though, gets on the end of Monkey Moon's pass. There's another dodge. Seiko, both posts. Monkey Moon, both players.
Zen again. One long shot. Alpha just wants to get rid. Final 20 seconds. Counts down. Vitality in this game 3 have still got the lead. It's going to be another. Alpha 54, the Vitality veteran, makes it 3.
He is the stealing demon at the moment. He won the Karmine Corp series from the top of the pitch, and he may well have just won game 3 in potentially the first series of the grand finals.
15 seconds and BDS with every one that removes itself from the clock. They're going to be scared. It's going to get nervy. May well be yet another goal as well. Oh! It will be. It's 4. It's game 4 as well, as 3 is taken by the Bees.
Team Vitality finishing with a flourish. You can't ask for too much more than this. Over here in the grand finals, and for me, the key difference between them today and yesterday, when they did struggle, is the smiles in between goals, the jokes, the laughter, the joviality, if that's a word. I don't even know, but if there is, Team Vitality sure have it.
And even just with issues that go on, even if there's an own goal, if it ever comes to that, you want them to fist bump, you want them to move on. You want them to make sure that they are still friends, that they are able to get through any of the hardships that they face them in these series. But Vitality...
Happy birthday, dude.
Happy birthday to the guy in the crowd.
Hey!
But Vitality taking game number 3, moving us on to number 4. Still having just a brilliant time.
I think everyone is, apart from right now, Team BDS, and this is where they can struggle. Yeah. It's where they've bombed out of tournaments before. It's where they've lost series. They couldn't possibly anticipate themselves losing as the USA flags are waved loud and proud by Team Vitality. The crowd reacts, and BDS will feel that the whole world right now is against them.
The Americans saying their 3 favorite letters.
Which ones?
Not BDS. As BDS take their timeout. Mobile One High 4 and 3 play shows the exact reasons why they are taking that timeout as well. Because going down 2 is a great time to take it in one of these series. They now have an extra 60 seconds to figure out what it is that they need to do to break through that yellow mist in front of them.
It's crazy as well, because these are an opponents that, despite all the hype they've had built up for them coming into this event, they were outclassing yesterday. As you mentioned, even though the games were close, it was Team BDS in complete control. It was Team Vitality being forced to make the mistakes.
And the crowd chanting for a bracket reset. They want more Rocket League. The night is still young here in Boston. Another series would do us quite well, even if it goes to all 14 games and the 2 best-of-7s.
I'm down.
I think we'd all be so extremely happy. BDS, they want to make sure that in this timeout, they are extending the opportunity.
Oh! Good Lord.
Tearing up his Monkey Moon sign.
No way.
Brutal.
The affiliation to Team Vitality, well and truly complete.
He's a paid actor by Ferrer, clearly. Clearly.
No, I think that's just the effect that Ferrer has on everybody. I mean, we've all been wowed over by him. Yep. His interviews, give that man the mic and just let him cook.
Sorry, Subi, you're out of job, pal.
Yeah, well, on the other side, in the other mic, it's Mew. And he'll be telling his team something is fundamentally wrong.
If he can stay it over all of this noise. 108 decibels on that chance. Guys, you're going to have a couple more of them, I'm sure, throughout this series. Game number 4. We find ourselves in the Coliseum. Do Vitality earn themselves series point?
An early flip reset for Monkey Moon would have been just lovely for Team BDS, and Seiko, I think, needed Rice to get that touch. As far as I can tell, he'd misread it. He has to get back and read it correctly. Team BDS, they're struggling so much. Vitality get their lead back.
An early, confident lead yet again. 5 seconds, 2 seconds, now 14. And you see Radosin sitting in the center of the cameras, cheering up the crowd. Good Lord, Vitality there become the home favorites out of absolutely nowhere.
Is there anything more painful than taking a timeout, convincing yourself, we're getting right back into this one, and conceding straight away after? They can still fix it. Seiko's causing all sorts of chaos right now. Rise, the agent of chaos, he flies up. The Dosen's intercepted. Monkey Moon there on that sidewall. Alpha, the pace of him to get there. And then look at them swarm. Here is Alpha again. Look at Zen go. Searching for Rise, but can't quite find him.
The selflessness from Zen today has been phenomenal. In the series prior as well, versus KC, there was a chance for him to get a goal and it would have maybe ended up in the 50 or something a little bit dodgier. Instead, he just lets it go. Lets Alpha fly in, he just bumped the defender. And he has been doing that since his absolute inception.
This format as well, of its bracket resets and its second lives, utterly exhausting, especially added to the fact as Alpha goes up and gets his flip reset and wants to go under Monkey Moon. But Team Vitality have now tied the most ever overtimes at a single LAN with 15, and they're fighting through that to perfection.
Unbelievable. Minute and a half elapsed and Vitality with yet another early lead. Monkey Moon can clear it away back into that corner, but the Vitality Bees, they swarm around. Redosin can't quite get the dunk on Seiko. Alpha waits in his own corner, tips it back, finds Zen, finds Alpha, finds backboard, finds Redosin. They find glory!
The Bees in the Hive, all working to perfection. For themselves, it's Redosin. He's on the end of Alpha's pass. A more pure team goal you will rarely see at any level.
The biggest definition as well of a counter-attack that you will see. You want a shot on target? Cool, we're just going to be passing it, bip, 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 all the way back up the pitch. No problem. Vitality, that second goal, instrumental. Alpha challenging versus Monkey Moon, trying to make it 3. And we see again just Vitality. They want to push, they want to continue. They have got complete domination on their minds.
But it can always backfire. The game that Team BDS got was from a couple of counter-attack goals. Vitality overcommits. I'll be nervous of doing the same thing again. Not anymore, they won't at 3 up.
Make it a bump, make it a team play, make it whatever you want, but this dunk is going to be the third for Vitality. 3 minutes remaining. Dare we use the word romp? Do they romp home from this point?
We are approaching romp territory.
It's quite romping.
It's almost romp-worthy, but not quite there yet, I dare say. Especially with Team BDS having something to say about it themselves. Monkey Moon in the air is met by Redosin. And then Rise wants to pass to Seiko, but he's used all of his boost to get literally nowhere. He flicks it, but Alpha has the pace on him. He tries to get it forwards, but it's not happening. It falls to Zen. That's the last thing you want in these circumstances. No. He takes it to the ceiling, and he almost makes it 4.
Trying to create beauty from this chaos that they are raining down on BDS. BDS needs to try and bring back 3. Seiko's going to be the man to push up a little bit further. Nothing from him on that chance. Monkey Moon dives in, as does Seiko, but snuck through. It is 4 for Vitality.
They just make it look so easy. It's not the cleanest strike you'll ever see, but Monkey Moon needs to take it back. It's beautiful placement, and it's all been earned from the rotations, the bumps, the teamwork before.
I'd hazard to add that Vitality also haven't taken a timeout in this series. They get 1 per if they earn the bracket reset. They don't stack up. It's not like holiday pay. You can't get that holiday leave. Can't use it then for the next tax year. No. You got to be spending it as soon as you get it. Zen stays airborne. Alpha sees a little bit ambitious, young one. Let's make sure that I come in and help you out. Monkey Moon nice and low with 2 minutes remaining. Seiko early on this push bounces high. Rise up to be the man to it. He is. Finds nobody apart from yet more orange clouds on the other side.
And then check out the pace of Alpha. All the way from one side to the other, the ball along the floors. Then he's chain dashing around the corner. Even if he won't get the ball, it will just freak Team BDS out that little bit more. And yes, I will say it, the romp continues to get the pace. Then might be able to finish with a flourish. Here comes Redosin, saved by Rise. But to what ends Alpha goes again. Zen's turn now is the flip reset, a double, triple, more touches. No goal at the end of it.
That defense from BDS is stellar. Every shot threatening, every shot scary. Rise shoots wide on his chance, however. A minute remaining, it's 4 to chase, which may well be just 1 too many hurdles.
Team Vitality pushing to the very end, not letting Team BDS gather their thoughts. Rise follows it up, Zen is actually
good demo.
This might be a very important goal in the context of this tournament.
And a spectacular demo as well. 1 player removed. Zen can't get the touch either. Now the lead is just 3. BDS battling hard, making sure they don't go down without a fight in the Coliseum.
All eyes to the kickoff. Is it good for BDS? It's well lost towards Seiko. He follows it to the ceiling, gets the flip reset, Redosin. gets Carter ball fast as well.
The speed of Zen to beat Rise there, who was in a brilliant position. Beats him by about 2 car lengths.
Take up against Alpha. BDS, credit to them. They are keeping this one going to the very end. Not going to leave anything on this pitch in Utopia. Seiko, can he get this one in time up against Alpha? I mean, it's going to be a game loss. But every little bit of positivity Team BDS can scrap and scrape together could be massive. Not if they can see the 5th. Rise, more good defense.
Final 10 seconds is going to be complete garbage time. Vitality find themselves. Series point. Bracket reset on the line. And glory awaiting.
That's it, that goal there. That is the Rump goal, 5-1. 4 goals the difference again. Just when BDS were getting their own little flame of momentum. It's not just snuffed out, there's dirt kicked all over it. Vitality letting BDS have nothing.
BDS thus far extinguished in the first series. 3-1 in our first series. But BDS have fought back before. They are not a team that goes down without a fight. And Mew is a World Championship winning coach alongside 2 of his World Championship winning players for a reason. Rise, a major champion, has been successful in 4 of 6 that he has attended. Grand finals in a huge number. 4 of 6 grand finals Rise attended and lands that he's qualified for in the RLCS.
Not to mention the fact that despite the crowd ringing out the words bracket reset, Team BDS have already won on Game 7 today. They took it all the way to Champions Field, quelling a KC comeback, and then won 7-3. Rise, the OG icy-veined warrior. If he can drag his team there, there's nothing to say that Vitality will certainly get their win. But, you know, let's see what the crowd thinks.
Are we getting a bracket reset? Probably.
Yeah, that
feels pretty good.
It is pretty likely.
Yeah,
By the
not
way,
bad.
is your voice okay? That was
Let's not mention it.
All right, cool. So, we move on to the next game.
Please do.
And this is likely that Team Vitality, on their current performance, are going to be able to take this first series when Monkey Moon is on the pitch, when Rise is there, and when Seiko is cooking like the way he is in this event. Nothing is certain until they're over the finish line. Seiko, he shoots. The start the BDS need is almost there. Monkey Moon now, racing with Alpha. Seiko again, he's getting all sorts of involved, and that's what BDS need.
30 seconds and BDS are looking and well and truly alive. Opportunity for them to get an early goal would shut down all of these early goals that Vitality have seemed to earn for themselves. Shocking amount in the first 30 seconds for them. But one missed touch up high from Monkey Moon, and with 0 boost he's left with, he can't get the second. Seiko has to come in as a supporting character.
Radosin, can he get the doink? No, he went for the backflip instead. Alpha towards the middle. Monkey Moon there out wide, so neither team really able to have complete control of the ball at the moment. Understandable in these high-pressure situations. But I would say, Stumpy, Team BDS have just upped their pace a little bit. And lovely fakes like that for Rise. It's what he does almost best in the world.
Oh!
There you go. The Rise show is back on.
Spectacular 50. Rise, a quick turn, fakes 2, goes low, knows that Seiko is central.
A moment of silence for Zen's ankles as well, because they will be in pain for the next few days.
I love Seiko's positioning. Trust Rise implicitly to get that one central. The 3v2 and BDS come out on top. One of the rare leads we've seen for BDS in this series as well. Scoring that first goal, Seiko removes Radosin, then gets the ball touch, drops it to Monkey Moon. Intercepted by Alpha on that chance, but BDS, they are alive and kicking and their hearts are beating.
Suddenly looking like the BDS we've seen throughout this tournament. Their run in the upper bracket's been sublime. Their performance so far has been second best. Rise is awakening though. Monkey Moon, he's going to follow this one up. Seiko searching for the bump. He might even get the ball. He puts it on target, but Zen's there.
Alpha to the skies, faces off versus Rise. Midfield sees Radosin shoot, but Seiko to save. 2 minutes near enough elapsed. Vitality, they need to make sure to earn this bracket reset. They don't want it to go to 7 because my word will they be tired. After being dropped the lowest previously, they have played more series today than BDS have. And that stamina, we have seen it really bite teams coming from the lowers.
Pushing on right now, the Team BDS is paramount. Do not want to sit on this 1-goal lead. Have to make a statement to slow Team Vitality down. There is then Mr. Team Vitality in the corner. Alpha tries to help him out, but both get bypassed by Seiko. Radosin's there. Can he defend the Musty? Not quite. Actually, he does in the end. Alpha misses, though. Monkey Moon thought for a second he could get there, but Vitality survived.
Nice touch from Radosin, just sends it on a little bit more, but it needs something else, a bit more magic, some spark coming from any of the 3 players. Radosin to receive, goes high, but again meets Rise. A shot from Seiko is on target. The dunk unsuccessful, but the BDS pressure, squeezing Vitality like a vice, and the low boost Radosin can't beat Rise to that one.
Closing their grip right now, Team BDS. Exactly what we want from them, Monkey Moon. Oh no, they've both been met by Zen. Rise was back, he had rotated. I wondered if he was out in front searching for bumps. Could have been Calamitous. Instead though, he gets it all the way in from absolutely nothing.
Rise, the different maker. Catches one. Sees Alpha's going to try and challenge him if he goes for a flick and sends it to the opposite corner with Pixel perfect. The placement is great. The 2-0 lead for BDS is even better.
The man who joined Team BDS to win World Championships is showcasing that confidence right now. He has the ability to turn things around.
Yeah.
He is the one that they turn to when they are in desperate need.
Minute 40, Vitality in one of their rare opportunities where they need to be chasing 2 goals.
They did it earlier.
They did
Game 7 against Carmine Corp. They were 2 goals down at this point.
Very true. With a minute left, actually. Yeah, they had less time, and then they managed to win it then before. Yeah, you're right.
Let's see if history can repeat itself. Alpha tries to maybe rush it forward. Still 90 seconds left. Radosin nipping in. That's what Zen did earlier, to tee up Alpha for that equalizer. Maybe flashes of that moment will be going in their minds. Alpha to the corner. Monkey Moon gets there. Seiko, the first touch is good enough, and he follows it through as well. He sees the goal in front of him with a Zen-shaped car in between it. Leaves it to Monkey Moon, and Monkey Moon leaves nothing.
Zen with a misflip allows Monkey Moon's shot to find its way in. He was in position, he had the chance, and he side flips. He can't make the contact, the front flip saves it, he puts his head in his hands, immediately told by Ferro. You see him move behind him on the cameras. Ferro's like, bro, you're good. Don't worry. We've built up this buffer for a reason.
But the buffer is being broken into more and more. The wall may be falling for Team Vitality, or at least the first brick of it. Seiko pushes it forward. Radosin's in the air, leaves it for Alpha, who's coming in. Zen now into the corner. Rise is there. Seiko's already up as well. Seiko's pace has just improved dramatically. Rise the difference maker. All of Team BDS purring.
Utter confidence. Seiko deserves to be confident. Everyone BDS deserves to be confident. In this turnaround game, sure, they didn't get it after their timeout immediately, but they've got it a little bit delayed. 25 seconds, 3 to chase for Vitality. Looking more and more unlikely, but the series remains alive. Game 6. It's going to be vital yet again. Vitality on that series point, trying to desperately earn the bracket reset.
And I tell you what as well, Stumpy, 3-2 feels a lot less comfortable than 3-1 in a best of 7. When you have that 3-game buffer, you feel invincible, like nothing can topple you as soon as your opponents get the next, especially at 3-0.
Yeah.
Just the first chink in the armor starts to reveal itself.
Definitely nervy times for Vitality, because they've also not been in this position many times before. Normally when they go 3-1 up in a series, I would hazard to bet that they then win it out. They win it out with a 4-1. They don't normally have teams continue to fight so effectively against them. That was not a scrappy 1-0. That was a turnaround for BDS to get a convincing 3-0.
I admire the direct bait. I'm sure we'll get our answer to that very question fairly soon.
Get it figured out, yeah.
And there is going to be a Team Vitality timeout. Well timed, if you ask me.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. But I said earlier, they've not used it just yet. It's a very good time to do so. You lose 2. Even if you then see that you don't win it immediately, you've then still got another buffer game where you're going to be able to turn it around yet again. This is where coaches earn their money. This is where Ferrer makes sure that he can turn around his team and continue them on the right trajectory.
The new Captain America, Ferrer.
And BDS on the side of Mew, keeping the calm nerves rolling, making sure that Seiko, Rise and Monkey Moon, they are confident, they are happy. Birthday to you. And BDS's chances get more and more impressive, more and more likely that they shut this down before the bracket reset from Vitality is earned.
There's also a case to be made that if you're Team Vitality in particular, you don't want to overthink right now. You're already running on fumes. The energy that they've expended just to be here is insurmountable almost. You know, you just have to take a breather almost and just remember to play your Rocket League, relax, and how good you've been in this series. Take this time as a breather, if nothing else.
You see Radosin on the end, making sure that he stays calm. Doesn't think too much about the gorgeous trophy that they're all playing for that is shining directly in front of myself and Cold. You can see us behind it. Oh, look at that. That's brilliant. That's well good. That's what they're trying to play for. It's in between them. They can see it glinting in the corner of their eye. Neo Tokyo, map number 6. This is where Vitality continue their travel to the bracket reset. It's where BDS can shut them down. Where will we go? Does it all end here?
Seiko's going to do his best, his absolute best, to ensure that's not the case. Desperate for that Champions Field, Vitality would like nothing less right now than to see us travel there. Zen, he gets a clean touch. Seiko meets him. But Seiko's touch is only as far as Radosin. That should be one. You can hear it from the crowd. It is one.
The double demo, removing 2/3 of BDS, and the long shot from Radosin will handily find its way in. Vitality, they continue their theatrics in just 23 seconds. The lead is theirs.
It was almost a response from the first couple of games where Team BDS got their goals through counter-attack.
Pass.
Alpha, he gets that one there, but Seiko's just on the floor. Radosin's being chased down. Oh, brilliant there to avoid Monkey Moon and make it so the challenge went Zenwards.
Radosin stays high in the air as well on that challenge. Doesn't want to go back down because that's where he's much more bumpable. Little bit of miscommunication on the goal line, but Zen still flicking it around too with 0 boost. He's going to struggle, especially with Rise chasing him. Radosin, again, also on 0. Nobody on the pitch really having too much boost. So not much offense or defense will be taking place. Rise with a pretty awkward bump from him. Zen pinches that one central. Alpha 54 is beginning to be a bloodhound. He's chasing down BDS in the back lines.
It's something BDS switched up themselves in the previous game. Vitality focusing more on the demo game. Getting in their opponent's faces, not giving them anything. Here's Zen. Wanting to strip it all from them. Radosin's already up, but Monkey Moon just keeps it away from him. And to the ceiling with it. Seiko pushes it forward. Zen's underneath. He's flat-footed. Rice is going to beat him, but he's still going to find Zen between himself and the goal until Alpha gets the flip reset down the other end. He catches it. Oh! How was that saved?
Monkey Moon is how it was saved. Shepherded to the corner. Brilliant movement. A long shot from Seiko forces Radosin to be awkward. But that man is outstanding. Saves it away. Seiko again on the chance. Zen to challenge. Pinches back into that blue corner. 2 minutes elapsed. Vitality, the verge of the bracket reset looming on their minds.
Oh, Radosin, he's got Zen in front of him. He's got pre-jump goals like this. He can certainly score them from the floor. It was almost an assist. Alpha now. Round the corner from him. Seiko, can he avoid the dunk? He does. Good defending from both teams so far in awkward little moments as Radosin's taken out.
Alpha's found himself in such good positions multiple times, but he burns so much boost to get there. Yes, it gets him in those positions, but then he can't carry it on or at least pass it down convincingly to a teammate. But the push is coming in from him. They are making BDS sweat. Radosin backboard, Monkey Moon to receive. Alpha now, his opportunity with Rise, sends it back into the corner.
Just keep an eye on how regularly Team Vitality are having clean hits in front of the Team BDS net. The last thing they'd won, but they do get one back almost. Radosin's got work to do here.
Wide.
Pushes it into the centre. Zen was already aware of it. Now he can lead a one-man counter.
Zen.
Now the cavalry arrive. Alpha's there. Alpha puts it wide. Radosin first touch is over. Alpha wants to get the second. Can't quite do it.
2 minutes ticking down and Vitality, my word, are they coming alive. Radosin with the big punt towards the midfield, but shut down by Monkey Moon. Alpha, his opportunity to get it clear. We'll try and find Radosin in that corner. That goes central. That finds Zen to the backboard, but Zen shut down yet again. Over and over by Rise.
BDS plan number 1, cover that backboard.
And plan number 2, that Vitality find Zen with the ball.
Here he is. He's got the ball, he's got the boost, he's got Seiko in his way, he's almost got the dunk. Now Radosin has to scuttle across the pitch. Knows that Monkey Moon's going to get this ball under his control. Knows he's going to continue it. They're teaming up to put the ball in the net, but it's not happening.
It's the 2v1 and still Radosin comes out stronger. That's a long shot. Up is Alpha.
No, he's missed it though.
It's an awkward angle. I can't blame him, but you'd love to see the second for Vitality fans. Zen is up high with one reset. Seiko shuts him down.
Rise's turn. End to end, the true epitome of it. Rise almost caresses it into the back of the net, but Radosin gets it forwards again for Vitality.
Final minute, Vitality, the verge of the bracket reset, right ahead of them. One shot long, Zen again, Alpha the next, but Monkey Moon to save.
The time will feel like it's forever for Vitality as Seiko goes to the skies. He wants to get the dunk on Alpha. He does. It falls to Rise. Zen stays tall.
Final 35, Alpha taking his time with 0 boost. What else can he do? Monkey Moon back corner, but the boost stolen away from him leaves Zen to then dunk that final defender. It's opportunity after opportunity. BDS, they can't fight back.
It almost feels inevitable. There is a goal in this game to someone. Will it be Team BDS that take the equalizer or Vitality that double up their lead, steal this series, take us back for the bracket reset? We're 10 seconds off now.
Final 5, opportunities, another save for Vitality. It's a long shot, it's on target.
They've done it.
It's a bracket reset.
All of our dreams come true at once, and it's on the end of Radosin's car. He held his nerve in the scariest of circumstances. The series is over, the game is over. They'll take the kickoff, it means nothing. All they can do now, Stumpy, is think about what's yet to come.
They immediately move from their chairs, headsets off, game faces on, making sure they continue to hype up this crowd.
I love it. I love it.
They've become favourites. And Vitality, my word, have they had a spectacular first series. There's one more to go. Job is not done yet.
But it'll feel like they've taken a huge leap towards its completion, not just in stealing the series, but in the difference of performance. This was the supreme being Vitality that we were promised coming into this event.
We look historically at how LAN bracket resets have gone. We've had 8 of them historically. 6 of those lower bracket teams, they have managed to force a bracket reset. And 83% of them, 5 of the 6, the lower bracket team, Vitality in this situation, they have ended up winning. Vitality looking to be the favourites. If you can win one series, Cole, there's very good chances that you can win 2.
But it's not happened 100% of the time by any means. Team BDS, they will go back, they will rally, they will pour over these replays over the next however long a break we have. They'll be thinking, Vitality, you can wave your flags, you can G up your support, but we are the better players, we are the better team. And we've been the best so far in this event. All we have to do is take one more still, and the championship does become ours. Vitality, though, the complete and utter turnaround. It wasn't just in putting the crowd on their side. It was tactics, it was theory, it was energy, it was everything. Vitality had it all. We're gonna have to do it over again. Dest, take it away.
The story continues to evolve. Every chapter less predictable than the next. We all thought when we came into this, Vitality, it's their tournament to lose. But if you say that this was how it was going to happen, that Pharaoh was going to sell his soul to North America to get himself a bracket reset, nobody saw that coming.
NA is back, baby. What a first series. 4-2. Vitality. I mean, BDS, they threw things at them. They were playing well. But it was Vitality using that crowd. Pharaoh might be the smartest coach in Rocket League history to pull however many people there are in this venue, all on their side, T-Bags.
Listen, man, North America, Vitality, much better than Europe Vitality. That's all I gotta say. NA Zen, better than EU Zen. Zen is on one right now. He's got the crowd behind him. It doesn't look like anybody can stop him. BDS, they tried to give him a counterpunch, but I wonder if we have that clutch Alpha bump. 6 seconds left. Oh, they don't show it. Alpha came from behind and bumped him out, and the crowd just erupted. Look at Pharaoh, man. They're on one right now.
And Zen's first ever match in the Grand Finals, leading everyone in goals per game, shooting 35% plus. He's unbelievable.
He's at home. He's in his element. This is what he was born to do at this point, and he's got to do it again, though, CJ. I was talking with Gibbs about this in the back. Beginning this reset is not the hard part. It's this 10 minutes. How do you've been running on adrenaline and fumes, and all of a sudden you're gonna sit down in a chair and you're gonna go, hey buddy, how are we doing? And they're gonna say, we're tired! And you're gonna have to figure out how to tell it, hey, we gotta do this one more time.
Yeah, well, they've played 3 series today. Look at that. I'm just doing the maths there. That's, what, 13 games so far?
17 games.
But then you got 12.
And we got to add overtime.
12-minute overtime. 17 games plus 12-minute overtimes. It has been a long journey, but with this crowd. I know Farah said that they've got them for the first series, but I think after that one, they might have the crowd for the second as well.
That's the most important interview I think anyone has ever done. Farah, the mastermind.
It's not quite there yet. He got the bracket reset, but we've got to do it one more time. Boston, I hope you're saving your voices. Go get your caffeine if you need it. We got about 7 minutes here. We're gonna let the players rest a little bit, and then we re-rack, we reload, we go for round 2 bracket reset coming up after this.
You can save an average of 2 times more with our smart savings tools. For everything we want, we're all better off with an ally.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. Rotation back. Forster. It won another. Rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking steps inside the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Money grows from my intuition. I just bought a crib, that's my first edition. People hate it when you claim a vision, but I use a static when I hit ignition. Hungry moves, I'm faster in a minute. I stay fresh to death, I'm in a mid condition. Forge a heat, no matter where I've been, and give me any place, and it'll be a kitchen. This how we flow to the top. I'm on a wave and it never gon' stop. I hit a 3, now we running the clock. 24 seconds, I still block your shot. I'm making this an eternal spot. Permanent stain in the flow, ink blot. Don't step to me when I get too hot. I'ma end your life and it's all you got. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small. Homemade flow, I'm a PVC. There ain't one player out doing this like me. Heart rate froze, check the EKG. I hate wasting time, no eventually. Routine work when nobody see, but I ain't feel the stress, I know it's meant to be. 30 beats, I'm on a killing spree. I made every song in my discography. Yeah, that's every cent, every dollar. I ain't tryna listen to a broke scholar. Making moves to make the money taller. To the cash topping on the Eiffel Tower. Labels calling, I won't wear the collar. With my own drive, I can take it farther. Do it myself, don't ever bother. Been self-made now, shout out to my father. We on the top and we ain't gonna fall. It's an obsession, a habit you call. We hitting automatic, never stall. Only got one tactic, do it all. I'm from the bottom, I hate what I saw. I couldn't walk, so I learned how to crawl. They wanna talk when you're back to the wall. So I say later, my aim moving small.
We go again, and this time it's the last one. You lose this one, you lose Boston. You win, you hoist the trophy. And I hope everybody's got their energy saved up, because we are doing it for real this time. Vitality versus BDS, and you couldn't ask for a better event overall. There hasn't been a low point, Bates. This has been incredible.
Nah, this crowd has been absolutely phenomenal. This is one of the best crowds that I've ever been at, and I just can't wait for this bracket reset. It's gonna be crazy wave.
Okay, but CJ.
Yes.
I want to talk about, I want to come back to this whole thing of like the adrenaline, the stamina.
Yes.
What is Farah doing right now? What are both coaches telling their players? How can they keep their players in that adrenaline loop for just long enough to get back in the chair?
What isn't Farah doing so far? I think he's calming for Zen as well while he's on stage. He's getting the crowd behind him. He's doing everything. But to answer your question, I just think you have to take this 5 minutes to reset, because, I mean, the human body can't take this much adrenaline, surely, this much focus for such a sustained period of time. So they need to reset and just take a little bit of a breather. They can't get
go
this
ahead
level
and take a power nap. You know, power nap 5 minutes. It's fine, because as soon as you walk back out, you're going to get that adrenaline again, because you know what's at stake. The crowd's going to be cheering like crazy, and you know what time it is. It's time to win a major. And I don't think you need much more than that. So I think right now, just rest. You might lose a little bit of energy, but as soon as you walk back out, that adrenaline's going to be pumping for both teams.
They're going to be doing their best. We're waiting on Vitality to get on the stage right now. They are taking their time.
Oh, there's no walkout. I'm sorry.
There's no walkout. No, we are in the middle of the match, so we're not doing walkouts.
Okay.
They're going to start on the stage.
So that's actually a little harder, I think, because if they walk out, maybe, you know, we'll get that blood flowing again.
Also, technically, Farah only sold their souls for the first match.
That would be hilarious if the crowd just starts booing Vitality. Imagine, like, you said one. That's it.
I don't think that's going to happen.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
I bet they come out with flags again, folks. Okay. Can we could do, let's take a look at the bracket though, folks. If you're just out journey, if you're at home and your friends told you, hey, you got to tune in, this is the best Rocket League major we've ever seen. I mean, your friend's not lying to you. So I'm glad you're here. Welcome. You're going to love your stay. This is what we have done over the course of the last 4 days. How many matches total is this, Gibbs?
It's a lot. I'm not going to try and add right now. It's been a long day. But I do want to talk about how Vitality and BDS, #1 seed in Europe was Vitality. The #2 seed in Europe was BDS, but they were on the same side of the bracket, because EU #2 at the time was ranked #4, because NA, they used to be good. So they had NA 1 and 2 as seeds 2 and 3. So they had to meet early, and BDS, they did take them out. But as you can see, Vitality, they won a 4-0 versus Gen G yesterday, and then won 2 huge series today. before BDS.
This has to be the best championship Sunday in LAN history. Even that 4-0, the Vitality Rule 1 down there.
Was tough.
I mean,
Tough. 12-minute overtime.
That was basically a Game 7 as well. That was a 4-3. So, I mean, all sevens. Obviously, Vitality getting... I mean, was it ever going to be any other way? I mean, of course we were going to get the bracket reset. Of course we're here. And of course we've got North America taking on Europe in the final.
There's no booze.
Here's the wall.
They're ready for him. They take to the stage Vitality, ready to go. And we'll let them get in their seats, get plugged in, strapped in for round number 2 here. Have you ever played in a bracket reset, CJ?
I have been bracket reset a couple of times.
Okay.
It's mentally draining. We also had the sets, the best of 3 sets as well. So I've played a 21-game series, 3 Game 7s, and I lost, but that's all right. So it is
that's
very
why you're retired now.
Yeah, exactly. And that was online, let alone on LAN. But I mean, these guys are just feeding off this crowd. The adrenaline is pumping, and if this crowd keeps getting behind the wave, I mean, I don't know if they can. I don't know if BDS can stop them.
Okay. Does the fatigue start to set in, though? Like, it's been such a long day. You just saw how many matches they played. And you want to talk about mental resolve. If there's one team that I think the crowd is not going to be able to get under the skin of, I'm putting my money on Rise.
Yeah, like it's all of BDS, really, because like even when they won their world championship,
Absolutely.
that was on foreign soil.
Yeah.
And they had no one behind them, yet they still came out on top. So if there is a team to bounce back, it is BDS, but we talked about it earlier. When you bracket reset, only once has that team come back to win after getting bracket reset. And unfortunately for Rise, it was against him. Because it was Team Queso versus G2, and they won the first one, Queso, but then G2 won that match. So it is extremely rare for that to happen, but it has been done before.
He's in the position, though, coming from the upper bracket here. He can make it happen. I don't know. I feel like I'm trying to think of like what have we not talked about at this point. There's so many good stories.
I mean, I feel like the story is it's the Vitality fatigue against the pressure on BDS right now, because I mean, Rise didn't have the best series there in that first one. I think, you know, BDS, they don't have the crowd. They might this series, we're not able to swing, but Vitality, they'll have the fatigue, but they have the crowd back and they have that adrenaline, whereas BDS, I feel like they're going to be making some mistakes now. They've lost that series against Vitality. They're not going to be as confident as they were against K-Corp earlier today.
Listen, and we got a camera shot of Farah looking at a screen, not Zen's. For 2 seconds, he was talking to Alpha, he's talking to Rattle right now, but once they all start playing, he only looks at Zen. He makes sure that Zen's composed. And Zen versus Monkey Moon, I think that's the storyline here. Zen's offense going up against world-class defense in Monkey Moon. Vitality trying to do something that's never been done before. We got to put that in perspective. They won all 3 regionals. They dropped down to the lower bracket of this tournament. They weren't in the uppers. They dropped that down, beat Rule 1, beat BDS on the uppers. Who they beat before? They beat Carmine, and then now they had the already last series.
They're going for the split slam. Not only that, Zen has never lost a threes tournament.
Yeah.
At all
never
in
has.
RLCS.
Yeah.
He's never done it. He doesn't know how to lose.
Have any players repeated at majors? Won a major twice? I don't think so, right?
Fati.
Well, not back-to-back majors. No.
Oh, Vatira.
No, but yeah,
Vatira. With Moist at spring last year, and then winter. This year.
Sure.
He's won 2.
Okay, yeah.
No org has repeated.
Nope.
So BDS would be the first org to repeat if they're able to win here.
And Monkey Moon already has 2 RLCS LAN wins as well with Vatira. He's trying for his 3rd, because obviously World Championship, not a major, but it's even bigger. So he's also playing for that as well. But none of that matters at this point. It's all about BDS, Vitality, 3 players versus 3 players for hopefully an hour's worth of Rocket League.
And we know as well that BDS, they know how to play Rocket League on LAN. I feel like earlier in this tournament, Vitality weren't playing LAN Rocket League. They weren't quite ready for it. They were trying to emulate what they were doing online.
But that was their first crowd match, too. That was their first crowd match when they played BDS. They were not ready for it. Clearly, they know how to play in front of a crowd now. Yeah. They also know how to get the crowd behind them as well.
I mean, Zen is so... I know Zen's smart in-game, but out-of-game as well. He is using this crowd to almost get rid of nerves. He's waving the flag in between goals, the American flag, should I say. And I just feel like that's doing him wonders right now for his confidence. It feels like this is online Zen, and I don't think we've seen it so far this year.
We haven't.
It's so poetic to me. Because when I sit there and think, have I ever seen a rookie do that? Have I ever seen a rookie at their first event stand up and try to get the crowd on their side? I can only think of one player, and it's Farah. who's coaching him. It's like father like son here, the leader making a protege. But the Zen can do some things that Farah never quite could do. He was very good in his day, but never quite the wonderkin that we see from
And
Zen.
to be fair, no one else can do what Zen can do as well. And we've seen it on the field as well. There are times when he's making plays that confuses all of BDS to open up space for Vitality.
Folks, this is the last match of the day, last match of the tournament. No matter what, we could show you what we set up here. And there's something very special. You two are now tied before the final match of the day in Bates Never Wrong versus Gibbs is Guessing. Can you believe it? Tied up at 20 apiece.
Wow. See, Bates, this is just the heart of a champion. I'm just like Vitality. Go down to the lower bracket, but you can't beat them. You just can't beat them. All right? So we did make an agreement earlier that I said I'm running Vitality throughout this tournament. That was before they were an NA team, so I know it hurt you with that BDS vote.
He's still going Vitality. Right?
I'm still Vitality all the way.
DJ, where are you going? Well, I just need to ask the crowd. Crowd, can you hear me for a second here? Everyone's?
Yeah.
We just need to clarify. Is Vitality from EU? Or is Vitality from North America? Sorry, I said Vitality. Are they from North America? They got to get it done. Give me Vitality.
Bates.
Oh, man. Oh, I got North.
He's going to have to vote against North America again? I don't know. I don't know.
I can't go against NA, man. I got to go with NAZ. I'm rolling Vitality to win the spring major. Come on.
It sounds like we're going to have a tie between Gibbs and Bates at the end of this, folks. That's all. That means it's just got to go on to the World Championship.
I guess so.
That's right.
I guess so.
Here,
It's
folks.
scripted.
Vitality. They are the overwhelming favorites in chat. Stacks, Gitagon is hyped up.
It's Rocket League's newest rule. When you have a crowd this great, when you have a matchup this amazing, you simply must have a bracket reset. And that's what we have here today. Our first win on the East Coast in 4 years. And now it's time for one more match. The tables have turned on the reigning world champion. Boston's new favorite team is looking to complete a perfect spring. Get ready for another instant classic. This is your grand final, part 2.
One final flourish for an all-time worldie of a championship Sunday as two teams gatekeep each other from history. On one side, the GOAT rookie in waiting, but on the other, a new potential 3-time.
Monkey Moon sitting with the chance to level his RLCS land wins alongside K-Dot, Rise and Seiko both gunning for their second. Vitality all for their first. Something new happens here today, and Vitality, the odds are for them. 5 out of 6 that we have seen go to these bracket resets have been won by the team that has ended up bracket resetting. If you're a Vitality fan, you're in good stead, but BDS, my word, there's one thing they do well, it is break tradition.
And there's one or two things they know as a team about bracket resets as well. Rise, he has won them, he has lost them. For Queso, sorry, all the way back before he signed
It's
for
hard
Boys.
to get back into that Queso. Yeah, I know.
I know. And he changes teams about 100 times a day. Anyway, point I'm making. Rise has had some bracket resets before. He will know how to dig deep, how to back himself in situations like this one. But Team Vitality, they are reborn.
It's new to them. The only bracket reset they've been in with this roster is when they ended up beating Carmine Corp. Back in the second spring regional, back in the cup, KC, they beat them in that one series, the only one until that point, until literally yesterday, the only one that they had lost. Minute and 10 has elapsed, and we're already seeing this on-fire BDS come out strong.
We talk about bracket resets as well. Throughout this entire split, all around the world, for teams that can qualify for the major, Crew in South America, the only team to have successfully completed one Alpha, might be starting Vitality off on the front foot.
Fantastic shot from Alpha, does get saved away in the top corner. Now the push continuing from BDS. Previously, we saw them succumb to so many of the shots that are finding their way on target, but BDS now, they want to make sure that they are being the aggressive team. It's so unbelievably hard to defend in Rocket League. just as hard to be the offending team as well. Alpha goes long, tries to find a player that no longer exists, but Zen on target opens up the series.
Talk about players that no longer exist. Just think, a year or so ago, none of us knew that this prodigy did exist. And now here he is, dragging his team to grand finals, dragging them 3 regionals in a row. Maybe a perfection that we never thought possible.
Literally been a pro for a month. Unbelievable. Like, since the start of this, of the spring split, that's when he began. Yes, he was banned for a little while, whoopsie, but he's managed to come through, he's grinded, he's got the ambition. Now Alpha manages to get that save. Now Zen on the backboard again with low boost. Monkey Moon removes Radosin, and now the long shot coming in. Rise down that left wing, low boost again. Every player seeming time and time again to have control of the ball, but no boost to be able to do anything fancy or good with it.
Radosin's going to have to turn around because Monkey Moon is going to beat him to the ball. Alpha, can you avoid Rise? Yes, he can, and he gets it to Radosin. Counter-attack is on. Alpha pushes it into the center. It's a little bit too long for Radosin. Hopefully for them, Zen's coming in. Not this time. End-to-end stuff, Stumpy.
Demolition Derby, both these teams lighting each other on fire, wanting to make sure that they are the ones lifting the trophy in about an hour's time. Monkey Moon has to track back as Zen waits him out, misses unfortunately for him, but still this corner is going to be his playground. With one unfortunately on the wrong team. Zen removes Alpha from the play, but look, you still have that cohesion with Vitality until BDS stretch them thin on the orange side.
Yeah, I don't think even Zen can claim that he meant to knock Alpha out the way right there. A pure mistake. Expected, understood at this level. Exhaustion comes into account. There will be errors in this series as these players start to really hit the end of their energies.
One shot from Seiko! Again, the right corner. Sees him shoot it on target, has to then double up, finish the job. A misplay from Zen. A push-up far from Alpha. That ball bouncing straight back out, but Seiko's the one to tap it back in. Minute 40, BDS, the great leveler.
An absolute steal as well from nothing. Vitality safe in their own corner. One missed touch, and BDS are all over you. They could be again. Rise to the ceiling against the Musty. It's just over them.
We're seeing Rise on teams where the Musty seems to be a sign of confidence. Joyo, the most famous for it. He's going to be trying to continue that tradition in these grand finals.
Is the most famous for it.
Well, no, but in RLCS finals, Musty's washed. It's okay. 80 seconds, one touchdown. Rise in that corner, isn't able to get anything from it. Seiko now up high. Zen is going to be the prodigy on the other side of that ball. These debutantes. Seiko a little while ago now, but he is one of the greats. One of the ones that came through so young and so talented.
He's already, as you say, one of the great geniuses of Rocket League. And he's there to the ceiling, one of his signature moves, tapping it and following it on with such pace. The ball never seems to slow down. Alpha, he's got past his opponent. Monkey Moon has to avoid the dunk and does. Seiko is there. Now Rise causing all sorts of trouble up above in the Vitality defense. Challenge game from Seiko is strong. Monkey Moon charging down against Radosin. Rise is there, he misses it, fakes it actually. Seiko wasn't quite on the same wavelength.
Final 30, overtime looming. The red lights in the arena. Alpha was there for a little cheeky side shot. Wasn't able to secure it, unfortunately for him. Seiko up high. Completely removes Zen from the play as well. That makes the offense a little bit easier. That's open for Rice to shoot. Two to come in. Seiko, the benefactor of that goal, but Alpha absolutely assisted.
Time slowed down. The ball just fell for Seiko. It was Rise who caused the chaos. The Vitality triple commit. And then Seiko gives BDS that lead.
Radosin, not Alpha with the assist on that one. Ends up coming off him, speeds it up hugely. Final 20 seconds now, BDS. Great start for them in this series if they can take game number 1. Monkey Moon sends it long. That's well above the crossbar, but it's fast and anybody can redirect it. A doink back towards their own half. Sees Rise waste these seconds. The crowd counts down. It's central. It's Radosin to shoot. On 0, this ball, you've got to stay up.
An equalizer would raise the roof. It would smash the decimal records. It was almost there. A huge sigh of relief for Seiko and BDS. They take the series lead, the first time they've led in this series since the bracket.
11 shots in total for BDS as well compared to Vitality's 5. Shooting twice as much. And on this fancy little screen that we've got as well, we can see how many ball touches each team got. 50-50. Dead on. I look at this every single game. It is so rarely that level. And we see how close these two teams are. Seiko having a little stretch, making sure that he is able to get blood in his hands, that he can continue playing at that level. BDS, what a start though, wanting to break and smash that record of the lower bracket team coming through and lifting the trophy.
Seiko himself, a player that was in the conversation for the best rookie of all time. He joined Endpoint, nobody had heard of him, no heads were turned, and suddenly they were major contenders. They were winning regionals, picked up by Team BDS, and what do? They only go and run the Ruddy World Championships. So he is someone who, even at this young stage of his career, has seen and done it all.
He's done success, and we're looking for Vitality to be able to do the exact same. Zen will be able to secure himself as one of the greatest rookies, the greatest rookie of all time. 3 regional victories, 1 major as the cherry on top. The crowd is very much in favor of Vitality, as far as I'm aware.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beef Vitality all over the place. Anybody at home, if you're supporting BDS, make sure you get it in the chat, of course. And what a start for BDS. The boys in pink battling versus those yellow Hornets who are going to be buzzing around the net, not wanting to give BDS the 2-game lead.
Yeah, a couple of awkward moments in defense, I think, there from Team Vitality that fell to Seiko, but it was hard-earned from Team BDS. And it's also a blueprint they can follow. In the first series earlier on, nothing seemed to fall for them. It just wasn't working. Vitality outclassed them just as they outclassed them the day before. So powerful a tonic for Team BDS to have turned that one around. The Vitality have started game 2 the better.
Seiko linking with Rise, making sure that he is able to work his way out of that defense, but Alpha's going to shut him down. The ceiling pinch now. Radosin drops it low. Rise versus Zen, 1v1. You have to favor Zen in that situation. And he comes out on top with 1 touch. Monkey Moon is there. And we're just seeing BDS poke and prod and ask questions of the Vitality defense.
Ooh, that one's going to be really scary. Vitality to deal with. Rise, maybe, with 1 touch too many. He hoped his teammate was coming in, but wanted to help him out. Instead, got in his way. Seiko tries to backflip it backwards. Not going to happen this time. Vitality camping deep, trying to get past Rise. Radosin does so. Now Monkey Moon's chasing him down. Does have boost in the tank, and we know how quickly he can get up, but he is avoided by Radosin. Alpha's there. Zen just hoping this ball's going to fall for him. Vitality started the second game better. Radosin wants to bypass Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon stays strong and tall, and also gets it past Alpha. Another BDS counter could be the answer until Zen, from in his own goal, air dribbles away.
Such low-scoring games we've seen so far as well. Even in the first series, really no blowouts. Rise and Monkey Moon both quitting to that. Leads Alpha to try and bump Seiko, but the man stays stoic. The backline is all his. No goal Vitality on that push. Zen up nice and quickly. Both these teams shutting each other down very effectively as well.
It was an interesting fake there from Rise. He had his teammate behind him. Not sure quite how intentional that one was, but no harm done as far as Team BDS are concerned. Maybe that changes here, though, because Radosin is clearing a path for Zen. In fact, Zen's to get back to him. Alpha picks out Seiko on the goal line. The shooting, the final piece of the puzzle Vitality needs to complete.
So many small, delicate, intricate passes. And then a devastating shot at the end, a bullet trying to strike through the heart of either of these nets. But the lead up to them is artistic.
Here's Monkey Moon. Zen's got Radosin out wide. And gets it to him, but more good defending there from Team BDS. They're not letting Team Vitality have any time on the ball at all. In the first series, they always had it under their spell. That one might pinch all the way in, though. There's going to be an almighty chase. It's not going to happen. Out of nowhere, Vitality pinch it home.
Halfway through the game, and that's 1 earned for Vitality. Seiko challenging that, opening the net for him. Those pinches so frequently when you're playing ranked, you think, why have you challenged in that position? Rise a little bit too far up potentially, but ultimately those pinches, they happen. You have to then move on, and Vitality, better factor to that play. Oh, great turn from Alpha. Tries to remove Rise from the equation. But he uses algebra to get out of the way.
Radosin up against Monkey Moon. Zen's going to have to leave this one to his teammate. Alpha there with Rise in front of him. And Team BDS still continuing to play the slow game. Their patience hasn't been disturbed since going behind, but that might change if they go a couple. Radosin has Zen. Thinks Zen maybe called for the ball, but then changed his mind. So now Alpha needs to Rise. Has Radosin in front of him. Has to get past him. Can't do it. The backflip works. Zen's arriving now. Wants to just get that one on target. Couldn't do it. Monkey Moon flashes in at the corner.
Skims the face of the net. I feel like Zen could have had a shot on target there, but his teammate that he passed to ever so selflessly wasn't in position at the time either. Final 90. Vitality with this lead. Alpha onto this leading. Blocks out 1. Now a chance for Radosin. 1-1 versus Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon, he works his way back, tips the crossbar, then Rise is the man to clear it away.
Vitality, though, will keep the attack going. Alpha up against Seiko, but Seiko's pace, unexpected for Vitality. And again, Monkey Mooney wins it cleanly. Ryzen's there. This could be the equalizer. Alpha at the near post, tees up Zen.
Left-hand wall sees Zen musty. And now we're going to be seeing a lot of game management coming from Vitality. Don't give BDS any space. Don't give them an opening, a window, nothing. And the demo is going to be ever so important as well. Rise to tip it on, but Alpha's going to be the one to punch it away.
The game Vitality lost in the first series was on this very map, and it was counter-attacks for Team BDS due to Vitality overcommit. There's a man back right now. Reflexes, but Radosin wasn't needed because Zen was there. Zen tries to stay alive. Just keep the ball, Vitality. When it's in BDS's half, they're happy, but too often BDS are pushing forwards.
Simple place and Vitality are keeping them in this game. This lead is earned. In 30 seconds sees some magic needed to come from the BDS side. 2 French, 1 English, and 1 special moment would make this game overtime. Seiko sees Monkey Moon central, passed it so high and Alpha already on the backboard. Final 10 now.
Monkey Moon complete control of the ball and the boost to play with it. Rise arriving in that corner. Radosin should be able to clear this one long. Should be able to celebrate a game win in a couple of seconds, but Monkey Moon will take control. But where's that touch? Can he get the second one, or is it just into the corner? Yes, it is. Vitality keep their momentum alive. Radosin loving it. Radosin equalizing the series.
Geeing up the crowd of Vitality and playing to it is definitely one of those secrets that I feel like a lot of teams don't utilize. So many players, especially when you're nervous, you're going to go back into your show, you're going to think, right, imagine I'm playing at home, I'm somewhere safe, I'm not surrounded by 5,000 people all cheering for or against me. You want to get into your own safe zone. Radosin, he's looking around. This man needs the energy. Our fellow casters, everybody on the desk right now, getting these claps going in the arena. Boston, make sure you join in.
The series is tied. There are no more second chances now. You lose this one, you take second place at a major, which for many teams here, you'd think, oh, decent performance that.
Not bad, that.
For Vitality, for Team BDS, is that ever on their minds?
No, they are hunting for that trophy. They are making sure that they are able to secure that trophy lift. They want the pictures, they want the fame, they want the glory, they want these opportunities. Game number 2 is gone. Game number 3 is the one to set a 2-1 lead for either of these worthy champions.
So close to that trophy, they can almost taste it, and yet still so far away. Zen so far away from the opponent's goal, but that never stops him with the pace that he has. A flip reset, a pre-flip, Rise is there, Rise is done, and Zen is amazing! Zen follows it up. Look at the quality of the player. It is truly sublime.
The positioning, not to just get that touch, but the man to be able to dunk it underneath. What an opening, and Vitality, yet another early goal in these 2 series.
Here goes Alpha to the ceiling as well. He's cleared such a path for Zen. Look how much boost he seems to have.
No!
The pitch is open, Seiko. The respect he showed Zen there, just waiting. But look at the attack that it continues.
It's scary, it is dominating. It's Radosin, but a miss from Alpha. That's the tap-in.
Zen's gonna try and get them going again. Monkey Moon can't break his lines. Rise does. But Radosin was there, the absolute brick wall, a true unit of a player. Monkey Moon has Alpha in front of him. They just can't escape right now, Team BDS.
Making camp in their blue half is not what they want to do. They want to be going and seeing the world on that orange side of the pitch. A minute gone, 1 goal down. A lot of time, of course, in these games. But these goals have been scarce for BDS when they have gone down. One challenge from Radosin, just shadows it, make sure that wherever that ball goes, it will be hitting his bumper. That pinch, nearly on target. Rise to save it away, high to Seiko.
This game for the first time this series, looking more like Series 1. Vitality controlling everything, even the BDS shots. They're weak, they're low, they're easy, they're simple for Vitality. And BDS, they're chasing their shadows. They're desperate for the ball, they just want to get a touch of it. And Vitality letting them have nothing, but this here is a chance. Seiko, Rise is clearing the path. Oh! Gets the double, BDS get their
a double demo for Rise! Agent of Chaos! Seiko, the open net is found. Brilliant double man play, equalizing BDS.
When your mechanics are starting to slow down, it's not a bad thing to have a human wrecking ball clear the path for you and make it simple. For Vitality, they start this next play with just as much venom in their attacks. Alpha's coming in, Rise. He gets there.
But you see, two defenders going to defend any Vitality player. Whenever they're up, they want to make sure that, okay, this does not squeeze through. Make it 150. 250, usually not good enough. Rise goes high, round the top, but Zen is able to intercept. A long shot from Monkey Moon. But Radossin again the midfield, they are swarming. Monkey Moon up for 2 and Zen makes a vital touch.
A vital touch, and also look at the follow as well, the recovery speed. Incredible continually. Alpha wants to beat Monkey Moon to the bull. Zen doesn't let that happen. Now Zen has to watch as Seiko tees up Rise, and Rise redirects with a plum.
2-1 halfway through the game. Rise sees it open. Alpha, he cannot rotate that quickly. We've seen a couple of pretty brutal open net misses, I would say, in this competition so far. BDS have not been suffering one of them. A great fake kickoff. Cheat up from Radossin, finds Alpha, but drops down, it goes no further. But you see the ingenuity coming in now for Vitality.
Ingenuity, yes, but the lead is not theirs, nor is parity. Seiko with Zen. Zen wins now, and he has boost still, but that one's actually going to go as far as Alpha. Zen's on the side. Radossin's waiting in the wings. Radossin, can he put this one on target? Oh! Zen bomb! Radossin follows! Radossin sinks!
The physicality from Vitality! That's 1 on the goal line, turned into 0. Radossin works his way in, jumps up and down in that chair, and you mentioned parity earlier, Cole. It's parity again.
And it seems that just when Team BDS begin to get their foothold, Vitality make it crumble. They make it difficult all over again for them. Zen to the ceiling, gets the flip reset as well. Everything is there, and Radossin's there, but it's saved away.
More chances, looking more and more threatening every single time. Seiko goes to the midfield with this chance. 5 boost, bumped away. Now Radossin again pushing. He has shown up in this second series. That first one, he was great. This second one, he's looking even better.
And Zen as well. I mean, he is looking like the wonder kid we were promised, but Rise asked the question of him. He has the answer, and that is to get the ball towards Radossin. Radossin, a flip reset, follows it up as well. Monkey Moon, he's bumped out the air. Rise can't get a clean touch. Zen's there for an easy finish, but it was saved by Monkey Moon.
Seiko corner bound. The redirect isn't quite found. He did make contact, but it was easily cleared by the Vitality defender. Zen now challenging. Doesn't get it round the side of Seiko as Radossin finds him in the skies. Minute 15, that's one bump, that's open, that's a demo! Oh! It's unfortunately a miss for Radossin. The angle was acute, it was awkward, but it was definitely scoreable. The final minute now though, BDS on the counter.
And the bumps as well, Team BDS, every time they find themselves settled in the game, they're swept away and Vitality come forward as a 3. Alpha leads the attack this time, but Rise, he could be the difference maker. To the ceiling with him. Zen lets Radossin take it. Seiko, he's there. Alpha just trying to get as much of himself in the way of the ball as possible. And now he's watching Rise and Monkey Moon, the two of them deliberate. Who takes control of this ball? In the end, it was the Frenchman. Now here's the other, Seiko. Rise spins around. That move's worked before against Vitality, but not this time. Here's the counter. Alpha,
Breezy.
does he have the read? Not this time.
Nord's little breezy flick as well. Doesn't lead to anything, but we're still seeing that confidence coming out from Vitality. That back left corner again from Seiko. Radossin, he beats 2. Monkey Moon, he sends it long. It's not a great touch, but he manages to get the dunk. Final 15 now, ticking along. That's open, that's Radossin with the near redirect.
We can have another one now though. Here's Zen to the ceiling. Follows it up with the edge dribble bump, but it's not there. Alpha, his turn. The redirect is good again. Radossin off the backboard. Rise was aware of it. Rise sends it long and Zen lets it land, and we have game 3 overtime.
These teams, as we've said, split by a hair. Rise, the benefactor of the kickoff. Seiko now right wall with 70, round the side of 1, but the double commit from Vitality. And sees more and more challenges. BDS now looking big, looking open as the net is! Vitality! The 3rd goal! Overtime is theirs!
A huge error as well from Seiko, but look who it was there, Zen. He was aware of the danger. As soon as there was an opening, he struck and brought Vitality their lead. So far, this is the closest they've been to this championship.
And that vision is the difference that we've seen. Zen, unstoppable brackets against open nets in that game. Absolutely.
We'll give them that.
Happy that nobody fell to them in this. Rise got one, Zen got the other. We're still good. We're not going to be seeing any of the faux pas we saw historically. 2-1 now lead. Vitality in the series. And it was a lot more statistically impressive for Vitality as well. 11 shots to 4. Demos raining in across the board, 13 in total. And we see Zen waving the American flag. I have a question for the audience here. What are your 3 favorite letters? Is it USA, 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 USA?
I think you have your answer, Stumpy. And we do have a tactical timeout taken by Team BDS, and I think that's the play, because that is a horrible way to lose overtime in a ranked game at 1300 MMR. Here on this stage, they're a little bit higher than that, and it's frustrating.
The loftier heights of 1300 MMR. I can only dream.
I believe in you, man.
I'm excited for it. Bronze has got my name on it. Vitality, though, with that...
Okay, fine, carry on.
That's all right. That 2-1 series lead now. Vitality just 2 away from the trophy. Almost looking like... I'm not going to say like they don't care. Radosin is just smiling. He's confident. He knows 1 game at a time. Alpha knows 1 game at a time. Zen, he's young enough, but he can count to 1 game at a time. They'll be okay. BDS on the other side with Mew battling, making sure their mentality stays strong. Bear in mind how well they did after their timeout previously. Yes, they lost the following game, but then they won the next. The only question mark was when Vitality then won the one after that. They need to make sure that with these timeouts, they are being effective and they are communicating as effectively as possible. And that man in the middle, he is ice on land. Rise is frozen solid. Can he transfer that coldness to his 2 teammates?
BDS just seem to have ever more rounds in the chamber, and let's hope that the crowd's voices are still there. We're getting louder and louder. They're doing it for Team Vitality. Their adopted team find themselves on the cusp of as close to perfection as we've ever seen. I mean, you say that Zen can count to 1. I hope he can count to 4, because he's had 3 regional championships. This could be his 4th tournament victory in a row, but they need to put the work in first.
The greatest debut we've ever seen is upon us, but BDS want to ruin that, and they want to make sure that a brand new legend is born. That the GOAT of the open era in Monkey Moon is the one. But an open net is going to be kicking off Utopia. The Colosseum sees blood in 18 seconds.
And it's more frustration for Team BDS. They're nipping in there. Seiko not on the same wavelength. The body language ain't great, Stumpy, it's got to be said.
Chance, though, for BDS to have that mental reset. And my word, Vitality, how many goals have they scored in the first 30 seconds in this series? It's genuinely like 6 or so, which is bonkers to see. BDS not able to stop those handicaps from flying in. Seiko, 1 shot, saved away by Zen.
Monkey Moon couldn't quite get the double tap as well from the side wall. And our BDS are going to have to start again. Thankfully for them, they do at least have control of the ball, but Rise is boostless. There seems to be nothing in the reserves for BDS, and as for Vitality, all 3 of them comfortable. Always there, always on the ball, always demanding it. That one's going to come as far as Monkey Moon,
Demo,
who can go forwards. His teammate's demoed. He won't stop and mourn for too long because he's got work to do.
That work, however, goes uncompleted. Can't tick it off as Seiko in the midfield sends it high. Monkey Moon isn't the one to come forward for it. Seiko up for that bumper. The in and out!
No way!
From Zen is magnificent!
That's the sort of double tap that just leads to a goal up and down the land every single time, but Zen had other ideas. Rise is going to try and get it working again. Infield to Monkey Moon, Radosin there. Team Vitality stand toe tool, frustrating Team BDS on every turn. And now down the other end, you know what they're capable of, hitting the crossbar, setting up Radosin, but it still remains 1-0.
A lovely touch central as well from Radosin. Unfortunately, just sets up Seiko on the chance, but you see Vitality, they barely want to go into their own half. They don't want the ball to go there. They're going to rotate through those midfield boosts. Keep it confident, keep it strong. A pass central. Alpha! Receives from Zen. The 2nd for Vitality, and potentially the 3rd game.
He's been with Team Vitality for generations, as far as esports are concerned. K-Dop and Fairy Peak once his teammates, and he won championships online with them. Now he may do the same with this new spawn of Vitality Wonder Kids. Here's one, Zen. He's the player that it falls for. Radostin on the wall. Alpha's in front of him, clearing the space for his teammate. Always so aware. But Zen has some defending to do. Seiko's not going to let him do it.
My word.
How can someone so small be a brick wall?
With 0 boost as well on that second challenge. Now he transitions to the offense. Monkey Moon, though, wanting to go for a touch. Can't quite get over that final defender. BDS are rabid. They're going to be wanting to secure a goal. Zen utterly confident. Gets one, however, just round the side with Seiko picking up and that back corner boost. This aggression from BDS may well pay off. Alpha clearing rightwards. Ball only finding Monkey Moon on that chance, and then we see Rise come in for that second challenge. Alpha up high. Nothing to write home about for BDS so far. Vitality with that 2-goal suffocation working so strongly. Zen taking back to his corner, picks up the 100, forgoes the ball for a second. May well be an error instead, an open net the other side. Can Vitality capitalise?
Oh, it's clean from Radostin. He wants to follow it up as well. Closed down by Team BDS. More desperation. The two of them charging down the ball, just trying to get in the way somehow, trying to stop Team Vitality, having everything go their way. And yet every time BDS come forward, you just sense, Stumpy, that it's teeing up another Vitality counter-attack.
1 minute 45, Monkey Moon with a shot. Can't shut that down, can't be getting the deficit halved. Radostin comes in to save. Our crowd loves when we see one of those goal line wonders. Alpha to receive a pass from Radostin from the backboard. Rise has to jump instead. Monkey Moon, the full court carry.
It's been a bad performance from Team BDS, that has to be said. Still, they find themselves unable to break the deadlock. Rise, surely this time again. There's Zen. How can he be breached?
Over and over again we've seen BDS shoot. They've had great chances too. BDS not able to break them down. Over Alpha to the ceiling. That is utterly monstrous.
You just feel that fate is on Team Vitality's side, sitting in one of these seats, cheering on with the North American crowd, because nothing is going against them right now. Team BDS come forward. There's at least 2 Vitality players in their faces, blocking them out. Alpha, he's always at the front of that particular attack. Wants to get past Seiko, can't do it, but there's Zen. It's just another Vitality player that gets it. More attacking, more pushing, more dominance from Team Vitality. BDS are alive in this series, Stumpy, but hope is fading fast.
This is right as we have just seen BDS take that timeout as well. It's going to get dire if they lose this game. It looks incredibly likely. Final 35 ticks down. Monkey Moon with a hopeful long shot. Shut down by Alpha yet again. Vitality, that well-oiled machine, and BDS planning to be the spanner in their side.
Oh, Zen, the pace of him. Monkey Moon, he has Radostin to his side. Oh. He almost didn't need him. Maybe he should have passed.
Final 15 begins now. Vitality, that 3-goal lead in Game 4. This best of 7 surely going their way until we see a lovely little own goal, but they can't blame themselves. Still Vitality, they laugh. They're not too bothered. Zen literally looked at Radostin, was like, literally, he shrugged. He was like, don't worry, like, bro, we're 3-1 up. You're good.
I mean, it's incredible the difference that Radostin is finding playing on this stage over the last couple of games.
Yeah.
It feels like a lifetime ago, he was so uncomfortable. He was missing absolutely everything against Team BDS.
Yeah.
He was beyond the weak link. He was a missing link almost. Such was his poor performance. And now when he does make a mistake, he's turning to his team and he's chuckling about it.
Yeah.
They just know.
Vitality now have the chance to join some incredibly illustrious teams who have won from the lower bracket. Some of these names coming from the history books. Vitality may join Flipside Tactics, Northern Gaming, Dignitas, Cloud9 and Moist Esports as teams do bracket reset and win an RLCS LAN. They are phenomenal names to be written alongside.
And even more than that, just in the microcosm of any one event, none of these players have won an RLCS LAN before. Alpha has come so close, winning the RLCSX championships when these beautiful events were put on pause like so much of the rest of the world. That is when Alpha had his peak until now.
Yeah.
Until alongside Radostin and Zen, and maybe it's his turn.
He's going to feel owed a major at some point. He's going to feel like these moments are his.
I think you're going French there, owed a major.
Alongside this crowd, cheering for Vitality. Game 5, their chance to be written in banners alongside legends. Vitality on the precipice of glory.
This may well end now, especially if Zen wins this race against Monkey Moon. Seiko's touch into the center is loose. Team BDS showing their signs of fatigue, wearing them on their sleeve. Vitality looking to punish them every step of the way. Redosen leaves that one to Alpha. Alpha goes high. There's no bump. There's no defending. There's no chance.
Another goal inside 30 seconds. Vitality, every time they take these chances so early on, they secure them. 22 seconds. What a start.
The procession is just beginning for Team Vitality. They will not stop. They cannot be stopped right now. And Zen maybe puts that one in all the way from his own end, Rise. He was there, but they just seem half a step behind at all turns, Stumpy.
BDS has still got a brilliant claim to this major, especially with Rise shadowing that ball. The pass coming down the pitch from Monkey Moon. It's long, it's dominant, and Rise is the man to whip himself round it. Challenges 2, comes out stronger.
Who better than Rise as well? A man known for exactly these sorts of situations. He is someone you turn to. Your team is losing, you're in dire straits. He's had 9-second comebacks on LAN when all hope seemed lost. Take him to Game 7, take him to the sort of moment where anybody else would give up, and he will never. And his team need his spirit right now if Team BDS are to have any chance at all.
First minute gone. Vitality in winning situations, seconds into all of these and taking them most of the time. Redosen on that left wall sends it long with just 0 boost. Pass central, Redosen and Zen wanting to find Alpha.
But look how deep Team BDS have to defend against Team Vitality. Zen can walk the dog. He can let the ball roll in front of him for half an hour until Redosen comes in and the inevitable happens.
It's another one for Vitality. 2-1. A pass weak from Monkey Moon Central. Redosen taking chances. And that chance may well lead to glory at the end of the path.
It's a Team BDS tired performance right now, but Team Vitality, they're putting them to sleep. Redosen charges down Rise. Then look at the pace of him. Rise barely gets it towards Monkey Moon. Even simple passes looking impossible right now, but that fake, that might change things. It might be opened up just a little bit, just enough for Team BDS to wedge their way through the door and start to barricade it down.
An unfortunate miss from Rise, sees it open for Zen. A door opened. Seiko backboard finds it round the front of one of the offending players from Vitality, but Redosen again, this conveyor belt of pain.
Rise, he's there, he's desperate to get something going. Zen into the center, now Seiko. Where's the boost, where is it? He's got a good pass across to Rise though, even though he had none, but Rise's touch, again, imperfect. That was better, here comes Monkey Moon, another save comes in. Seiko up against Alpha in the corner. Redosen takes control, slows things down, and gets Vitality ticking again until the 1-2. Monkey Moon is there!
Oh!
Monkey Moon is shooting! BDS not giving up!
Staying so strong, and look at the 1-2. Back and forth, battling hard. Alpha again going high. BDS, opportunity to break history. They don't want to give it to Vitality here on the Canyon. Halfway through the game, Vitality over half of this job done so far. Seiko in the corner, 30 boost, sends it wide. 2 committing. Vitality, you can't be throwing it away now. Don't be too complacent, you can still lose it from here. 1 fake out, Alpha Central sends it just a little bit too high.
Redosen almost gets something going for Team Vitality, and now Zen up against Rise. BDS still unable to clear their lines. All of them have never won an RLCS major before. Alpha is doing this thing forever, and that monkey may be finally coming off his back.
Alpha, high, low, and hello goal. 2 minutes remaining. Vitality step closer on our stage towards lifting the trophy. Anybody in the crowd right now supporting Vitality, give them your noise, give them your energy. Make sure they know that you are here!
Team BDS, though, they don't care about the noises they hear. They're here to support themselves and their fans at home. Seiko, over the top, wants the charge down, almost gets it. Monkey Moon, he picks up the pieces. Radosin there on the back wall. Team Vitality, their defending has been incredibly strong throughout. But can they get past the infield? Oh, no, they can't. The game of the series unfurls in front of us.
We're seeing these passes from BDS, and they are all beautiful. Monkey Moon selfless, and Rise are waiting central. A minute 40, parity, the word of this game. Trading back and forth goals. The battle rages on.
The kickoff falls almost to Zen, but instead Monkey Moon gets control of it. And now we have Rise approaching in the corner. Alpha with Zen just bumping Rise out the way. Zen's there. Zen wants to get the double, but can't do it. It may well turn into a pass, though. Radosin's touch was almost weak. It was floaty, but he made something from it. Turned it into perfection. Turned it in. To another piece of Alpha genius.
Alpha is atrocious. Onto the backboard. It's the reset. It's the good night BDS. A minute 20. Smiles across the faces of the bees.
Which one's the prodigy again? Which one of these Team Vitality players is the one that everyone said was the best in the world? Because right now, all three of them are making a pretty good go of it being themselves. As Alpha gets in the air again, charging down. Each subsequent Team BDS attack, Rise sends it long. It's not going to happen though, unless they're missed as he does. But Alpha again is there.
A minute remaining. Vitality, great chances here. The championship in their sight. Rise can't get it past them. The midfield is owned by him. Monkey Moon, however, challenges, gets it wide, gets it long, but Seiko and Alpha shutting it down.
Alpha gets the attack going yet again. Monkey Moon, though, steals in the way. Who does he have in front of him? Who can he send the musty towards? It's no one. Charged down by Vitality once more. Rise defense from the backboard. It has to be more. It has to be now. It's where we go. It's surely going in. Yes!
Wow! The final 30 ticks down. No! It's a runaway goal. It's a counter-attack. It's Radosin after everything. Vitality stand on his shoulders.
It doesn't make any sense. How has it happened? Nobody knows. BDS don't know. But Vitality, they seem certain that these 25 seconds can be survived.
Final 25 is going to be utterly vital for BDS. A demo reigns in. Alpha removed. It's over on the other side, and Rise, he's clear it away. Radosin, he near enough makes it a sure deal.
There's the moment. Look at their faces. They know. Even Team BDS can't come back from this one. Perfection. It's impossible. But this is the closest anyone has come. 3 regionals in a row. And now the major will be theirs.
The bracket reset was just a dream a few hours ago. Vitality secured it. The 10 seconds ticks down. The crowd erupts. The numbers fly from their mouths. Vitality, with victory in their veins, find success in Boston!
Radosin, he was performing so poorly, and what a turnaround, and you can see how it's happened. And as for Zen Stumpy, I mean, is there a better story in Worldwide Rocket League right now than the prodigy coming forward?
Vitality.
Get on, Farah, go on, son.
With Zen, Radosin, Alpha, Farah standing at the helm, powerful as ever. He couldn't live this dream as a player, but as a coach, he has been sublime. And what a story for Vitality. This is one that will last forever.
Farah as well, a man who, in Season 8, arrived in Madrid as the favourites of Reciprocity. They disappointed, they barely got themselves a series. He's taken that hurt, taken that pain, taught his players how to turn it into victory, into brilliance and into genius. But it's the 3 of them, these 3 brilliant Frenchmen with the USA on their back, have turned this into gold.
completing a perfect 4 for 4, Team Vitality!
Getting the job done here in Boston. And they did it in a perfect bracket reset fashion. They keep running around this stage. All right, boys. Hey, Farrah, if you don't mind, I'm gonna need a little help up here. My French is a little rusty. Radostin, come on over, my friend. Radostin, your first LAN victory, and you guys did it via bracket reset revenge. And this crowd is eating up every second of it. Why was this team destined for greatness?
T'as compris? Il t'a demandé, ouais, on a fait le bracket reset. Pourquoi est-ce qu'on est destiné à ça, en fait?
Je pense que c'est le destin et on mérite aujourd'hui de gagner, quoi. Enfin, on a été très bons, donc voilà, j'ai rien d'autre à dire, je suis trop heureux.
He's saying, I think it was destiny. Today we were really good. Nothing else to say. I'm so happy.
Farrah, this is the first time we've ever seen a perfect split. 4 for 4, you guys won the Open, the Cup, the Invitational, and capped it off with a major victory. And again, the crowd loves it. They love you guys for embracing this. What did it take throughout the entire split to get that done?
It took a lot. Like, I don't think you guys have any idea of how much pressure those guys had to deal with throughout the whole split since the arrival of this guy. And I know for a lot of you it looks easy because we keep winning, but every time it resets and we're not sure we're gonna win again, you know? And it's so hard. And yesterday especially after the loss, it was so hard, like so hard to come back from. And the guys put so much pressure on them, so they want to perform, they want to win. And that's why I just wanted to add, thank you so much for like bringing your energy with us today.
Alpha, you had two of the greatest mentors of all time in K-Dop and Fairy Peak. What's something that they taught you that you've passed along to these two young gentlemen?
Well, first of all, I thought when we were winning the last games, I told them don't put so much pressure on you. We are gonna win. Just keep calm. Just listen to each other, and we are gonna win. So yeah, that's what I tried to give them, because it was the 8 times I play an international line. So I'm just so happy to win now. I have no words. Thank you, everyone. I'm so happy.
Now, I think everyone in here is waiting for something special. We haven't heard from this guy all weekend long, and I was promised that if they got the victory, he would take this stage and talk to me. Now, Zen, you're one of 6 LAN rookies to take home the victory, to win on this stage. How in the world did you handle those expectations throughout the entire split to get to this point?
Repeat.
TLDR, he's really good. There was a lot of pressure on him. How did he maintain throughout the split?
Il y avait beaucoup de pression autour de toi. Comment t'as fait?
Franchement, j'ai utilisé la pression comme une aide un peu. Et mes coéquipiers étaient là pour moi et le coach aussi m'a beaucoup aidé à gérer ça.
He said, I tried to use the pressure as an additional help, and my teammates and my coach, myself, were there for me, and that's it.
It was well worth the wait, and I'm sure it's also worth the wait to finally get some medals around your necks. So without further ado, I want to present the greatest female Rocket League player of all time, Boston's own. Give it up for Karma. Aganis Arena, you have been absolutely amazing. Boston has been nothing short of spectacular. You are what keep RL Esports alive. You are what keeps this game amazing. And from the bottom of our hearts, I want to thank you very much. And one last time, give it up for your spring major champions, Team Vitality.
Emotion, drama, heartbreak, and in the end, jubilation. Boston had it all, folks. The one thing we didn't expect was a North American victory. Can you guys believe it? Oh my goodness, North
Teammates, you won!
Wow, it's incredible.
USA on top, ain't that crazy? But in all reality, in actual reality, Zen might have put on the best single day performance in the Rocket League. That is insane. He elevated on the biggest stage.
He's been an RLCS Pro for 1 month, and he's doing this.
Ever since the Winter Major, it felt like everyone was saying Zen is inevitable. I don't think we realized just how real that was. 3 regionals. He hasn't lost. He hasn't lost.
He has not lost.
This is the Zen era.
He must think this game is so easy. But what I do want to say is, for so long there's been this divide, North America, Europe, region versus region. Who would have thought that the best land we've ever had was Europe versus Europe on North American soil?
Not only...
This crowd is incredible.
Not only did Zen perform, he made the NA and EU come together like it's never come together before. So, well done to Vitality. But I want to give a shout out to Alpha. He actually had the least goals per game. But, like, on his team, but the impact goals he had throughout this tournament were unbelievable.
That game 5, man. That game 5, BDS took down one because the game was starting to get high scoring. Vitality they might have had that K-So moment where G2 just got over the hump like last year, but Alpha, those critical goals, the closer, put them away, and you knew he was
They
gonna
weren't
become a
just
champ.
important, they were spectacular. They were the best goals of the series. It was mind-boggling to watch how well he played under the most pressure.
That last game, I said it to you guys watching it, Alpha was just not losing.
He wasn't losing.
Offensively, he had obviously had the bounce dribble goal, but the stays off his own post. Even when it felt like they were feeling the pressure a little bit, you know, Zen had probably his first whiff in his career.
He did. He
in the
finally
final
missed.
game, Alpha was there
Alpha
to back
pitched
him up.
it right back across the net.
He said,
Oh
I've got
my
this
God.
one, don't worry about it. So what a final performance from Alpha, and that's what he said. He has that experience, 8 lands he said he's been to, and he showed it there.
And then Radosin, I have to give him credit. Like, on the defensive side of the ball, there were so many times when he was left alone that he had to be one player, and then right after he would have to dunk another. He did that multiple times to keep them alive. He was playing phenomenal on defense.
And then the MVP of the tournament, I felt like I know who that's going to be. But the MVP overall for Vitality's got to be Farah, man. Get in the crowd behind him. Y'all gave him so much energy, and it allowed, I think, Vitality to play a little more loose. Zen seemed so free. Alpha seemed free. They just having fun. They're shaking their hand and everything. Farah, that is what a coach is about. Figuring out how to do everything to maximize your team.
Well, they needed everything to beat a BDS. This team is the world champions, the best on land. They pick up Rise as well to try and make themselves even better. They needed every single person in the crowd behind them. That's what they got. And as you said, Gibbs, that momentum was unbelievable, but maybe just Zen is unbeatable.
It looks unbeatable. He's 4-4.
He hasn't been beaten yet.
He hasn't been beaten yet. The greatest split of all time.
He's going to have to rest up, though, because Boston is merely a taste of what is about to come here in 2 weeks. Düsseldorf, Germany. We're going to see another competition of this caliber, but even longer, Gibbs.
Oh, absolutely, and more grand. Like, this entire tournament, $310,000 prize pool. World Championship, $2.1 million. It ramps up exponentially as we go into that World Championship. That is the one that everyone wants to win. That is Zen's last hurdle to get the championship, to just be the Zen era. It doesn't matter. There's no more open era. We're in the Zen era until he loses. It's unbelievable.
If he walks into the World Championship, wins that, man.
Oh, man. They are heavy favorites. They were heavy favorites here. Then we had doubts for a little while, but they bounced back. And I think that's even more important, because if they came out here and just did it perfectly, then if they get to Worlds and they lose a series, we wouldn't be sure.
We still have that question of how do they
how do you bounce back?
Down, right? No, but they have bounced back. We've seen it now.
Such a good win.
It's going to be a different environment. It's going to be a different place. I mean, it was 12,000 seats originally, and it sold out in like a few days, and now they have more seats available. If you want to get your tickets, you can, but this crowd will be a different vibe from what we had over there, and they probably won't be as easily swayed, I believe. I think there's going to be a lot more fans that are there specifically for their teams.
Yeah, but Vitality's going to bring a ton of fans. And again, you buy a ticket to see Zen. You buy a ticket, like if you're a casual fan, you're buying a ticket to see this.
Well, I think this event has set the standard for what supporting in the crowd should be. You know, so many people come and think, well, I'm only coming to watch my team. You know, if they get knocked out, I don't want to be here. But I mean, what a crowd. This spectacle was phenomenal. Obviously, what we saw on the pitch was pretty special as well, but this atmosphere was one of a kind.
I mean, it was a wonderful, wonderful day, and we appreciate. I mean, I do not represent Sonics when I say this, and I can guarantee you I do not know anything about this, but I would be amazed if we don't come back. I'd be amazed if this is the last time we come to Boston. This was special. These fans brought a different type of energy.
And I told you, Wave, Northeast, man. It's all about that Northeast energy. So thank you, guys.
They get up and get loud.
Lands, man.
Woo. This has been great. This has been great. Man, folks, we've got, okay, it says local time. For a second, I thought I was saying like countdown. I was like, no, they just played. It's all fine. Folks, we got a bunch of MVPs to get through here. We need to talk about who the most valuable players was. And we polled chat earlier and got your input as well as collating some votes from the experts in the back. And we now can present to you the offensive MVP. And this one comes at no surprise. This one is going to be Zen.
Zen, offensive MVP. I'm not too sure if he was the offensive MVP before them last two series, but after that, he pretty much solidified it.
That's for sure.
He solidified it. Just great offense. It was the pitch was his toy. Whatever he wanted to do, he was effective with it. Well earned, well deserved.
There it is.
Offensive MVP for Zen.
Beautiful. Look at
Beautiful
that.
medal.
Offensive
Beautiful medal.
MVP.
Appreciate Swarovski and their help.
I think his trophy cabinet's going to be pretty full in a short period of time here, Zen. So, yeah, you might need to get a bigger room.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you said it was that last performance, but Zen has been here. Other than the very first series where we saw the first few days, we're like, oh, what's going on with Zen here? These tap past two, he has absolutely lit it up.
Look at these brilliant double taps. It just felt like anytime they needed a goal, he was in the right position to put it home. Like when there's a wide open net, he'll have it. When he has to do a flip reset fake, he'll do that too and make the defense look silly. But Zen, what a performance. And then he capped it off with just that 1 goal per game grand finals across 11 games in his first ever grand finals. Yeah, he led everyone. He shot 35% in that series, or both series combined. He was unbelievable.
That's insane. I mean, he's a facilitator as well, though. It's not just the goals he scores, it's the bumps. And they're not even stats we can see, but he just opens the play up for Radosin and Alpha as well. He is the most well-rounded player we've ever seen.
It was incredible stuff, folks. And he gets the offensive MVP for the Spring Major in Boston. Let's move on to the defensive MVP. We're actually going to move away from championship teams, away from the grand finals, and give an honorable mention to a top 4 player here. Your defensive MVP for Boston is going to be Roas.
We got to talk about the defense of this team. Rule 1, top 2 defense in this tournament out of the top 8 teams, and they had to play some tough competition throughout. The only team better was Vitality, but Roas, he's already known as one of the best players in the world when he's on defense, and he showed it here.
I mean, he was phenomenal. We have to look back to those 12 saves, that 12-minute OT, the longest in RLCS history. But all tournament, it wasn't just that game. Roas, this team, I don't know how they do it. They don't panic on defense, even in situations like this. Double, triple saves every single time. When they're panicking, when they're in trouble, they find a way out.
Yeah, they kept Moist out. They got outshot by Moist by about 15, 16, 17, somewhere along those type of lines yesterday. And Moras's defense kept them in it the whole time. Look at that. He's saving pinch states.
How is he ready
from
for that?
Complexity. He was great. Raise bull, not good enough. They're going to have to be better every single time. They needed him. He answered the call. Defense MVP. Well,
yeah, and what a run. Just what a run from Rule 1. They knew exactly what they needed to bring a third MENA team, and they got there. A top 4 finish. No one expected that. Again, the Spring Major magic for these MENA teams. Unbelievable.
I mean, how exciting is that for the World Championships as well? That's their first land top 4.
And that's main event for them, too. Group stage directly. They're going to be a threat.
It was incredible stuff. So congratulations to Roas, the defensive MVP for the Spring Major here in Boston. And now, your Spring Major overall MVP, the most valuable player.
I know where this is going.
Completely comprehensively, yes, because you've seen the cheat sheet. Folks, it's Zen. Of course it's Zen. Your Spring Major champion, the best player on the pitch.
Took it from everybody. I would say he wasn't even in the running early on, but then these last 3 series, basically today, he proved that he is the best player in the game. I think he's taking it from Vati. The best player in the world right now is Zen. He's earned it. He's the MVP.
Do you agree, Gibbs?
Yes, I agree with you 100%. He proved it when it mattered most. 1 goal per game again, 35% shooting in the grand finals. He had amazing defense as well at times. He did it all.
And this is the Zen that everybody was hyping up in the 1v1s. Online, he played a little more passive. Today, he said, give me the ball.
Yeah.
I'm going to win you the game. And he actually did that. It was just phenomenal to see.
When we say overall MVP as well, we include the crowd MVP because he was waving his American flag after each goal in between games. He was hyping them up. He is just a well-rounded athlete.
Absolutely. No, but together and completing the package there with the showmanship as well.
Exactly.
The one thing that a lot of players on this stage
Need to
sometimes
learn how to
miss
do
out
it.
on it. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, thinking back on the entire event, put the finals aside for a second. It was obviously special. Going back to day one, any moments that come to mind, reminisce with me. What was your favorite moment from the tournament, CJ?
I'll go a bit left field. We mentioned it talking about the offensive MVP, but Realize just dominating early on.
yeah,
I mean,
that
I
was
know
fun.
that
That was
they
fun.
took a game off Vitality. They ended up winning, so that's pretty good for Elevate, and it's good to see Realize there, so I'll go that one.
Yeah, it's good to see the underdogs trying to perform. Unfortunately for OC, Ground Zero Gaming as well. They went up 2-0 versus K-Corp, and everyone's like, this is going to be an interesting major. But then you see those good teams battle back. Reverse sweep. I think we had like 3 or 4 of them throughout the spread. So it was a lot of fun. Like, that's why we play best of 5s, not best of 3s, right? So it was a lot of fun. But to see all the regions play, outside of NA, because they didn't really show up, but to see everyone else play was
What do you mean? They won the grand final. Folks.
But just Europe as a whole, that was an incredible run. We all knew that they were favorites. No one expected top 4 to be all of them, and I want to give credit to Moist as well, because that was a huge performance to make it to the top 4 on that upper bracket. So they really performed when it mattered most.
Any favorite moments from you?
I really like watching Rule 1 and just like how much better they've got. I like watching that. I also like watching how much better Zen got. You know, of course, we're talking about Zen, but Rule 1, they got better. And I like seeing as you get later into the bracket, people tend to show who is the best. And Rule 1, they were getting elevated constantly. And I think at the World Championship, they're going to make some real noise.
One last highlight. I have to say, for OC, it was great to see the 2 teams had to play for a World Championship spot. Power versus Ground Zero. That's exactly how you want to draw it up. Let them play to figure out who goes. So congrats.
Well, you drew it up, so
that's true. I read everything.
Well done to Gibbs, who runs the show.
Also, shout out to Ninjas in Pajamas with Astro and the emotion.
Oh,
from
that was probably one of my highlights too. This emotion
man.
was crazy.
So many great moments, chat. You got to go back and watch the VODs, catch all the action, or maybe catch the highlights on YouTube as well, folks. This sets us up, though, for the World Championship. The wild card is next. That will be the next time these teams are competing, and the world title is on the line.
You said it perfectly. If you haven't got tickets yet to the Dorf, which I'm going to affectionately call it, get to the Dorf. This is going to be electric. If this is anything to go by as a warm-up to the World Championships, Gibbs, we're in for something spectacular.
So again, pride is on the line, but $2.1 million is a lot of money. A lot of money. You win double. Like, if you come in first in that tournament, you win double of this entire prize pool for all the teams here.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. That is life-changing money. So these guys, they want to win a world championship, obviously, because it's a world title. But that money goes a long way.
Yeah, for sure. Gibbs, let's talk about the world's region spots and how things have shaken out.
This is why I'm here. This is the only reason why. All right, here we go. World region leaderboard is set. So this is how it all played out. So instead of putting EU1, we would put the teams in their spots. So Team Vitality up in that #1 spot. So basically, the top 8, those will be your seeds in the group stage main event, 1 through 8.
They get to skip the wild card.
They skip the wild card. And I think a couple of these are actually a little bit messed up, so don't honor this exactly. Because phase is supposed to be higher than complexity, so don't worry about that too much. But one thing I do want to announce is that the later half here, they are going to do a very special draft, T-Bates, yet again to choose their wild card opponent. We did this last year. It was a ton of fun. So if you're 9 through 16, you will get one of those draft spots to choose who you want to play first in that Swiss, which is very, very fun.
Yeah, the draft is absolutely crazy. We did it last year on First Touch, and just seeing the teams, they put a lot of thought, a lot of repetition in the replays, because that's how you start off in the Swiss. You want to start off 1-0, and it's really good to see who people think is going to be the easiest matchup.
Sometimes you want to get that tough first-round matchup, though, to really warm yourself up.
Well, who'd you draft?
Well, yeah, look, I had a very nice first round as well at the World Championship, so thank you very much. But no,
But there was like Space Station, right? They were picked like 2, and they chose a MENA team. They were like, we want a better warm-up, so some mind games going on in that, but also it'll be some heated discussion, because maybe they'll think a team is garbage, so they'll pick them, and then what happens if they lose?
Exactly.
Well, folks, we're talking about the wild card. This is the first week of the World Championship, and then we'll have the main event afterwards where we'll get to see you guys in Düsseldorf in your seats. I hope you're all there. It's going to be a crazy event. You guys got to go check it out. It's going to be happening in August 11th through 13th, excuse me, in Düsseldorf, Germany. You can check it out at the link on your screen there, or exclamation point tickets if you want to make it to the World Championship. There's still tickets available. Bates, why should people go?
You should get your tickets if you want to watch the best Rocket League ever, and also the Dwarf needs to try to beat Boston, because it's the best crowd I've ever been in, and I don't think they're going to be able to do it, but I would love to see them try.
And one last thing, because TBH chickened out of our prediction contest.
Chickened out? He moved the goalpost 15 times.
He went against his word, so we are tied, so we will complete that at the main event, at the World Championship.
Okay.
Maybe we'll raise the stakes a little bit. I'm not sure what it is just yet.
Folks, you can scan the QR code on your screen if you want to get tickets. We're making it as easy as possible for you to get there, to find the information you need. Make it happen, folks. I would love to see you guys there. Thank you all so much for watching the Boston Major. We couldn't have done it without you guys. This is so incredible. I'm happy to be here. And it's just, I don't know. We don't want to leave.
We're going to do it again in 1 month.
We're going to do it again.
And it's for 2 weeks. So it's going to be even more Rocket League, more international competition, more upsets, more underdogs.
And a whole bunch of storylines.
A whole bunch of storylines, and at the end of the day, Vitality's going to win. So
what happens then?
Yeah, we'll bring in a few new teams as well. Maybe a couple of North Americans that weren't here. Might be waiting in the wings T-baits to shake up Vitality.
Maybe first killer Atomic and the boys.
We'll see what Faye's got to say about it. Maybe that wrinkle will change things, but Vitality. Well, congratulations again on your Spring Major Championship. Folks, that does it for us here in Boston. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you to all the fans that came, all the players that played, the casters that cast, the production in the back for making it possible. We couldn't do it without you guys. We'll see you guys in Germany for the World Championship.
No, but I remember we threw our fists in the air singing. I remember when we were kids, never scared, yeah. And the sky went dark, we used our hearts to guide us. You showed me you care, and I remember, yeah, I remember. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, Carissa. Stayed up through the dead of night, made me watch the world get light. Hey, Carissa. Sunlight, freedom in your eyes. Please don't leave, now I photo of you in my mind, on the table under lights. There's no one here but you and I. This neon town is yours and mine. And I said, hey, Carissa. Stayed up through the dead of night, made me watch the world get light. Hey, Carissa. Sunlight, freedom in your eyes. Please don't leave, now I
Game 5. Double match point on the line. You're your boys 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side.